Masters 2026, and this is the biggest classical event of India. The stars have landed and it's time for showdown. With me I have my good friend and co-host GM Sahaj. Go welcome Sahaj bhai to the broadcast, because we are all set for this epic event, all or nothing for most of the players.
Absolutely, because this is not just the strongest event of India. Looking at the lineup, it feels like the strongest tournament of 2026.
Oof.
You have so many superstars playing in this event, and this tournament has that history that winning it could actually make you a. There is some precedence, there is some motivation to prove yourself.
Indeed, legacy, I think, is the word I think we're all looking for. Gukesh Domaraju, this is where his journey started to becoming the world champion, and now he's back. Ground, Sahaj, in his home ground, the pressure must be real, with the fans watching, his family watching. He can literally take an Uber to his home if he wants to. That's real pressure.
Absolutely, and the pressure I feel is not just for Gukesh. Of course, the tournament is happening in Chennai, his hometown, but Nihal, Arjun, Pranesh, who won the challenges section last year, all of them are feeling a similar pressure. Well, a similar area, and I feel the pressure is equally there for everyone. But I do agree with you, for Gukesh, I think this could have very, very good, very immediate consequences towards the World Championship.
Absolutely. And let's not forget the global stars who've landed in Chennai. We met all of them yesterday. All of them were excited and talked about how strong the field was. And of course, this is an epic event for everybody to follow. So chat, welcome to the broadcast. It is Chennai Grand Masters, and it's going to be 7 days. Sahaj, 7 rounds, not the typical tournament. Get a breather. There is no one players can target specifically. So even in round 1, you're kind of banking on yourself. You're playing the strongest competition. So the start could be very, very important if you want to win the event, because 7 rounds, if you lag behind, you're not going to win the event.
100%. I feel because in such an event, when you have such little rounds in comparison, every point matters way more. Plus, I think overall, just the overall pressure of this event, simply because if you win it, of course, there's the FIDE circuit points. That's just a cherry on top. But on top of that, it actually produced a world champion. And speaking of easier rounds, I would say the lowest seed of this event is also a 2700 player. So there are no easier. There are simply just no easy rounds in this event.
Yep, the eyes will be on all the players, of course. Just naming the player field here, Sahaj. And of course, we'd love to get your predictions, pre-tournament predictions. We have, of course, the world champion Gukesh joining in. It's going to be an intense match for him, of course. All eyes are on him. This is where his journey started. We also have Pranesh, the qualifier from the Challengers last year. We have Arjun, Nihal. The Indian field is packed. And the global stars, Nodirbek Abdusattarov, he's been on fire in 2026. Has won a multiple number of events. I feel like this is the event he wants to take home, in Gukesh's hometown.
100%, because Nodirbek, of course, he wants to make the candidates, in the next cycle. And once again, this tournament did do that for Gukesh in that sense. So, of course, there is that part of it. And of course, there's Hans, Firuza. It's just the entire field, it just doesn't stop. It feels like you can just go round and round and round again and again. You can just keep talking about the players because they're just all so insanely strong, so insanely underrated, and so young. Just to add on top of it.
Absolutely. And Ali Reza Firuzja will be an interesting player to look out for. And so will be Dimitri and Rekin. And Rekin, we've not seen him compete at the top level for a while. So if he can show his A game, he might be the target for some of the players, right? Maybe we've not seen him compete at the top level. But if he can, spring a surprise, he might get more opportunities because players might take more risk against him.
100%. But also, Rekin does not play. I'm not sure if he plays as much classical chess as he used to, but he used to be a very, very, very strong player. So, he's, I think on paper, maybe the lower seed, or maybe there is Pranesh as well. But Andrekin has been 2700 almost as long as I'm alive. So that definitely means, that this is one player you cannot take lightly ever.
And Chad, I think all the players are going to be very, very, maybe some nerves in their tummies, right now. But one thing, Sahaj, you just flew in today morning. Rakesh and I noticed something very interesting about Gukesh. So during 2024, I think he was known to stay in his room, stay focused. He would not show up for meals. But for the first time, an interesting detail, he was there in the lobby having all his meals. He went for a walk in the streets of Chennai, as we saw in the morning as well. So a completely different approach from the world champion for this event. He's definitely trying something new.
I think it just means he's at home. He's feeling at home because he's playing. This is Chennai is his home, and I think it's nice to see the world champion not being that much pressure. I feel because that's when you can truly play to the best of your capabilities, and I think that's what we can expect from Gukesh. So Tiku bhai, sorry to put you on the spot. Do you have a favorite in this tournament?
Oh man, I think it's a tough question. I think stats, if I think about it in my mind, I think Nodebek seems to be the clear favorite here. He's in form. He's world number 5, 6, usually has stayed there consistently for the entirety of 2026. So the mind says Nodebek. He should be the favorite, of course. But I think the heart kind of also leans towards Gukesh because it's all or nothing. As we discussed, 2024. Chennai GM just started it for him. Then it was the Olympiad, a marvelous Olympiad, and then the World Championship. For him, this is the event. He has to strike here. We don't even know the venue for the World Championship. So if it happens in India, this could be a nice training session for him as well to play in his home city. Sahaj, I feel like he must be under pressure and maybe he's handling it well now with a new approach.
I completely agree with you. And I think I do second your thoughts there. I think my heart also says that, I feel like a Gukesh 2026 comeback is loading, because in 2024 something similar happened. And since he's playing at home, I would say that if I had to pick one player who I think has very good chances to win, I would say it's Gukesh. Maybe, it's coming from the heart. But I feel, but that's what I feel like overall. What are your thoughts on Hans?
Oh, it's going to be an interesting, player to follow in the entire event because we know sometimes, even if he loses the first couple of games, he can always come back. So you can never ever discount him in a tournament. I think he'll be one of the favorites for sure. And in round 1, he actually plays the tournament favorite Nodebek. So that first game is extremely crucial. I feel if Hans can somehow cause an upset, then it could be his event.
It definitely could be because he's playing with the black pieces and Nodebek is known to, play on for those long games. So he's definitely going to be putting in the pressure. And I think overall, any match you think is going to end up in a result. Any match. So we have Nodebek versus Hans. We have Arjun versus Dimitri Andreikin. Arjun with the white pieces. Then we have Pranesh playing against Alireza Firouzja. And then we have Gukesh, the world champion, going against, Nihal Sareen.
Wow, and I mean, we have not said much about Nihal, but we know what a resurgence he's had in 2026, playing, well in every single format imaginable, be it classical, rapid, blitz, be it online bullet. He's just cruising across all these events. So we have the players in front of us, and I feel like Sahaj, I think you asked about the number of results. I can see the players hall, by the way, the players are coming in. It's round 1 about to begin. I feel like we might see at least a couple of results today, Sahaj. That's my prediction. What's yours?
I have this theory that the first round of every event is generally quiet, and the second round is when all the chaotic things happen. Now, while I say that, I do see the pairings in front of me, and it looks nothing but quiet. So I feel, and since it's only 7 rounds as well, the players could have that motivation to strike in the first round itself. So I do agree with you. 1 or 2 results I think are possible. I'm not really sure where, because but the most interested I am right now is to talk about Gukesh, who's playing against Nihal itself in round 1.
Wow. And you know what? This is inside info. Don't tell anyone, chat. But, we asked Nihal this yesterday during the player shoot. If there is one opponent he's excited to play, first he had that normal, player answer. I'm excited to play everyone and it's a fun event, so on. But then he finally said, maybe the match against Gukesh is going to be quite interesting because he's not played classical chess against Gukesh since 2022.
Wow.
And he said this himself. So he's really looking forward to that match. And we know he's played a rapid match against Gukesh twice at the Menoka Masters. So, and he had a great tournament there. So I feel that match could be very exciting. White pieces for Gukesh. If Nihal can cause an upset, I mean, this could be his event then.
Absolutely. And in the Minoka Masters, which you just mentioned, Nihal, I believe, did score a 2-0 win against Gukesh. But it was a rapid format. Some could say maybe it suits Nihal a little bit better. But there is another interesting stat here. That both of these players have the exact same rating.
Oh, wow.
It's 2717 for both of these players. That means any result, and we have a new India number 2. Just kidding.
Wow, that's very interesting. So playing for a bunch of factors here. Gukesh, of course, has lost a bunch of rating points in 2026. So he would be looking forward to gaining those back. But Nihal is on the rise ahead. So it's going to be a tough battle indeed. The match will begin in just the next 3 to 4 minutes. Sahaj, I think we have a beautiful playing hall. We can see those 4 boards set up. We can see Pranesh there holding his head. It's an important tournament for him as well, right? The lowest seed of the event by far. So everybody will be looking forward to beating him here, getting that 1 point if they want to win the event. And his first challenge is Ali Reza Firuzja. I mean, maybe they could be a better pairing to start off the event, but tough challenge. And the strongest players rise to the occasion.
Tikubai, I'm just thinking, what could be a better pairing? considering the lineup, there is no better pairing. I think in such an event, you just have to get used to it and just play your heart out. And of course, Pranesh is the lowest seed on paper, but I feel he's extremely young, and the fact that he won last year's challenger section in such a great fashion, I feel he is very, very underrated for now. I would put him at a 2700 strength. So strength wise, I think the guy is right up there with his peers.
Agreed. And there we see the potential tournament favorite, Nodirbek Abdusattarov, adjusting his pieces. He knows the first round is important. In front of him, we'll have Hans Niemann. I feel like, Sahaj, this is one game where I definitely expect a result. In my mind, both the players are out for blood, and they have these very interesting playing styles. So I think result coming in.
Yep, Nodirbek always pushes for the win. He's okay with going, having a worse position on, but Hans, on the other hand, Hans is a guy who can, beat anyone on any day.
Yep.
Absolutely right. A result very, very likely, in this matchup. In Gukesh versus Nihal, sorry to put you on the spot. Gukesh versus Nihal. Any predictions on a result, or are we going with a diplomatic approach and we're going to say just a draw?
I'll have to get back to you on this. I feel like that is the toughest one here to predict. I think Gukesh does have the white pieces. We are seeing a new approach from the world champion here, as we discussed. He's quite. He's become quite open in the non-playing hours, right? He's hanging out in the lobby. He's interacting with fans a lot more. He's going for walks in the streets of Chennai. I feel like maybe he's trying to lift off the pressure from his shoulders. So maybe I'm going to kind of cross my fingers and say Gukesh, but I mean, discounting Nihal Singh is a bad deal for sure.
Of course, because the year that Nihal has had in all formats, I mean, winning the Tata Steel, winning the Bullet Championships, and now, I mean, it feels like winning this tournament would just make it a perfect year for him across all formats. So a tough moment, difficult moment for both of them. So let's see what happens.
Yep, and the games will begin in just a minute or so. I wonder if Gukesh is in the hall. And this is very easy, right? So the playing hall and the rooms are in the same hotel, Sahaj. So very easy for all the players and the commentators to just come down in a couple of minutes. And I wonder if Gukesh has the pressure of hiding his prep still. I feel like he's going to go all guns blazing. He's not going to think about the World Championship. Again, keeping in theme with his, trying to lower the pressure on his shoulders.
Could be, but I feel the World Championship prep in this sense is not gonna be shown in the beginning, at least in the beginning moves. Like, for example, if Gukesh chooses 1d4, doesn't mean that he's not gonna play 1d4 in the World Championship. Those ideas are, I think, shown in the deeper phase of the game. So I feel even if, he plays his usual stuff, he should feel more or less free, because those ideas are, I mean, chess is so complex, there are so many different types of possibilities that whatever your World Championship prep is, maybe it doesn't even show up on the board from the opponent's side. So let's see.
Chat, drop a thumbs up if you're excited for this tournament beginning very, very soon. Sahaj, I think maybe we are a minute or two from liftoff. We can see most of the players sitting there. I don't know if we can have Gukesh's camera, but regardless, Gukesh Damaraju, the world champion in his home city. And we still don't know the location of the World Championship, right? So could be India, could be this city. And there we see him, the world champion in front of us, writing down the names of the score sheet, and his opponent still not there. But Sahaj, I mean, this is the game to follow. We start with this one.
Absolutely. And is this some kind of a, some kind of a tactic just to show up, maybe like 1 second before the match starts? Some kind of a psychological thing going on, or do you think this is just normal?
Oof, tough to guess actually, Sahaj. I think Gukesh trying new approaches every single game, so it's hard to predict. By the way, also Arjun Erigaisi, India #1 has been for the majority of 2026, and Andrakin in front of him, and we can expect some crazy prep as always, yeah, in this game.
Oh yes, of course. From Arjun's side, I think we're going to see something absolutely crazy. I'll predict a result here as well, along with the match that you mentioned between Nordirbek and Hans. But let's see what will happen. By the way, we do have two very, very strong grandmasters from Chennai itself, and part of the reason why I have 50 rating less, we have Grandmaster Sethu Raman and Grandmaster Adivan sitting in the audience. So nice to see such strong players joining us.
And we have
handshakes.
Yeah, by the CFO of Tata Play. And we have handshakes. The games have begun. Let's go. Maybe we start with Gukesh's game, Arjun's game. And there we see pawn to E4 by Arjun Erigaisi on the board. Sahaj, E4 itself telling us some opening sharp play coming in.
With Arjun, no. Hey, this is just the beginning. I feel there's like 1,000 other possibilities inside that Arjun could do. So I think we have to see. We have to wait for a couple of moves. Wait for what Andrakin goes for. He goes for E5, I believe. Yes. So the solid approach, the king's pawn opening. We can go for Italian. We can go for Spanish. Those are the options. He goes for knight f3, and now we'll wait for Andrakin whether he goes. Yep, he plays knight c6. So which one is it going to be, Tikuvai? Bishop c4 or bishop c5?
I'm guessing the Spanish. Let's see if it's true. No, it's the Italian, Sahaj. So he puts the bishop on c4. Wondering, maybe he's seen a Levy video recently, but regardless, Sahaj, my understanding is we're going to see 20 moves of prep by Arjun. I feel like today is going to be all prep. And of course, the playing hall is quite huge, so he's going to get his 10K steps by move 20 very quickly. Speaking
of 10K steps, I'm noticing that all the games have begun except for one. Now my question is Nihal on the board or not?
Ooh, that's a very good question. So I'm going to go to Gukesh's board very quickly for a second. And I see that we have E4 on the screen and no moves by Nihal. So maybe Nihal Saring pulling off a Magnus Carlsen. I mean, it can't go wrong with that, yeah?
Absolutely. I feel that's what's happening here. Yep, Nihal is not on the board right now. So this has to be a psychological. I mean, we saw Nihal many times. I mean, I'm sure you have. I only arrived, this morning at 6 a.m. But I'm sure you have seen Nihal, around in this... in the hotel and stuff.
So
there
Nihal,
it is.
There he is. He did have a minor cold yesterday, so maybe that might contribute to his coming late. But I do agree with you. Could be a psychological ploy as well. He's come late, around 2 minutes on his clock have vanished. And of course, now Nihal Sareen writing down the names of the players, and he will play his first move soon. Sahaj, E4, E5, D5, C5, knight F6, E6, D6. What do you think is going to happen over the board?
I think Nihal goes for either Caro-Kann or he goes for Sicilian.
Oh,
that would be my prediction, but maybe he plays E5. E5 is like the safe bet, I think, here, but I'm thinking some Caro-Kann or some C5, because I think against Gukesh, because Gukesh plays Caro-Kann himself quite often, that could be an interesting try, but Nihal is taking his time. This has to be a psychological trick. And now he's adjusting his pieces, being flexible. I can play this, I can play this. And I think he's kind of, trying to get that mental advantage from the first move itself, but he is up against the world champion.
Yeah, it does matter. These things do matter sometimes, I think. Chess, it's a bit like being a batsman in cricket, Saj. You lose your concentration for 1 second and then you get bowled. And there it is, Nihal now taking off his jacket, taking his time, his merry time. He's not in a hurry to play that first move.
Sahil bhai, I think we should jump to Pranesh versus Firouzja, because I'm about to predict Pranesh's next move. Oh wait, it didn't happen. I think if you go knight b8 in this position, there is like this very cool variation where you can play g4 as white.
Wow.
And this is supposedly working. Like it has some really deep idea, which I saw like a couple of months back. But looks like Firouzja has switched from the mainstream stuff and went for... Yep, this is, I think, some weird close Sicilian that transposed into the Sveshnikov, which Magnus played quite often, in the World Championship match. And
chess is quite complicated, Saj. My childhood coach used to tell me, don't block your pieces. And then suddenly this is one of the ideas you play on move number 3. So let's see what happens. Knight f6, d4, knight comes to d4, and the knight comes to b5, coming to potentially d6. So d6 played, and now your idea you mentioned, knight to b8 was possible, but he chooses knight to e7, and this is where Pranesh is having his first thing. What do you make of the position? Quite complicated.
I feel Pranesh would have looked at knight b8 and he would have looked at g4. Like, I don't know, that's my feel here, because knight e7, I think, kind of threw him off because he's taking his time. Of course, he knows the line. He would know, the normal ways to play. I mean, I'm not sure what it is. Is it c4? Is it bishop e2, bishop e3? Those look like normal looking moves.
Yeah, the best move seems to be a4, gaining space on the queen side. But again, it's the theme, of the day, maybe blocking the bishop with the knight again. So Firouz is saying, okay, even I can pull that off. So very interesting position Pranesh right now is thinking. So now let's jump to the game of Nodebig against Hans Niemann. We have a bunch of moves. Pawn to d4 by Nodebig.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but let's jump to Gukesh versus Nihal, because he did not play any of the moves we thought. He played the perk defense.
Wow.
The perk defense. So that means Nihal is going for the win. Like, generally, if you play e4, e5, e4, e6, you're keeping it more solid. But perk defense has a history of it's an opening you generally play when you want to play for a win with the black pieces.
I have to be honest, Nihal in this structure, right, with g6, d6, I would not be shocked if he has like 10,000 games on chess.com alone. Like, he plays this so often, and whenever he's down on confidence, right, even in those circumstances, this is the opening he banks on. So I feel like this is, as you mentioned, Sahaj, I think it's a clear attempt to maintain winning chances, have a dynamic game. And as Gukesh thinks, maybe it is indeed a bit of a surprise for the world champion.
100%. I mean, I think, okay, a bit surprising that Gukesh is thinking, but there is a reason why Gukesh is thinking here, because there are two possible moves here. There is f3 and there is knight c3, both of them defending the e4 pawn, but there is a small difference which can lead to, well, completely different positions. If you play f3, you are essentially playing King's Indian. Once you play c4 as well, it will transpose. So basically, it could be something similar to that. Gukesh has started off the game with 1d4, which is not what he prepared. But if he plays knight c3, then he goes right into Nihal's preparation, because that is the most popular move. And yes, he goes for it.
Yeah, maybe I think the King's Indian is something he wanted to avoid. He wanted to avoid the prep, and g6 indeed, as expected, played by Nihal. So he's already caught up on the clock. So Nihal is in his territory right now.
Absolutely. And I think there is another point to be mentioned here. I was expecting Nihal to play e5 here, because that's the most solid, principled approach. This is what we call the Philidor defense. But g6, now we know this is, at least according to the engines, according to, the bars, this is considered to be bad for black. And generally, you're only going for such setups when you want to play for a win, you want a fighting, essentially, game. And now so many options for the world champion. There's knight f3, there's f4, there's bishop e3, there's g3 as well, which is kind of like the calmer approach, in this position. So many options. How much has Nihal seen is the question.
A lot, I'm going to say. And of course, look at Nihal getting up from his seat again. So he seems to be in his zone. So Gukesh right now thinking on every single move. Now jumping to Nodebig versus Hans Niemann. An interesting matchup there, Sahaj. We have pawn to d4 by Nodebig, knight f6, c4, e6. A typical queen's pawn opening, knight c3, Ragozin on the board, queen a4. I always love this setup because I think you kind of force black to block the c pawn and it makes his play less dynamic. And now e3, castles, queen c2 back, and rook to e8. Quite logical, quite solid from both the players.
Absolutely. And now there is an interesting idea, I believe, by Fabi in this position where he played h6 some time ago, which was kind of like a waiting move. And the idea is that white usually plays here a3 and black goes bishop f8. And at this moment, white is kind of thinking, okay, what should I play? Because you don't want to move the f1 bishop really, because then black can take the pawn and, waste a tempo in the sense. But if you go long castle here,
oh, wow.
That is the idea of bishop d2. You play a5. And the idea is now knight b4. No matter what you play, I'm going to go knight b4 here, and then the game is on. And I not just challenge you. I want you to take that knight on b4.
No, I think I would avoid that trauma, Sahaj. I think I just don't want that on my board. But I would love to see it on this board. But meanwhile, instead of h6, he pushes the pawn in the other corner. Pawn to a6 by Hans Niemann.
Interesting. So I think he's eyeing more towards the e5 break because a6 can be connected with, let's say if white goes a3 now, you can put your bishop back to d6. And now there is no more of that knight b5 business, attacking that bishop on d6 anymore. And you can follow up by taking the pawn on c4 and pushing e5. And your rook is perfectly positioned for it. Bishop, all the pieces are perfectly positioned for it. I think that's what Hans is going for here. But it's a new idea for sure.
Indeed, and this is the problem, bishop, right? White's pieces, I think the light bishop's going to come to d3, a very nice diagonal. Where will this bishop go is the big question for Hans Niemann. And chat, this is day one of the Chennai Grandmaster. If you have a favorite, you know all the 8 players, right? It's Noderbek against Hans, it's Arjun against Andrekin, Pranesh versus Firuzja, and Gukesh versus Nihal. If you have a favorite in the tournament, do comment in the chat because, it's very easy. For example, the Football World Cup, Sahaj, I mean, now you can make a prediction and you have 50% chances. The Sigma move is to predict it on the first day.
Actually, I did choose Argentina. Speaking of, but of course, that is still yet to be seen what's going to happen there. There are some developments on the Arjun versus Andrekin board, and I have a question for you, Tikubai. Is Arjun planning to castle on the long side? Because we went through the opening phases, this knight c3, a3. Okay, black goes, I think, short castle in this position, and now he plays bishop d2. So not to e3, presumably because he wants to avoid some knight g4 ideas, or maybe he has some deeper idea in this position. But is he planning queen e2 and long castle and to go for g4 at the right moment?
Well, I would love to see that, but I'm not sure if a3 kind of syncs with that in some degree because black could potentially have this b5, b4 after a6 at some point, and this is the potential hook. But it's a possibility because he is delaying. Oh, look at that move, Sahaj.
Wait, wrong game. We saw this idea of knight b4, but this was not the game that we were expecting it in. But like a5, what could be the idea of a5?
That's a very good question because you're voluntarily giving up the b5 square, right? d5 is already potentially weak and it white's control with 3 pieces. You've given up, b5 as well. So very interesting move by Dmitry Andrekin, and he played it very quickly, just 3 minutes thought. So maybe he is kind of discouraging queenside castles as well a little bit.
I think he's planning to play a4 with the idea, that Chigorin's idea when you go knight a5, kick the bishop, you play b5, c5, and then you play b4, it's going to be even more powerful. Maybe that's the idea, but looks like Arjun is out of book already. So that makes me think that a5 was not one of the, let's say, the more popular moves here. In fact, just one game in this position.
Very interesting. I think maybe Andrekin has thought about Arjun's opening preparation and, kind of decided maybe the bigger goal here is to get him out of his prep. We know how good Arjun's preparation can be in the opening. So it will be very interesting to follow this game. Both the players at 99.2 accuracy. So no mistakes so far. And Sahaj, I want to jump to the Gukesh game very quickly because the bar has jumped up a bit and that's got my interest. So we discussed, right? What will Gukesh play in this position? He finally chose bishop to e3, one of the main lines, bishop g7, queen d2. So queenside castling seems to be the theme of the day indeed. And now pawn to c6, black not committing his king just yet.
Basically, this is the main variation of the Perk defense. So Gukesh is saying, whatever your preparation is, I'm not afraid of it. But at the same time, Nihal delaying his castling. Now ideas like bishop h6 have, of course, they're strong. But at the same time, if I don't castle, then there's not much to hit on the king side. So, and on the other side of the board, with his last move c6, he's planning to play b5 and b4 and maybe put some pressure on the queen side, also put some pressure on the pawn on e4. And I think the game is on. I really think we're going to see like some 20 move prep by Nihal here. And a question for you, Tikubhai. How is Nihal's accuracy 100%?
Maybe Chesscom analyzes his old games, his old performance from this position. So maybe that's where it's coming from. But also, Sahaj, I think usually in classical chess, we do have additional time. But here, there is no additional time after 40 moves. So the time scrambles are going to be extremely intense. You have no extra time coming for you. which is the theme of this week, maybe with the FIFA World Cup. But I think it's exciting. So there could be blunders coming in. So managing your clock becomes really important.
Absolutely. And there is a concession, I feel, in this position that Gukesh has to really think about. Because if you play something like Bishop h6 in this position, you are saying, okay, let's go into the main line. Let's see what you have prepared. But whenever your opponent goes for the perk defense and you are unprepared for it, like let's say on the day of course you have looked at perk defense, at some point in your life, so you're never truly unprepared. But on the day, if you haven't looked at it, players with the white, side usually go for this idea of a4. And when you play a4, you are just saying, okay, I have the center. I'm not going to give you the queen side play anymore. And maybe I'll just castle on the short side. And okay, this is a concession of sorts. You are still a bit better, at least positionally speaking, because you have the center, you have the space, you have better developed pieces and, all of that. But this is now a decision for Gukesh. Does he go for the dynamic option, or does he, play a4 and try to keep it solid and say, okay, at least when it comes to the position, I am just better?
That's a tough question. Look at Nihal, by looking at the cameras towards the left. He's not even looking at the board. So it feels like he's prepared. And Gukesh now considering how can I get Nihal out of his prep, because Nihal playing every move in seconds right now. He's got up again, Sahaj. I think he's very confident about this structure overall. And I do like your suggestion, A4, maybe keeping all options open. But then, of course, the queenside castling option becomes less likely. So maybe it's time when Gukesh has to choose the structure, right? At least. So maybe he's going to have a longer think here, and it might be the appropriate moment to switch games.
I want to add one point here that a4, you're right, white cannot castle on the long side. But on the other side, playing a move like c6 can also have some positional disadvantages for black, because you cannot play knight c6 anymore. You also have to think maybe twice before playing something like e5, because if I go pawn takes pawn, you can have some problems on the dark squares there. So I think c6 itself is some kind of positional thing that you can exploit later on in the game. So a4 would be the practical choice for me. But bishop h6 is okay. Let's see what you have.
And okay, now we've gone deeper into this. Bishop h6. What does black do? Because if I castle, I feel like I'm offering you a ready-made attack. h4, like I can pre-move that h4 if you castle. So what is black doing? Is he going to take on h6? Or is he going to castle? Because I see only two options here.
Actually, there is, I think, bishop takes h6, queen takes h6, and black plays the move b5.
Wow.
I believe. And this is, a very strong player from France, around 25-50, who, by the way, was recently revealed to be Prague's second. I played against him, and this is his main weapon. Wow. This was his main weapon, like I think last year or so. And I remember I was, it was some event, and I was trying to prepare, and I could not find an advantage for white here. I tried and tried and tried. It just, the computer shows 0.6, 0.7, but like the more you analyze, the more complicated it becomes. And the moves for white are really, really difficult to play. And one simple, natural looking move doesn't just equalize, it could also make white's position worse. So Gukesh has some really difficult, questions ahead.
And yeah, Nihal really understands the structure very, very well. So it's going to be a tough choice for the world champion. It's round one. The momentum really matters. So let's see how Gukesh handles this right now. 100% accuracy for both the players. Nihal is back. Just one look at the game of Arjun Sahaj, because he did actually choose pawn to h3, which was the move played in the only game in that position. So maybe Arjun has seen even that. Like, there's no game ever played he's not seen before. That's my understanding of this position.
And I think your theory will be correct the moment he plays knight g5, yeah, because that was played in the previous recorded game, and black maybe took on c4, white takes back, and okay, you have at least pressure on the light squares, and I think that should be enough there. Oh, he plays knight d5. No. Arjun has something stronger. That was the best move according to the engine there.
So he saw that only game ever played in chess history, and he found an improvement. So
absolutely,
Arjun doing Arjun things. It's not even a surprise at this point. So Andrekin thought maybe he had outplayed, Arjun a bit in the opening, but he's clearly in prep, and now pawn to a4. The idea you mentioned, Sahaj, could be the idea for Andrekin. And now what does Arjun do? I think castling makes a lot of sense. You're not committing to anything yet. I have the knight on d5. You can't take it either way. If you take with the bishop, I lose the bishop. If you take with the knight, it's a simple fork, and that's not what you want. So after castling, what is Andrekin's plan here? Because I feel like I've maximized all my pieces.
Absolutely, but I feel like Arjun didn't show up at the board wanting to castle on the king side. I think his plan was to castle on the long side, and it was more or less disrupted by this a5, a4, because now black is correctly positioned for a queenside attack with b5, b4, like we mentioned a bit earlier. So this is also a concession for Arjun. Does he want to castle on the short side? Because note that he's playing h3, he's playing bishop d2, he's doing everything but castling. Because he wants to wait for the right moment to go on the other side of the board, but it is something that he has to compromise on. He has to go short castle. But this is not Arjun's style.
I agree. I mean, if Black had played h6, like I would think about g4 as Arjun's choice. So definitely on his mind, he is thinking right now about this crucial position. And again, the accuracy very, very high. This is classical chess. These guys usually have an accuracy of 96 in bullet chess ahead. So I mean, classical, they're going to play basically, top moves for majority of the game.
Yeah, speaking of bullet chess, I mean, Nihal OP on that, doing Nihal things. Let's take a quick look at Pranesh versus Firouzja, because I feel we have some updates there. There is this crazy move that Pranesh just went for h4. So a6, knight comes back, knight g6, bishop develops to e7, and now he plays h4. So g3, I mean, initially it looked like white wanted to play the fianchetto with bishop g2 and, just go for normal castling. But h4, and look at that, knight f8. I'm sorry, but what?
I mean, this knight has traveled the world.
Because it traveled more than me, I think, in the past like 24 hours.
Look at this, So the knight comes to c6, now goes to e7. Now kind of comes to g6, now goes to f8, and of course it's not going to settle there. That's not his, hometown. So where does it finally land, Sahaj? It's not clear to me at all, actually.
Well, it's not going home because it's not coming home. So I think it's going to go to knight d7. I think he's going to play f5 maybe and put the knight on f6. He is going to push the golden pawn there, but I feel it has to be done in this scenario because h4, you can try for some f5, f4 ideas and create some problems on the king side. For Pranesh, I think now it's a difficult situation because note that he has pushed pawns on both flanks. He has pushed h4, he has pushed h4, meaning he has to now think about where to castle. Neither side really feels super safe. I mean, maybe bishop g2 castle is safer in comparison to going long in this position. But then the question becomes, where do you put your bishop? Do you put it on g2 or do you put it on d3? On d3 it's more active, but on g2 it's a defensive piece.
Agreed.
Tough, questions, I think, for Pranesh there as well.
Agreed, and you pointed out this plan, right? f5, f4, that could completely break the king side at the right moment. So,
or e4, maybe f5, e4, or f5, f4, something along those. Like whichever I think is better for the position. Because f5, f4 could also be bad for black. It could be very bad for black the moment because, as you rightly pointed out, that knight sitting on e4, bishop going to d3, and black's king. Of course, black's king also has to think about where to castle. It's not just Pranesh here.
I think it's going to be an exciting game. That's for sure.
Do you see this? Actually, one of the best moves here is if you play bishop e3, black goes knight d7 and chat, and people in the audience try to take a guess what is the best move for white here.
Oh, wow.
It's absolutely ridiculous. There is no way. There is no way that this move you even think about. I mean, okay, after looking at the move, you can justify it in some way, but I still cannot understand why the pawn is not hanging. But that move is, Tikubai, please reveal it.
It is pawn to g4, Sahaj.
What?
And that is ridiculous because, okay, I mean, I understand the loss of this pawn is not that difficult for you, but at the end, you've played g3, you've moved it once, and to now move it again is always a bit risky. Of course, you're controlling the f5 square. There are benefits.
But if we're talking about wasting moves, that knight, was on b8. And now it's on d7, but it didn't arrive there in one move.
Yeah, that's true.
It took like 5 moves to get there. So I think Pranesh has some time there. He pushes the a pawn, clamping down the queen side. I think a very, very logical move there because maybe the follow-up can be bishop e3 and put some pressure on the b6 pawn. But Pranesh is not looking at the king side for now. So maybe that idea of g4, not as much possible. Maybe queen g4 can be an idea instead.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at an interesting position overall for both the players. Firouzja, of course, would love to start off with the win, right? Because he's one guy who is always supposed to be the world champion, Sahaj, and has been at that, at the cusp of it, but never has made it and has not really performed to his potential at top events like the candidate. So looking forward to him kind of striking as well. Pranesh is the golden opportunity. So a very interesting position here and could give us an exciting game and a result at the end. And Sahaj, jumping to the game quickly of Gukesh, because we have some crazy updates. We saw c6 and it is your move on the board, pawn to a4. So Gukesh absolutely agrees with you. Now castles, pawn to h3, keeping everything flexible, knight d7, knight f3, and finally the pawn comes to e5.
And let me guess, he took the pawn.
He took the pawn.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
So this is what you normally do when, like, let's say when someone plays Perk against you and you are not, let's say, fully prepared on the day. This is exactly how you play, because you are still showing to your opponent that, okay, I've got more space, I've got better center, I've got better developed pieces. And note that bishop on g7. When you take knight e5, black takes back with the pawn, that pawn is going to block that bishop on g7.
Yeah.
So you have some concession because of some, let's say, slightly more active pieces. And also that pawn on d6 is looking a bit weak as well. So like maybe I don't have to take the knight itself. So Gukesh is now saying, let's just play chess, because, okay, I believe you have prepped very hard for this. And I think, but still I have more space, I have the center, and, all of those things that I mentioned earlier are, just working for me. So Nihal's prep, I would say, has worked. The gamble has paid off.
Agreed. I think maybe he has some level of equality here, at least the potential to reach that soon. And also the clock situation, right? He started off, came in late, took his own time, but now he is the one who's ahead on the clock. So Nihal Sareen handling the opening extremely well so far against the world champion. And look at this, Gukesh wants to maintain the dynamism, Sahaj, as he usually does not simplify the game with knight takes e5, which would give kind of a symmetrical pawn structure to some degree. He plays the calm, developing move, bishop to e2. If you want to take, you can. I'm not going to be the one to simplify.
Exactly. And now on top of all of this, he's also saying that pawn on d6 is looking a bit weak. So maybe I'll castle, maybe I'll play rook a d1 in the next move. And who is defending that pawn? Because that's, maybe you'll play queen a5 and rook d8, but that doesn't feel good enough, to defend them, because you'll also have some problems in the back rank. So I think was knight takes e5 the best move for Nihal, or was it d takes e5? Just wanna clarify there.
I think both are similar, but I think, of course, the structure does change, because da5 now, at least the d6 pawn problem has vanished. But white could anyway put the queen on d6. And it's a bit uncomfortable, right? I mean, I can't develop the queen to these two squares. So either choice was not completely convincing for Nihal, and he chose the one that came naturally to him. But now queen a5, look at Nihal. He knows what to do, finds the best move in just a minute. And now the question, first question to chat, can you gobble up that pawn on d6, Sahaj?
Absolutely not. I mean, I don't even have to justify it. No ways. Like, there is no chance. You have knight takes e4 is hanging, no, firstly?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And suddenly, Sahaj, black's pieces seem, they feel like they're in Disneyland right now. Everybody is happy, enjoying. The bishop has opened up. This knight is under a pin. The queen is attacked. This is a check. And this is where you basically resign the game. So one wrong move and the game is over.
Yep, that's what we call a poisoned pawn, essentially. So, of course, don't take it. We have to go short castle instead, go for the safer approach. Maybe you can go for queen d6 in the next move, because the pawn on e4 is not hanging anymore, because the knight is not pinned. So now, after short castle, my question to you, how do you defend that pawn? Because surely you're not going knight e8. Now, knight e8 just looks bad.
Oh, that's horrific, actually. And that blocks the rook in. And yeah, maybe rook d8 is my plan at the right moment. Maybe I would also love to take on f3, Sahaj, because, this tension is getting a bit awkward for me. Because let's say I play rook d8, even if there is no tactical refutation right now, after one of the rook comes to d1, again, I'm facing those tactical issues. So maybe knight takes f3, bishop takes f3, and then rook d8. And it's not ideal, but at least I'm holding on to my pawn, and I do have a reserve defense as well with bishop f8.
But you have to be very careful here, Tikubhai, because I have this ever-longing threat of knight d5.
Oh, wow.
And remember that queen takes d2 is not a check. So when you put your bishop on f8, that knight on f6 is hanging. So rook d1, bishop, some tactics, in the air there could be a bit problematic. Like, for example, knight d5, you take the queen, I'll go knight f6, king g7, and then I can go knight h5 check, I think, just to disrupt your pawn structure, and then just take the queen, essentially, on
yeah, and this is very, very good for white. In fact, there's also better. You can take the queen, and if king f6, there is e5 check, which is just taunting the black king at this point, yeah?
Imagine king takes e5, yeah? In king takes e5 is the only move, I think. Bishop g5, and that's a mate on the center of the board. Rook e1 is mate.
and we thought queens were needed for an attack, Sahaj. I mean, that's old, cliche, outdated information now. So I feel
Rook E1 is not mate, but King F5 is going to be there. But then H4, G4, I mean, for sure that's going to be a mate like very, very soon. So not an easy position. It's very easy to go wrong if you miss this knight d5 tactics. But of course, Nihal will spot this, in 1 second in bullet itself. And this is classical. Goes for Rook AD. He goes for short castle.
He goes for castle. But you have done your puzzle rush today. I hope all the players have as well. And now castles. So what does black do? I think we discussed knight takes f3, bishop f3 and rook d8. Any other move that comes to mind? Because I feel like I'm out of choices because I need to keep this pawn defended very soon.
100%. I think when the balance is not in your favor, the options you have are always going to be a bit limited because you have to play accurate moves to keep the, let's say, the imbalance as it is, so it doesn't increase for your opponent. So rook d8 makes a lot of sense. Knight takes f3 and rook d8 makes a lot of sense. That pawn on d6 has to be defended by something. Like knight and not by the knight, of course. We have the example of Pranesh, don't move the knight too many times. Plus the knight on e8 is, it just feels like a very passive piece. It also discoordinates the rooks as well. You won't be able to connect them for a very, very long time. He takes on f3, very, very logical, active move. And now I think an immediate bishop takes f3 is incoming from the world champion. And there it is. And now rook d8.
Yep. They are playing very quickly. I'm really impressed by how well he's prepared.
It's still his prep, I think. He's still in prep.
Yeah. And there it is. Yeah, instantly rook d8. I mean, it's his prep. He understands the position so well. Gukesh must be thinking, where are my winning chances, Sahaj? Like, if you were to look at this position, you are in the shoes of Gukesh right now. You have the white pieces. What is your long-term plan to create winning chances here?
Well, I was in a similar situation last year against an international master, I believe, from India. His name is Nikhil Dixit. And he also surprised me with this e4, d6 stuff. And kind of a similar thing happened where I took the pawn on e5. And my immediate thought was that such a position, if it stays complicated long enough, I will either have less time or Black's play is just very, very easy here. Bishop e6, queen b4, like all moves are just flowing. The d5 at the right moment. It feels all very natural. So my instinct was just to try and equalize, simplify the position. And okay, I was okay with a draw. But it's Gukesh.
Yeah.
That's not on his mind.
I think we can all recall multiple instances, Sahaj, not just this year, last year, and even in 2024. Even if he has a simple position which gives him a slight edge, he will go for the complications, except even a slightly worse position just to keep those winning chances alive. So I don't think that's going to change. We've seen changes in Gukesh's off-board strategy, but the on-board strategy likely to remain the same. So he's going to find that way to complicate matters. So as he thinks, maybe it's time to look at the game of Noderbek versus Hans, the exciting game. By the way, move number 9 and a dubious move. Okay, maybe it is still prep. I'm pretty convinced of that. But Bishop E2 by Noderbek Abdusattorov.
I think he's also played short castle, if I'm seeing this right.
No, not yet. Not yet, I think.
I think he has. I see it on the... maybe, I'm not sure. But Bishop E2 was... I mean, he spent around
we have it.
10 minutes on this move. And that usually means it's not your prep. And it was let's say a dubious move to say, and black can take on c4. We were talking about this, that if the bishop is on f1, it can take on c4 in one go. But now you're technically wasting a move with bishop e2 and bishop c4. And now you see the point of that a6 move that Hans played all those, moves ago. b5 coming with the tempo. Bishop is forced to retreat, I think, back to e2 or b3 maybe. Bishop b3, question, let's say, because d3 is not possible because there's knight b4.
Ooh,
Bishop d3, knight b4, and I'm choosing black 100 out of 100 times. But bishop b3, knight b4, next move bishop b7, I think beautiful position for Hans. Already.
If you can manage e5 and long-term, play c5, it feels like black is the one gaining space in the center on the queen side. So Hans Niemann should be very happy, and let's not kind of forget about the time situation right now. Hans is 10 minutes ahead with the black pieces. And it feels like maybe he should be very, very happy out of the opening, Sahaj. And Noderbek, maybe it's his opening prep, but right now, on paper at least, Hans Niemann very comfortable.
100%. I think he would feel super, super happy with this outcome. Maybe knowing Noderbek and, following him for quite some time, I think maybe his plan is to not take back on c4. Now, I don't know what his plan is, but it has to be something that complicates the position even further. Maybe it's knight e4, maybe it's e4, but I don't think he is just going to go for the simple bishop takes e4. That's not Noderbek. I think maybe knight e4.
Ooh, 94. That looks interesting.
Can we complicate? Yeah.
Okay, I take. You take with the queen.
Take with the queen.
And now you have the potential to bring the queen towards the king's side, right? So there is potential.
This looks more like Northern I think, because you don't have b5 anymore because the knight on c6 hangs. I think f5 is a move you would consider here just to kick the queen away. But that pawn, like firstly, it's a golden pawn. That pawn on e6 becomes weak. The ideas of e5 are always bad now. This feels more like a Northern position. Maybe that's his plan.
And now he can switch back, and suddenly when you do pick up on c4 at the right moment, then suddenly this entire structure for black looks a bit dubious. So I think an important decision here for Northern coming up after Hans Niemann takes the pawn on c4. That's the move he's definitely considering here. An important game, because let's keep in mind, both these players could potentially win the event, have high hopes. Hans will, of course, be playing the Olympiad this year for the first time, Sahaj. So this is an important year for him.
Absolutely. I think the US team just got so much stronger because of it, I think. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to follow and commentate on those games. A question for you, Tiku Bhai. If I don't play DC4, let's say I believe you, it's Northern. If I was sitting across him, I would also believe him in the sense that knight e4, okay, maybe it complicates the position a bit too much. What if I just say I don't want to complicate? I don't want any imbalances on the board. Let's play knight to b4 because that queen on c2 is, okay, not really hanging in the air. It has to move somewhere. Let's say you go to b1 or b3 or something. And then I play something like c5.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, this I feel is more balanced.
I do like it. If I can manage this with your pieces kind of not coordinated, right? I mean, the bishop's kind of loose. There are some tactics here. D takes c5 maybe is kind of forced. Bishop takes. And the bar does suggest that white is better, but it's not so clear why, right? Because if I take on d5, you can take with the 9. I mean, black is a happy man. So what is white's plan here, Serge, that might potentially work for him?
That's what I'm thinking as well. Maybe it's knight a4.
Oh, yes.
I'm not sure if it's working.
Because now the bishop can't go here. The knight is hanging.
Yes.
And the bishop has to drop back somewhere.
And
here.
that's not ideal, yeah? Because you want that bishop on that a7, g1 diagonal. So you can play d4 at the right moment.
Yes, and c5, Sahaj. Look at this move. c5, attacking the knight b6 coming in. I can always support this with rook c1 and b4. And suddenly, white is really pushing hard on the queen side. So that knight a4 move is tricky to see, but there is potential for Hans to go wrong as well. Complicated position.
So basically, anything Hans does in this position, the position is going to be complicated. That's why he played bishop e2. I think it was a conscious decision. Because he saw knight e4 and he saw, okay, there is no clear way for black to kind of equalize and also it throws off Hans. He's no longer in prep anymore.
Yeah, and the only game where the bar, okay, it's a minute difference, but it's slightly in black's favor. So good to note for the future. A result.
I feel Northern did this against Gukesh as well. I think in the Prague Masters where he got that really worst position out of the opening, and I think similar strategy could be employed here as well.
Agreed. And this game is exciting. Hans, by the way, his first. Well, not a long thing, but at least a decent thing here by Hans Niemann. So let's jump to the game of Arjun versus Andrekin. And after a4, look at this. Finally, Arjun castles, and only then he does play h6 because he knows if you play this move before castling, g4 is incoming.
Exactly. Now, imagine if Arjun had played like bishop a2 or something. There is no way Andrekin plays h6 there because then g4 is like automatic, and then g4 just looks so much riskier. It's a strategy you do use a lot in the Italian, but for the black side. So, for example, you play h3 and h6. You wait for black to castle. You wait for yourself to castle because black can also play g5. Which can also be a bit risky. But can Arjun play g4 now? Just wondering because it's Arjun.
See, I will not be shocked. I will not be shocked that move happens. But unlikely, I think Arjun has also had these circumstances, right? I remember that Tepe segment tournament. It was the last round. I think he was playing Andy Woodward, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. And he wanted to win the event outright. Magnus was out on his heels. And he went for something absolutely insane. Pushed all these pawns. I think 6 out of the 8 pawns were on the 5th rank or something. It was an insane game. And he suffered. And he barely held on at the end by a blunder from Andy Woodward. So I think maybe he can be a bit pragmatic and doesn't need to go all guns blazing instantly. But I do agree with you. Like, if there's some crazy idea, he might just find it. I remember that move, King H4, in the middle game he played at some point in that game.
Oh, yes.
So
yes.
capable of anything. If there's a crazy idea, he will find it.
Absolutely. I think we'll have to wait and find out. But for now, I think Arjun looking, I think he has slightly more comfortable position. He has more time on the clock, but the position is not going to be dynamic. He can't castle on the long side anymore. I mean, thinking that was his plan all along. And now it's not easy to come up with moves. I mean, you generally speaking in the Italian structure, you want your pawn on a4, you want your pawn on b4 because you want to put pressure on the queen side from the white side. And now we kind of understand why Andrekin played those a5 a4 moves, because he already is putting a clamp down on the queen side. No more play anymore.
Yeah, this is that sort of idea you underestimate at first, right? You think maybe it's nothing, and then 10 moves deep down, you realize, okay, this had a very serious long-term plan. And now Rook E1, which to me feels like the most natural move in the position, but also the tension is not resolved in the center ahead. So I'm still wondering, will Arjun ever take on F6 or E7 and simplify the position? What does Black do now? Because while White's move were difficult to find, that's the case for Black as well. Does he play Rook E8, a normal move, or what do you think is Black's plan here?
I think Rook E8 feels logical. I also want to play Queen D7, but I feel like it's too much of a commitment. I think just Rook E8 is simple enough. And with the idea of Bishop F8, and you keep you try to be flexible as much as possible. I mean, with Arjun's move, Rook E1, there is no direct plan, but you're just waiting. You're just seeing how your opponent develops. And Rook E1 is a type of move that can never be bad for White. So plus maybe it helps in the long run to play D4 because your E4 pawn is defended. But for now, all pieces, I think this is the only game where all pawns are still on the board.
Agreed. And I think we are 11 moves in, and already Andrekin has used up 20 minutes. We've not seen, by the way, we had a comment in the chat as well. We've not seen Andrekin compete as much as at the top level. So imagine Andrekin winning this event. I mean, that's going to open up a world of invites for him here. So I think this is an important event for Dmitry Andrekin.
Absolutely. And looking at the position, wishing the best for him, hoping he can, try and equalize here. But I feel it's too early to tell this game, because so much can happen here. So many exchanges can happen. So many trades can happen. And it's Arjun. Yeah, I'm also predicting some Queen C1, Bishop takes F6. I wouldn't be surprised, if it is Arjun after all.
Agreed. So both the players deep in thought. Now jumping to the game of the world champion versus Nihal Sareen. I think this is where we left it, Sahaj, after that knight exchange, right? And Nihal quickly blitzed out Rook to D8. And Gukesh is still thinking. He's still thinking. He's had a very long think here. So the world champion really trying to decipher the secrets of the current position. What is going on in his mind? Look at Nihal Sareen, as chill as they come, Sahaj. Like, he's not stressed, not a single sweat on his, forehead. Gukesh, however, a bit more serious, bit more focused, and he's wondering what to do in the position.
I mean, he should be stressed, I think, in a position like this, because Nihal right now has an hour and 26 minutes on the clock, but he showed up like 3 minutes late. So basically, he has spent no time thinking about the position, implying that this is still his prep. And if this is still his prep, the next move for Nihal, Bishop E6, Queen B4, D5. You give me just two moves, Bishop E6 and Queen B4. I'm choosing Black here each time. I will gladly try to play that Knight D5 idea and go into, an equal endgame.
So let's play through this, Sahaj. Let's say I'm going to pass my moves, right? So it's me playing, not Gukesh now. And for me, at least, I could totally imagine just play King H1, King G1.
No, King H. Come on.
Let's say Black has two extra moves. Okay, King H1.
Bishop E6.
Bishop E6. And now King G1. And you can already see the bar drop. And now D5 is already possible. And this is the kind of position where Black could even take over, because suddenly the Rook's file opens up, the Knight will take, so the Bishop opens up, and you could have a structure where you could have double pawns and even potential for Black here.
100%. But D5 also simplifies matters. I mean, if such a situation ever happens on the Nihal board, I think he's not going to play D5 immediately, because he will play Queen B4. He will try to improve the position as much as possible before he plays D5. At least that's my feel, because it's not easy to come up with moves for White. You're saying King H1, King G1. I mean, what do you play? Instead of that? Because if you play Rook A D1, you are saying that pawn on A4, where the black queen is sitting, that knight on C3 is just completely tied down to that pawn. So that's a committal decision. Plus the B2 pawn is also in some pressure, at least, with, looking at that Queen B4 idea that's always hanging in the air. If you go Rook F D1, I mean, if we think about logically in this position, one rook should be on e1 and the other should be on d1. So
Agreed.
both of the files are open, both of the rooks are there. So it feels unnatural to play this.
Yeah.
I think great prep by Nihal overall.
And I think chess, sometimes you worry too much about engines, Sahaj, and I think it's all about practical play. And, all the players yesterday during their player shoots were asked, how do you compare intuition versus what the engines tell you? And I think everybody had this joke where they said, okay, you can't argue with an engine. So if I'm at home, I'm going to trust the engine, of course. But over the board, when I'm out of preparation, I think my intuition is number one priority. Because even if somebody could tell me, okay, the engine says this is the best move, I'm going to still trust my intuition because I understand how to play in those structures. I think right now, Nihal, you can see how relaxed he is. Yeah, I feel like commentating in that pose, sitting back, relaxing, no stress on his face right now, and Gukesh holding his face in his hands. So we discussed rook a d1, rook f d1. Any other moves that come to mind?
Actually, no. Like maybe bishop d4 is one of them, but wait, this knight takes c4 is not hanging. Knight takes c4 is not hanging, but bishop d4 comes to mind. But then queen b4, ideas like queen b4 become very, very dangerous because now knight takes c4 is a very real threat because that d4 bishop is hanging. So creating a plan here, and you mentioning that there is no additional time. Gukesh could be in time pressure in this game already. I mean, you are seeing move 12. There's almost a half an hour difference between Nihal and Gukesh already, and it's move 12.
Wow.
So 28 more. I mean, there is no additional time. There is no 28 moves.
Actually,
that's it.
So anybody joining in right now, chat, basically, there is no extra time coming in on the 40th move. That's basically the big thing about Chennai GM Sahaj. And I feel like all the players have to adapt to it. So it's going to be exciting to see how they manage their clock here. And meanwhile, we see Nihal deep in thought, not looking at the board though.
Absolutely. Nihal, I think, is super relaxed, super chilled. I think as he should be, because he did all the work at home, I feel, and it is paying off with dividends, with the next few moves also coming in so naturally. Maybe while Gukesh thinks, let's take a quick look at Arjun versus... Actually, no, let's go to Northerbek.
Yes.
Because Northerbek took that pawn on c4.
He did exactly what we expected. He takes c4. The bishop has moved once and now has to move again. And now b5 as you predicted correctly. And the bishop drops back to e2. So imagine being the bishop, right? I could have gone to e2 in one move. I had to come here, then here, then here. And suddenly black is now going to play bishop b7 on a beautiful diagonal. Knight b4 in the air, e5 in the air. If I had to choose a side, I might choose the black pieces already.
No, I'm choosing black 100% in it, because knight b4, c5 and e5 alone is enough to convince me in this position. So I'm still wondering, whether this was something he misremembered or whether he was caught in prep, because I was expecting knight e4 instead of bishop c4. That would have complicated matters a bit more, I think, in the game. But now it feels like black just got that extra tempo. Firstly, of course, this bishop e2, bishop c4, which lost a tempo. Then he retreated that bishop back to e2. So that's two moves of a concession. And I think just a natural looking move, bishop b7. And I'm just throwing the ball to you. What do you play?
Okay, so let's kind of go through a few moves, right? So let's say I'm worried about knight b4. That's definitely on my mind. So I'm going to play a3 to at least discourage you from playing b4. So do you go with e5 instantly and break open in the center while my rooks are not connected? Or do you even improve a bit more somehow?
I think play e5. I think it's perfectly positioned for that. Also with a3, you stopped me from playing knight b4 and c5 as well, which would have been my, let's say plan, like the second plan in this position. But e5 looks very, very tempting. If you take on e5, I capture back with the knight takes e5 and maybe rook takes e5 as well.
Oh, that is insane, Sahaj. I mean, this is an attack building up, which nobody, at least the white player, does not want to see.
This is an attack that's done on... I mean, you know those sacrifices we used to do with bishop h2, bishop g2, the double Greek sacrifice, as they used to call it. Something like that could actually happen on the board.
Wow, this could be a masterpiece coming in from Hans Niemann if things go his way. So Northerbek has to be on guard here. And even I think the time situation not favoring him, the board not favoring him. But of course, you can never discount him. Yeah, he's always on guard. He is one of the strongest players in the world right now. Has had a fabulous 2026. So he, of course, will be absolutely accurate. And we have seen that, Sahaj. Whenever he's on the back foot, he defends like a beast.
Yeah, I think that's one of his best skills. Like he can defend really, really well, especially in complicated positions. But this doesn't feel like a complicated position to me now, because I feel like if he had kept the pawn on c4, if he went for the imbalance, yes, I could more or less agree. But in Ragozin, if you get e5 successfully or if you get c5 successfully, at the very least it's equal. This is why Ragozin, by the way, is one of my main weapons as black. And I always loved playing it as long as, I get to play e5 at the right moment, which I think he's going to get regardless of what happens. By the way, quick updates on the Arjun board, because an interesting move was played there. Because you remember he played that a5, a4. And now Arjun says, after rook e1 and rook e8, so, flexible moves there, he goes for b4.
Sorry to interrupt you, but is this a glitch? What is this? I mean, how did the pawn capture that?
At least Andrekin knows that, en passant is post.
Yeah.
So he just goes for it. Pawn takes b3 and pawn takes b3 as well. And now I think he's regaining control of the queen side, because now he can start pushing those pawns. b4, a4, a5. Looks quite nice for Arjun there. And once again, question for Andrekin. Where are you moving your pieces?
And that's a good question, Saj. And also I think, this is such a rare move here, b4. Because we are always looking to capture towards the center. That's what every chess manual will tell you, right? Capture towards the center. But this is where the class of a top player we can see in action. So it's okay to capture away from the center, because the pros kind of outweigh the cons in this specific position. You learn the rules and then you learn how to break them. I love this decision. And now, as you mentioned, Arjun could not push on the queen side. Now he can. Potentially has the open c file as well, and
that potential a passer as well.
Yeah,
that pawn on a6 could be a bit dangerous. Okay, no one is stopping me. In this sense. In fact, I think at some point Andrekin would have to play knight b8 at some point, because he will be forced to play knight b8 when b5 hits at inevitably. So he has to prepare well for it. I don't like that knight sitting on d5 from Andrekin's perspective. But I like this move, knight b8, kicking with c6 and maybe trying to regain control of the center with a move like d5.
If you can manage d5 at the right circumstances, that will give you a lot of control. Opens up your bishop as well. So black's pieces come into the picture. So let's see how Andrekin handles this. Right now, Arjun coming up with best move after best move, has a 99 accuracy right now, looking great for Arjun Erigesi. And meanwhile, I think let's jump to the Firuzja Pranesh game, because we've not had a look at it for a while. And this is where we left it, Sahaj, right? I think knight f8, if you're wondering about the journey of this knight, the kind of stories it can share with us, jumping across the world. And now pawn to a5 we saw. Knight comes to d7 again. Bishop e3. Castles finally. And now queen to d2. And in fact, g4 here again was the best move. With queen d2, he is signaling some, kingside ambitions, but maybe not the best choice in that particular position.
Actually, I think queen d2 is an inaccuracy in this position. And I think g4 was one of the only moves to take an advantage. So it just goes to show how complicated the position actually is. And we also see that move a5 that Pranesh played, a couple of moves back. It does give Firuzja the option of playing b5 or b6 and inevitably opening up the b and c lines. With that, you can never castle on the long side, number one. Plus some pressure on the b2 pawn on that diagonal.
Yeah.
Some pressure for sure. And again, like if you played g4, again, where is your king castling? Is it going to go to f1 and just stay there? Yeah, that's maybe the safest place for the king to be.
Yeah, I think I can relate to Pranesh, really here. I would not play g4 at all, because as you mentioned, that b5 move opens up the queen side completely. And the king side is not safe. The queen side is not safe. I don't know where my king will go. And of course, the center will not be safe for long, because black could, as you mentioned, just play these pawns forward and it could be a dangerous attack coming in. Just f5, e4, knight e5, knight f3 is goodbye to your queen side. So I think you have to be accurate here, and this is going to be sharp very, very soon.
Can I play e4 anyways? Like e4, knight e4, knight e5. I'm just trying to, think like Firuzja here.
So which move right now?
e4, just e4 straight. Directly. I think that must be bad, but just want to see if there's enough compensation. Knight e5, yeah. I mean, your king is a bit, I think, weak in this position, and f5, f4 is still hanging in the air.
Bishop e2, maybe I try to hold on, like controlling all these squares. And
Maybe
then
it's a bit unnecessary. I had to just sack the pawn for no reason. Bishop g4 looks good, but this is already not what I had intended in the position. I was hoping for some knight f3, whether it's a check or not, I was just hoping to put my knight there at some point. But since it's not happening, I would go for something like f5 or b6 in this position. Which one is better? Is f5 or it has to be f5, right?
Yeah, f5 looks very interesting, of course. I'm just wondering, maybe because white has not committed his king, maybe your b5 move also looks very interesting. But I think both the moves looking very logical, Saj, and that's a good sign for Firuzja here, that I think queen d2 was really an inaccuracy in the position. I think gives black valuable time to open up the queen side if he wishes, and also try to open up the king side. So both options are viable for Firuzja.
Wow, that's a good option to have. I think both pawn moves working for him. And I think he's locked in. Look at that focus, razor sharp. I think he's definitely calculating something between b6 and f5. Those two moves are the moves that are possible. Only logical moves I feel that are there. By the way, some updates on the Norderbeck versus Hans board. He has developed his bishop to b7.
Ooh, the best move again. He did take 7.5 minutes, Sahaj, but I think he's found the best plan. And as we discussed,
I think Norderbeck is in trouble here. I don't know. I feel like this is already doesn't look pleasant at all. You cannot really play e4 because there's knight b4 ideas, there's e5 ideas. Both, I think e5 also looks very strong here, no? Like d5, knight d4 would be just killing.
Oof, this is just scary, yeah?
Yeah, very, very scary.
h2.
Like all the pieces kind of, putting in together.
I have to agree with you, Saj. I think even though the bar says minus 0.3 or something, I would have to agree practically. It does look like black's moves are quite free-flowing. The moves are obvious. And for example, like I might think, okay, like rook a d1. Like, it seems like a logical move because I'm putting my rook opposite the queen. That should prevent e5, but no, e5 is the best move anyways. So that tells you that bishop on d2, bishop on e2, kind of passive right now, and black is the one driving the play.
I think the only way I can now justify this position is if in some scenario, I don't take on e5. Let's say if you played e5, I can just leave the pawn there on e5, and maybe I would want you to take on d4 instead. Now, I cannot do that if I don't play a3, because after e5, my plan is not to take the pawn on d4. My plan is to play e4 rather. Because that invites those Greek sacrifices like on the board. I mean, there's definitely pressure on the king side, so you would have to play bishop d3 now.
Yeah. To prevent e4. That's a good point, actually.
And so this basically means that it's one of the only moves. And now I don't know.
Bishop has to move again. So I'm not sure how it feels about, constant. It has covered every square. It's gone to e2 thrice. It started on f1. It's gone to c4 and it will go to d3. So every square in the book covered.
Maybe he took a page out of that game of Firuzja, because he also looks like he has a slightly better position, and just the bishop is following him, in this sense.
And we did a social media challenge, Sahaj, I think the organizer of the event did, and they asked the audience to kind of share a story for the players, if they have some words, and different people kind of shared stories for their own favorites. And there was one comment I really liked, and I think this comes from what a fan shared with Lewis Hamilton. He is a world champion, multiple-time world champion at F1, but then struggled for a few years. And somebody told him, remember who you are. And that's the comment somebody had for Gukesh as well in the comments. I really love that. At the end, Gukesh dominated 2024. Can he bring back the old Gukesh? And that's the point here. But right now, 51 minutes for Gukesh. And it feels like he's having one of the longest things already. Pressure on the world champion.
I think pressure is a small word, because you are looking at, I'm just looking at the clock now. I'm not even looking at the position. The position does seem very, very difficult, because there is no clear plan for Gukesh as such. And, I was just thinking about it. Even if you wanted to simplify, like with knight d5, you cannot even do that now. Because knight d5, there is queen takes queen, knight takes knight check, bishop takes knight, bishop takes queen, and then the b2 pawn hangs.
Yeah.
So you cannot even simplify here. So a very, very tough position for Gukesh in this sense. Because for me, I did have that chance to equalize and just say, okay, fine, you got me.
And also like for the first time, being undeveloped helps you. That defends the b7 pawn, rook b1, and the bishop can simply drop back. and you don't have the b7 pawn hanging. So the bishop actually doing a star job there by not developing in the game at all.
It's a great lesson. Yeah, great lesson. Sometimes
Stay at home.
Not exactly. Stay
at home.
Work from home.
The best lesson in the world. And that's the lesson Gukesh, of course, playing from home as well. That's very interesting. I thought maybe he'll stay at home, but he's staying at the hotel, of course. And he came in 2 or 3 days early as well. Like came in very early. So very interesting here, Gukesh, how he's handling, how will he handle the Chennai GM tournament overall. And Sahaj, kind of comparing the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters to the other events, classical events, they have usually 9 rounds. This has 7. So that basically means if you lag behind, there's less time to catch up. The start really matters. We discussed the time control, 90 plus 30, no additional time coming in. So once you are under time pressure, you are there in pressure until the end of the game. So I think we're going to see more results, more exciting chess. And of course, the players who potentially lose, let's say round 1 or even round 2, have to strike back instantly. So maybe more results to catch back and more, exciting games.
This is exactly what adds on to the pressure for Gukesh, simply because, you get, it's round 1, you're playing with the white pieces, you're expecting, some solid play by your opponent where you can try to press as, from the white side, and suddenly your opponent throws perk defense, something maybe you looked at recently, maybe you didn't, and now you can't even if you wanted to equalize, you can't equalize. I mean, not saying that Gukesh should equalize it. I mean, on paper, he is much, he has, I see a 0.4, 0.5 advantage for him, but the moves are not easy. Like if we look at the moves, Rook F D1, Bishop D4 are the, the ideas that he should play. But then what? You're not threatening anything.
Yeah.
And such moves are so hard to play, by hand. Like hand moves are Bishop H6, Rook A D1. Those are hand moves. And I think all of those are giving some concession to black.
And I really like how you mentioned that white is, slightly better. And I agree. I think it does look like white has central control. But if, some of my friends are watching, Sahaj, who are barely 400 rated, I think, shout out to those guys. How would you explain to them, why is white better here? Why does the bar favor white? Why is that 0.5 edge, displayed for the white pieces? Even though, as we discussed, black is just 2 moves away from potentially completely equalizing.
I think you kind of answered your question there. But I think we can just say that just based on one reason alone, in chess, we try to control the center. We try to occupy the center, control the center. That's one of the main principles of chess. White has a pawn on the center of the board, black does not. That's why you mentioned Bishop E6 and D5, because it breaks the center for black. And wow, some hesitation there from the world champion. He was going for a move and then he went back. A little bit of hesitation, but I think he was going for the bishop on E3. I think he was going to play bishop D4, which, by the way, is the best move in this position. But he would have 47 minutes after move 12.
Oh,
I just want to mention that because 47 minutes after move 12 is... That's some trouble.
That is trouble indeed. And I think the time pressure is going to play on...
Bishop H6. See, these are the logical looking moves, but each move gives a concession here.
Wow. So Bishop D4 is what we were thinking about, but he goes the other way, Sahaj. And of course, logically, it makes sense. You want to weaken the black king side. And let's say in an ideal scenario, if black were to take queen takes x6, suddenly all these dark squares are weak for black. Even if there's no attack, I know I will have some potential. The rooks coming to D1 and E1. The king side will be a hotspot for till the end of the game. But he took 31 minutes and 26 seconds for that move, Sahaj. I have to ask you this question. If this was bullet chess, he could have played this in 31 seconds, maybe 2 seconds actually. So 31 minutes, that's a long thing from Gukesh.
Of course, I think he's a bit, he's trying to, convince himself, what should be the approach in this game. And Bishop H6 in some sense is saying that, okay, whatever happens, without that bishop on G7, you have little chance to push in this position. So he does kind of simplify, which makes sense. Now, my question is, can Nihal play Bishop? Now, Bishop H8, I don't think it can be a good move. But based on the tournament, based on how the game has gone, you could try it. Now, can we try it?
Ooh.
Wait, no. No ways.
Chat,
no
we
ways.
have to ask you this.
No way.
Bishop H8 is a huge blunder. So any comments on how white can win this? Sahaj, if you want to offer chat a hint.
We may have talked about this idea maybe 30 seconds ago, but memory game is not very strong here. But it's a beautiful, beautiful move. Absolutely, Rakesh bhai in the chat is telling us knight d5, attacking the queen and threatening mate in one. If you go queen takes queen and intermezzo, not knight f6 but knight e7 and GG, my good sir.
It is
Now, if this was bullet, would Nihal at least for a second consider at least bishop h8, right? You
100%.
would consider it because your opponent
100%.
is offering the trade. You're saying no, I don't want to trade. Some plans there, okay, but the likelihood of this is very, very little. What
Yeah.
other moves does he have? Bishop e6 maybe?
Yeah, I think bishop e6 makes a lot of sense because we've been talking about this idea, right? Bishop e6 and d5, long-term plan for black to completely neutralize the game. And that makes sense. If Gukesh were to take on g7, I take with the king. I also have control the h6 square now, so the queen cannot hop into h6. And next, slowly but surely, d5 is in the air. So I think black very close to equalizing the game. But again, I come back to the time usage, I think, Sahaj. I feel like Gukesh used up a lot of time and Nihal actually having his first think of the game now.
Because probably bishop h6 was not on his radar.
Yeah.
Because that's I mean, he probably knows bishop h6 is not very good. Because I think the engine was looking at bishop d4 and all those kind of complicated positions. But Gukesh, I think, made the practical choice here. To play bishop h6, and I see a massive update incoming on the Nordirbek game. So let's jump quickly. What happened there? a4.
Wow, look at that. Sahaj bhai, that's a big inaccuracy from Nordirbek actually. Somehow all his moves have that question mark and exclamation mark attached to it, and we thought he's going to play a3 to control the b4 square, and in complete contrast, after a 10-minute think, he gives away the b4 square forever.
And you are supposed to play knight b4 or you're supposed to play b4? Because both of them kind of look good for black, but I'm leaning more towards I'm leaning more towards b4 because I'm not really sure where that knight on c3 is going. Because you can't go to a4 anymore, which was my go-to square.
And if b1, I mean, this should be lost. This should be borderline lost because the knight has no squares. So you're kind of forced to go to e5, right? e4, that's the only square.
Discovered attack ideas, there's nothing there. I don't know, knight f5 looks good, f5 looks very good as well. Oh, he plays b4, by the way, immediately. Oh, well, after a 5-minute thing, but he is ahead on the clock and much better with the black pieces. And this is quite rare, I would say, in a classical game for black to be this much better after move 13. It's quite unusual.
I would say this is probably the first time I've ever seen Nordirbek struggle with the white pieces in the first 10 moves of a classical game in 2026. I've never seen this happen. And move by move, I think his accuracy is dipping down 95 now for Nordirbek after just 13 moves, in complete contrast to Hans, who was an accuracy of 98.4. So, and look at the body language. Hans feeling very confident right now. Nordirbek, of course, what does he do? 94 is pretty much automatic, right? You don't even want to consider knight b1 here. That's literally, look at the bar, how it dips after knight b1. +2 evaluation for black.
And you are not down any material.
Yeah.
No material loss, but still you are still minus. That shows how badly, placed, how uncoordinated the pieces are in white's camp. The knight on b1 is, of course, the culprit in this position.
You can resign here, yeah? I think this is an attack coming in.
Yeah. Bishop e5 also. I'm sacking something for sure.
Agreed.
Something has to be sacked here. Okay, maybe not bishop e5, maybe rook e5. Oh, you have rook c5. Rook c5 hits the queen as well. So your queen could also potentially be trapped. That's the idea. Because I was thinking f4, but there's rook c5, I think.
There is bishop e4, there is rook c5, there is, the queen could come in at the right moment. There is knight e4 followed by queen coming in. I feel like this is just lost. So I hope Nordirbek doesn't think for that long. Quickly plonks the knight on e4, because the longer he thinks, the more I'm worried now.
Yeah, he has been thinking, he just played knight e4. So on the board, I think now we can take on e4. I think that, okay, I see the blue arrow, but for sure, this is a very natural looking move. Knight e4, queen e4. And now, since you played that move a4, I see the idea of knight a5 and knight b3. Now, I don't have to play f5, right? There is a very famous chess player who said that don't make unnecessary pawn moves ever. The f5 just feels unnecessary to me because do I have to play it? No. Because I can kick the queen without having to push my pawn. Because you're also giving some concession to the pawn on e6, I believe. My question is, why not knight a5? Because I'm defending the bishop on b7, I'm attacking your queen on e4, and I'm threatening this knight b3 idea, in the future of the game. I'm not necessarily going to take your bishop on d2, but I have something stronger. Like let's say if you go queen g4,
First of all, first question said, so Queen C2, for example, there is Rook C8, and suddenly it feels like every move for black comes with a tempo. So Queen G4 indeed, I think feels like the more accurate choice, more ambitious choice. And
I was going to say Queen G4 because there's Knight B3, and I was going to mention that there is this idea of Bishop takes F3 and Knight D2. That loses a piece.
Oh.
So you have to play Rook A D1, which is again not an ideal move, right? Because that Rook on D1 looks very badly placed. There is nothing in front of it. There is no open files. I mean, the pawn on A4 also looks a bit loose.
That's gone. That's basically gone, I think.
At some point, you're going to lose it. And I didn't even play F5. So no concession given to white here. And of course, Knight takes D2 would be a very bad move in such a position because your black's Knight is just way stronger in comparison.
Agreed.
Hans looking amazing here.
Yeah, that's a great point actually, because the bishop right now is not really doing much. In general, having the bishop pair does help, but the bishop on D2 is definitely not making his army proud right now. So going back to the live position, the blue arrow for Hans Niemann here. So far, he's played some amazing chess. Can he find this move? I think it's an automatic move to say, because you see the queen coming on the same diagonal as the bishop. You feel like there should be something for black there.
Oh yeah, for sure. Knight takes C4. I think he has just played it. Wow, with such speed as well. I like the fact that he's maintaining that 4 to 5 minute advantage. In contrast to Norderbeck, because generally when he gets into these worse positions, Norderbeck always has more time on the clock. If you remember the game in Prague Masters, the one that I was talking about against Gukesh. Gukesh had very little time, like after move 20 or so, and Norderbeck was playing faster on purpose, I believe, in that sense. So Hans is, in some sense, not allowing that.
Yeah. And now I think Knight A5, as you mentioned, in fact, the other suggestion you mentioned, F5, is also a very nice idea, because basically forces the queen to go back to C2, and then you can play Knight A5. So there are multiple ways to do this, and look at this, Sahaj. Now, the best move for white is actually, and this is weird, Bishop D3, allowing Bishop F3 as well in some cases. So just kind of highlighting the...
Wait a second. Bishop F3, Bishop H2 is a draw, no?
GF3...
Bishop H2?
No, Queen H4 actually is the move.
But Bishop H2 is also a draw, no? That's just a repetition.
Yes. It's an instant draw. So if Hans wants it, he has it. So
if only my rook was on F8.
Oh!
Rook F6, Rook H6 would have been just a checkmate there. If only.
Wow. So Norderbeck must count his lucky stars, because that rook on F8 would have been disastrous actually in that position. So multiple ways for black to take the charge here. F5 is possible, Knight A5 is possible. And of course, at some point, E5 is on the cards as well. Of course, right now the bishop is hanging, but on some day that could be an option. Norderbeck gets up. Let's see how Hans handles this. Meanwhile, jumping to the game of, I think, Gukesh, where Nihal is still thinking, Sahaj, 47 minutes for the world champion. I'm going to ask you a question now. We've seen all the 4 games in detail, right? 8 players, 4 games. How many results do you expect now looking at the positions?
I'm going to say 3 actually. It looks like out of 4 games, looks like 3 are going to be a result from the way it's looking. And it's not the Gukesh game, by the way. This one feels like we are going to equalize very soon, because 2 minor pieces have been traded off. Once black plays, D5, everything will be traded off. So maybe some small edge for Gukesh, but once you play D5, the game is basically just killed instantly. So we could see a draw here, like in the next 10 minutes itself. So here, no, but all the other 3, I think there is a result coming.
Agreed.
And what do you think?
I agree. I think 2 or 3 results is my kind of prediction as well. And right now, by the way, Queen takes H6, the move you thought about, but we were thinking, okay, maybe there are better options. But he kind of drags the Queen away from the center now to H6, where clearly the Queen is the only one attacking, right? There's no other piece. If there was a Knight on G5, a Bishop on G5, suddenly real problems now. But now Bishop E6 calmly played in just about 30 seconds by Nihal Sareen. And again, getting up for that, D5, Queen B4 idea, and very, very close to equalizing the game completely. So this is the moment, Sahaj, for Gukesh Dommaraju. He has to find an idea that keeps the game going. So what is the best plan for the world champion? If you waste a move, my hunch is black equalizes instantly?
Okay, firstly, I think black has completely equalized. D5 cannot be stopped. But if I could just magically change one thing in the position, I would change the placement of the knight and the bishop for white. Like I would put the knight on F3 and the bishop on C3. I'm so happy. I'm the happiest guy there. Because you have the dark bishop, you have got the knight on G5 like you mentioned, but sadly both of those pieces are placed in the wrong square. And it's not just that you cannot play knight G5, you don't even have a knight on F3. Think about this. To play knight G5, you have to go knight E2, D4, move the bishop, knight F3, knight G5, just to get the second piece into the attack. So there is no attack in this position, pretty much. And once D5 is on the board, everything will be traded off. And I think players can just shake hands here. So the gamble with this E4, D6 worked really well. And I think Nihal would be very happy. First game with black against the world champion, making a draw in such I think an easier way. I mean, he's only spent 14 minutes in the game.
Agreed. I think getting off the scorecard means a lot, right? You don't want to start off with a 0. It gets your, kind of mood rolling. You start feeling the pieces better. You see stuff better. I think you want to get a comfortable draw with black. That's a great result. And by the way, the ratings stay the same if they draw actually. So that's going to continue for at least one more round.
You know what? I'll take that. I'll take that because that way, we can decide it, in other games. He plays Rook F1. Oh, he's making something at least clear to Nihal. If black plays D5 now, maybe I have E5.
Ooh, E5 is actually surprisingly to me, Sahaj, a minor inaccuracy. You know what the best move is, chat? Any guesses? Any guesses? Because it's a weird move. Because D5 has an interesting problem that it cuts off the queen's access to the king's side. And now queen G5, and it's not easy to defend this. If king G7, now E5 is very strong apparently. And you can transfer the knight to the king's side and maybe come to H5 as well. And suddenly we could have a potential attack growing up.
That is a very, very good point. Yeah. You're absolutely, but I was thinking of something like H6, but it looks like I don't have time to play H6 because when you play Queen G5, you're hitting my knight, and then you play E5 immediately.
Yes.
So then H6 doesn't have as much value.
And if H6, I think Queen F4.
Yeah. This should be, I think, decent. So my question is, let's say with D5, when in the beginning of the position, when White played Queen G5. That's your point, right? You're hitting my queen on A5. It's pinned. I cannot move my pawn. Makes a lot of sense. So what I'll do is I'll play queen to B4 first. So I'll hit your pawn on B2. Maybe you'll defend it with Rook A B1 and then I will play D5. That should be simple enough, I think. Problem solved.
Yes. I think that sums it up, yeah. So just one trick there, I think, from Gukesh. So Nihal has to be careful. Queen B4 is also kind of a tricky move, right? Because you don't want to put the rook on B1. Like it's a passive rook defending a mere pawn, and you don't have the luxury of playing B3, for example, because the knight hangs. And yeah, it's an uncomfortable move to play. Rook A B1, the queen has sidestep, and now D5 again. And it's not the same this time. If Queen G5 attacking the knight, simply King G7, E5, Knight D7, and somehow the queen is again controlling a bunch of squares, and these pawns can also move long term. So very interesting.
Very importantly, in that position, Knight E2, I always have H6 because you cannot play Queen F4 anymore. You remember you were saying Queen F4. So that Queen B4 helps like in situations which I didn't even intend. So Queen B4 feels like a very natural move, as it is. So I feel we are. I think Nihal should still be very comfortable, but I do see a move thanks to the engine over here. I do see a very interesting move from White side. It is A5. So I'm guessing you are somewhat claiming that queen on. If you take the pawn on B2, I can trap that queen somehow. I do see that. That's in some sense it's possible. But I can take queen E3 now or queen D2, I guess.
Maybe E3 because I don't want to put the queen opposite the rook.
Makes sense. And now queen B4, I guess, or is because you have rook B1 incoming, and I'm a bit afraid. But that's not good. Wow.
Rook B1.
B7 is hanging.
B7 is hanging. So maybe actually the best move might be D5. And if Rook B1,
D4.
I can just D4, and also I can just pick up the C2 pawn actually. And again, like this is uncomfortable. White is one tempo short somehow, yeah.
And also Bishop D1 traps the queen. But I have D4.
Wow.
That's why it's saving the position.
Oh, that's a nice move. Nice find there, Sahaj. What a move. Yeah, Bishop D1 completely can be overlooked in that position.
But it's something that you can afford to overlook because as long as you have D4. to save the position there. So queen b4 does require some precision from Nihal, which kind of explains why he's thinking now and why he hasn't gone d5, instantly. Maybe he has spotted that queen g5 idea. And once he plays it, I still think that it is an easy simplification. On the other hand, Hans has made a decision against Norderbeck. He has gone for knight a5, and he says, if you want to put your queen on the king side, be my guest. Queen g4 is possible, knight b3 is there, but now the problem is that it's Norderbeck's choice now. If you had played f5, it would have been Hans's choice. But now it's Norderbeck's choice. What do you think he goes for?
Oh, I think that's a great point. Actually, the best way to win a chess game is to offer as many choices to your opponent as possible, because then there's a chance of going wrong. And that's what Hans Niemann is doing right now. And you can already see Norderbeck in deep thought. Yeah, he's behind now, Hans, by 8 minutes on the clock already. And to answer your question, Sehaj, I think knowing Norderbeck, queen g4 might come to him intuitively. Going back to c2, especially when all of White's pieces, this is exactly what they've been doing. Yeah, moving back and forth. Maybe queen g4 would be my choice. Sorry
to cut you off, but Firuza looks like he definitely wants to play queen g4 there, because he says, I see an attack. You can see him, observing the position there. I think he's also looking at those queen g4, bishop d3, like the ideas that you're showing on the arrows over there. And it creates an imbalance in the position, right? You are attacking my rook. Maybe I don't even defend it. Like, can I do that? Like queen g4, knight b3, just bishop. No, you have bishop f3. Bishop f3 is very annoying. That bishop takes f3 and knight takes d2 is a big problem in the position.
Yeah. And also, by the way, when Firuza was watching the game, I think even the fans in Chennai have that option. They can actually visit the venue, the hotel, and they will have the option to enter the playing hall, see the players in action. And Sehaj, I think we've seen these videos of, people in the stands of the Football World Cup, right? I think in chess, you can really get almost to an arm's distance of the players, right? That's a luxury to have, which you don't have in other sports. You can see Gukesh, feel the tension in the playing hall. I went to the playing hall once and you can feel that, grip, your mind gets a bit tense. You can't utter a word. It's pin drop silence.
I haven't been to the playing hall because I feel like it's too much for me. If I go there, like the aura of this room is just too strong.
And we'll reduce the average yellow, of the room also.
I will, of course, by a lot. So, the lowest player here is like 2,700. So this is insanely strong. So question now, queen g4 and queen c2 were the two moves. I think Norderbeck is going to take his time before he decides. 53 minutes he has to make this decision, and no extra time, no 40 move rule. So the time does, it can have some consequences. Let's say half an hour from now, 40 minutes from now, and so on and so on.
By the way, Nihal has played queen b4, Sehaj. Your move on the board, attacking the b2 pawn. Crucial moment for the world champion here. If he plays rook a b1, defends the pawn, then d5 equalizes instantly. And then your prediction of a draw is going to come to reality. The only way to play on, as you pointed out, is either queen e3. Next move, he can play a5, or start with a5 and then queen e3. He has to find this plan. That's the only way to continue the game for Gukesh. And he is thinking about 44 minutes for the world champion now.
The question for you, Sahil bhai, here. If black plays queen b4, assume your opponent is anyone, okay? It doesn't matter. And you have the same position with the same time control. They offer you a draw as black in this position. Do you take it?
Oh, that's a good question. Am I Gukesh or am I myself?
That's a mistake by the world champion. Now d5 is... So he should not have actually defended that pawn. So he doesn't play a5. But I think he's okay with simplifying the position. I don't really think this is a big mistake in the position. It's just saying, fine, you got me in prep. And I'm okay with the simplification, which honestly is a very mature decision and a very tough one for the world champion personally, because he's known for, pushing in those equal positions. And, sometimes it goes his way, sometimes it doesn't. And this, I think, is pure growth, because you accept the fact that you were out prepared. It's okay. And you're okay with a draw. You simplify and you move on.
That documentary of the Polgar sisters, right? I think I saw the documentary, and where she mentions that at some point she was stuck around that 2650 mark. She couldn't cross it. And then at some point she had to take a call on not going for the kill in every game, understanding the objectivity of the game. And that helped her curtail those losses. and just kind of save those rating points. And Gukesh, maybe this is the new Gukesh. Yeah, like if it's a draw, it's equal. He's okay, kind of taking that equal position rather than trying to create chances out of thin air, and which is okay. I think if d5, it's a draw, it's a draw. And Nihal, I think, is considering that move for sure. It's been on his mind from move one. He played d6, and now the pawn finally, 16 moves later, will come to d5.
I think he knows that Gukesh wants to take, like he's okay with the draw, that, that's why he's allowing a move like d5. And now Nihal is thinking, should I play on? Because I do have, some 25 minutes extra in this position. I did get my opponent in theory. It is a very comfortable position. Like d5 is equal, but let's say if I played something like knight d7, which keeps the game going. Yeah. I can play knight c5, I can play knight d5. I can definitely play on your time here. Because that pawn on a4 hangs, the pawn on e4, maybe some pressure there. Knight e5 hits the bishop on f3. So many ideas. Even a natural looking move like a5. What do you do then? Even that should be fine, no? It just throws the ball to you. Okay, you have less time, and it doesn't feel like the ideas are clear here for white.
Love that point by you, Sahaj. I think logically, visually at least, right? What is white attacking? I don't see a single target from white, but for black, of course, these are well defended, points for white, but it's like at least I'm attacking something. So I do get your point there. If Nihal feels and it's the extra time is a temptation, he might play on a5. Love that move, stopping this, a4 pawn, controlling those dark squares, and long term it might give Nihal some chances. Now, will he try for it? I think God knows. We'll know in the next 5 minutes or so. But it's definitely tempting to continue with that extra time on the clock.
I think if Nihal, considering the fact that he played e4 d6, he wanted to have a game on the board, and this is a game, maybe not the game that he wanted, but it is definitely a game you can play on. You can play on the clock as well. And the ideas, as you mentioned, are somewhat easier. It feels easier for black to play this position in comparison, especially because you were prepared on the day for this position itself. And besides d5, the idea of knight d7, knight c5 is so natural. Attacking the a4 pawn, attacking the e4 pawn, attacking the bishop on f3. In some scenario, you can even put the knight on c4, like knight d7, knight e5, knight c4. And all of that feels natural for black. While on the other hand, the knight on c3 is tied down, defending the pawn on a4. Rook on b1 is tied down, defending the pawn on b2. That bishop on f3 has no future. Like, it cannot do anything. The queen on h6, maybe it's active, but it's also
alone. Yeah,
it's alone. Like, it's not, and for that reason, I think it's not well placed. It should be on the queen side, defending in this sense. So what do you move then? I'm out of pieces.
Maybe the bishop, Sahaj, because I feel like it's already covered every single square on the board. F1, E2 thrice, D3,
no.
C4.
If I'm thinking what you're thinking, no. I can't. Are you stressing bishop D1? No ways.
I don't know, but I'm just kidding, of course.
No ways.
But at the end, I think I do agree with the sentiment.
But seriously, what do you play? Like king H1, king G1, or what's the idea here?
I did suggest that move. Right? No,
that is true. You did suggest it, actually.
No, I think bishop on f3 is the sad piece for me right now, honestly, because cannot attack any of the weaknesses. These pawns block it really well. So e5 is not really that tempting, right? Doesn't really open the bishop that much. So I think Gukesh right now thinking, of course, he's away from the board. So Sahaj, maybe it's time, the perfect time for a first very, very short break. Before we leave, one prediction for the Nodarbeg game. What do you see happening? Queen c2 has been played. Do you think Hans Niemann could be the leader at Chennai GM after round one? Do you think he can win this?
I think there is a very good chance. With the black pieces, two players have stood out, Nihal and Hans. I feel both of them have good chances. Nihal has more practical chances, and for Hans, I think we can see it more clearly, on a technical side on the board. We can see the bar going a bit down. We saw the ideas with c5, incoming as well. I think Hans has very good chances here, provided that he manages his time well. Because I think if Nodarbeg, I feel this is a thing with the Uzbek players, like there's a moment where they just switch on and they start playing these extremely quickly, and they will start to, take over on the clock, and that puts pressure in the long term for the opponent. So if Hans can manage that, I think he has good chances here.
I think absolutely agree. So Chad, this is the time for a first very, very short break. We'll be back on the other side with some crazy, exciting chess and potentially a few results as well. See you on the other side.
Pranesh M, one of India's brightest rising stars. Dmitry Andreikin, a battle-hardened grandmaster. Nihal Sarin, a speed chess sensation, lightning fast with razor-sharp tactical instincts. Hans Niemann, bold, fearless and unpredictable. Alireza Firouzja, a fearless super grandmaster, unleashing creativity, aggression and world-class brilliance. Arjun Erigaisi, India's attacking powerhouse, bringing explosive chess and an unbreakable fighting spirit. Nodirbek Abdusatorov, the Uzbek prodigy, combining ice-cold precision with championship-winning composure. Gukesh Dromaraju, the youngest world champion, fearless, relentless, and ready to conquer every challenge.
And we are back at the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters 2026 after the short break on day one. And we have another co-host joining us, my good friend, I am Rakesh Kulkarni. Rakesh bhai, welcome to the panel.
Thank you, thank you. And exciting chess already on day one so far. And before we jump into the positions, I want to ask you guys, out of the 4 games, how many decisive results are you guys predicting?
We've already had that gamble 4 or 5 times already. It's very hard to predict, yeah, Sahej?
I feel that number is like, I said it was 3, but I feel like it could also be 4 now.
Wow.
Because Nihal did not play d5. He did not go for that, the straight simplification he could have, which could only mean one thing. He's playing on Gukesh's time.
Yeah, that's the double. He has double the amount of time of Gukesh.
Wow. So that means our bet, or your bet, Sahej bhai, of kind of, Nihal thinking, wait, I am almost 30 minutes ahead on the clock. I have no weaknesses. The bishop on f3 has had a world tour and has still not evolved. I have no stress in the position. My queen is active. Bishop is developed. Rooks are connected. So why am I in a hurry to just simplify the position? Once you play d5, you give this bishop a purpose. You give this knight and pawn a purpose. Let me delay the position. See how Gukesh handles it for the next 5 moves. If it's still equal, maybe I always have the option of going d5 at any point.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And I just thought of a nice tactic that we can ask the chat and maybe the people in the audience as well, barring the grandmaster that I see, in front of me. Let's say white plays knight e2 in this position, right? White wants to maybe bring the knight into the attack, knight f4, whatever. Black says, wait a second, are you not giving me a free pawn? There's a pawn on a4 that's hanging. And now white plays a move queen to f4. So completely going against the idea. And now saying, okay, maybe defend your knight. And black says, okay, you're attacking my knight and the pawn like you show. And black plays king g7. Now, chat and people in the audience, white to play.
Is there a tactic or no? I can't see.
Kind of a tactic, but not.
Okay.
It kind of equalizes, but okay.
Like I would pick up the pawn, for example. Right?
That is probably the best, yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the best. So that's not the move you're offering us as bait, yeah?
I was offering e5 instead, but there's queen f4, knight f4. I thought e6 is there, but okay, it's still actually maybe it's not even working.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
So I tried to set up a position from the white side and it's still not working. That's not a good sign.
Yeah.
It's not a good sign. And normally, we talk about, what's the move number. But today it doesn't matter in this tournament. You're getting no extra time after 40 moves. There's just one time control, and that might be the Achilles heel for Gukesh here.
Absolutely. And I think the move number does matter, I think, in a classical game, in this sense that you are on move 16 and you have 31 minutes left. That's, I think, in a classical game, not ideal, especially playing with the white. It doesn't matter, I think, if you're playing with the white or the black pieces. It definitely means something in the prep went horribly wrong. And I think we can all credit that to Nihal on the first move when he plays e4, d6.
And we all know the field is packed here. We have a lot of kind comments from the audience on our social media towards the players. And one of them is, my favorite player is Arjun Erigaisi. And I hope he reaches his true potential and wins the tournament. I think, discussing Arjun, if he can also go to his game, I feel like he's missed out finishing in first place so many times, Rakesh. I feel like he has so much potential. Has been Indian number 1 in terms of number of days, if we count over the last 2 years, might be the most. But still, not winning those top level events, just misses out on the last opportunity.
100%. And if there is one tournament you want to win, if you're Arjun Legacy, it has to be the Quantbox Chennai GM. Remember, his title sponsor of this event and his own personal sponsor is Quantbox. So I think maybe this is the tournament that changes it all for Arjun.
And speaking of this, Arjun is the only player with the white pieces who's not in trouble.
Wow.
In this entire match. Like, okay, Gukesh's position on paper is fine, but he has less than half an hour on the clock. There's a difference of his opponent has more than half an hour in comparison, double the time, like Rakesh bhai mentioned. So on paper he's fine, but on the clock he's not. So every other game, white is worse. Northerbek is worse against Hans Niemann. Pranesh is worse against Firuja as well. The only one, Arjun, is pressing with the white pieces. That's a sentence you don't say often in chess.
And I think we might see some simplification, at least some resolution to this tension finally, because these bishops have been kind of staring at each other for a long time. Who's going to be the first one to buckle and capture? And also, Sahaj, we discussed this d5 move in the Gukesh game. Maybe it's a possibility here as well to just break in the center, open up this bishop, pressure b2, attack the bishop, and maybe Andrekin can also kind of equalize here. What do you think, Sahaj?
I think that's a great move. They say that when you attack on the flank, anything happens on the flank, the best way to deal with it is to break the center. So d5 makes a lot of sense. And Rakesh bhai, I want to get your thoughts on this. I see on the bar it says pawn takes d5 as the best move, but it's something that I will think maybe 5 times before I decide on playing something like this, because my pawn on e4 is very, very important to me. It's the only central pawn I have.
Yeah.
Do you take on d5 or do you just retreat with the bishop on b3?
Well, it's a tough choice. Taking also has its advantages as the e5 pawn is suddenly quite tender.
Mm-hmm.
So your bishop opens up. There's some tactic, already hovering around bishop takes knight and the center pawn is loose. But it's a big committed decision, and that's why we see Andrekin, thinking a bit. And we know both these players have a lot of online history. They play all the title Tuesday events and the 3-0 Thursdays. So nice to see them facing off in a classical game style.
Yeah, and also Sahaj, I think if you remember, we discussed this at the start of the broadcast, right? White potentially could have an outside pass pawn, and once you allow black to take here, bishop b5. First, my target is the e5 pawn, and maybe black can save this. Okay, bishop d6. Right now, black is okay.
Is it safe? Yeah, it's safe. Bishop d7, bishop d7. The rook is defending the pawn on e5, so it's safe for now. Yes,
safe for now. And then, okay, I won't take right now, but in the end game again, I have a potential pass pawn now, so maybe long-term potential for white there.
But how are you reaching the end game? Bishop d6. My pawns on the center look amazing. I think I might have some attacking possibilities with queen g6. I see bishop takes h3 also kind of, adding on to the pressure.
So let's say queen e2. So I'm going to use every single piece. If you give me time, I'll bring this one as well. So my point is to attack this pawn.
So, Rakesh bhai, any help? Some help would be nice. Maybe like d4 or queen g6. What do you think? Or do you agree with Sahil here that it's a good position for white?
I would agree. It's a good position for white. You might need to go queen g6 idea. Bishop takes pawn is in the air. So that's something you have to be worried.
If I take here, suddenly knight takes, bishop takes, and boom, there is mate in one, and the bishop is hanging. So Sahaj, maybe you're correct, yeah? Black seems to have enough counterplay, comfortable counterplay actually.
But after knight e5, you do have this option of bishop takes rook. After knight e5,
yes.
White can go bishop takes rook, but I think bishop h3 anyways, or...
Yeah.
This is just, wow. You are down an exchange, but the attack is too powerful.
Very scary.
Very, very scary indeed.
And talking about scary, you know what the best computer decision to this game is after, let's say, by the way, this is the live position. We want to set the live position first.
I think the best computer decision is to offer a draw.
That's what the computer is saying, Sahaj, because after d5, which is the most logical move, e takes, c takes, the most logical move, bishop b5, bishop d6 is forced, and if you do play queen e2, blacks, I think the most logical move is queen g6, and now it's suggesting, let's just repeat, brother, and go home, a draw.
Okay, I was completely shooting in the air there. I didn't see this repetition with knight h4, knight f3, but I think I will completely support that. I think that this would be a good outcome here. But this is why I don't like pawn takes d5. Because I feel like you're giving up some control of the center, and as an e4 player myself, that pawn is often very important piece in the position, it for space and everything. My question is, why can't I play bishop b3? Because that way I maintain the center, maybe you don't have as much attack, and I see the bar slightly go a bit down. I'm trying to figure out why. Is it because d4 doesn't make sense? I have bishop d2, that should be fine for me. What am I missing?
Yeah, it's not clear, right, Rakesh? Because I think d4 indeed is the best move.
What?
Yeah, it is the best move, which is a bit weird because I don't want to release the tension.
No ways, because I have seen these positions in Italian before where the knight, jumps, like finds its way to c4 somehow, like from f3 to c4. And then it's a wonderful, because you always have this option of playing b5. So even if d4 is a good move on paper, I think it's a tough move for black to play.
Agreed.
Overall.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Also, in this interesting match, we have youth of Arjun versus the experience of Andreykin. And also, speaking of that, like being the stats man, I have a stat of the day question for chat and everyone here, and as well as you guys. In the strong 8-player field, we have the world champion, we have the world bullet champion, so many strong players. But there's only one player in this 8-player field who has won the world junior championship. So there's only one player out of these 8 who has won the World Junior Chess Championship. So curious to see your thoughts, Sahaj. You have been a former World Youth Champion here. We have Srinath as well, who has won the World Youth. But which of these 8 players was a former World Junior Champion? And
so I know it's. I'm just going to use process of elimination. I'm thinking like a chess player here. I think Arjun. I don't think so. Like we would know that. I think Gukesh as well. I would say Nihal, no. I remember Prague winning the World Junior somehow. Like it wasn't Nihal. I think it has to be Andreykin then, because it can't be Hans, can't be Noderbek. I think it has to be Andreykin.
Yeah, Grandmaster Grover there pulling up the goods.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Method of elimination actually works. It is Dmitry Andreykin who won the World Junior. And surprisingly, Gukesh became a world champion at 18, so he didn't need to play the World Junior.
Wow, I think that is a crazy stat actually, Rakesh. And I think we all know how strong Andreykin is. I think in fact he's played the candidates before, if I'm not mistaken.
He finished third.
Wow. So I think it's not an easy game, and of course he's considering this move d5 and knowing that he's under some sort of time pressure already, right? 35 minutes on the clock. The best thing for Andreykin could be simplification maybe. I don't know, Saika, what do you think about this? But overall, if he can simplify the position, even reach that draw against Arjun, that might be a satisfying result with the black pieces for round 1.
Yeah, I think for sure it could be a good result, but Arjun is not going to. I mean, look at the way he's sitting. I mean, it doesn't look like he's in any pressure whatsoever. Yeah. Not that Arjun is, is showing his expressions ever, in that sense. But after d5, bishop e3, I think Arjun and maybe Andreykin, both of them are thinking, how can d4 be good for black? Because, and if you don't play d4, then d5 doesn't make sense, because you can always take on d5, that knight e5, all the ideas we mentioned a bit earlier. So the question is, has Andreykin, does the experience, the help in this scenario to understand that knight on f3 position is good for black, knight on c4 position is good for white. Now that requires some deep understanding of the position that comes with experience. What do you think, Rakesh bhai?
Yeah, I fully agree. And what Andreykin is actually thinking here is, if we go to the live board, just refresh there. Here, black is thinking. He's contemplating all the variations we are talking about, pawn to d5. And there's one thing similar between time and pawns. Once it goes ahead, you can't bring it back.
Oh, oof. The Einstein code's coming in. That's crazy, Rakesh. I love that one actually.
It's a big commitment if you push d5, Sahaj.
Yeah, for sure. And also in that sense, timing is of the essence too, because d5, you have to play d4. You have to follow up correctly. Otherwise, you could, like for example, after d5, bishop b3, you go d takes e4 to try and simplify matters. I think only Arjun can press here in this position, because you always, you have more space on the queen side. You can, transfer your knight to c4, try to push b5 at the right moment. And I think black just has to sit and wait, essentially, which is not ideal. Of course.
The queen is kind of misplaced. Yeah, everything is tied to defending this pawn. And white has some potential pass pawn as well. So great position for Arjun there if that were to happen.
Guys, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but Gukesh is slightly worse against Nihal, and I feel we should jump to that moment, because he played rook e8, we saw this. Now he goes queen g5, attacking the knight on f6. Nihal very calmly defends it, and now again throwing the ball to Gukesh. What do you play? There are no simplifications possible. He plays rook e3 and you can see slowly the bar is going in Nihal's favor because the moves are so tough for Gukesh to play.
And my question is, rook e3 makes a lot of sense, right? You can bring the rook to the king side, you can double up rooks, you also defend the knight. But if I kick your queen away back, Rakesh, where's the queen gonna go? Because I don't have a great square really here.
I mean, just a couple of good squares, queen f4, queen g3 come to mind, but it's still looking extremely misplaced.
Exactly. Queen f4 was my thought as well, but maybe d5 now.
Oh, the lateral pin.
And suddenly the same benefit to white that we saw Sahaj a while back, now black gets that benefit and suddenly the queen is misplaced. This rook can't come in anymore because this pawn is attacked. D4 is a threat, by the way, forking 2 pieces as well.
Ouch.
And suddenly the pieces of white are misplaced. So I think some potential here, in this position for Nihal Sarin.
Yeah, and I would also love to see the reactions of the players, if you can get the cameras of Gukesh versus Nihal. And it's interesting to see, like I was in the tournament hall at the start, Nihal was never sitting at the board.
Yeah.
Maybe he has that 10k steps challenge, but it's very interesting to see that strategy by the current world bullet champion.
I'm just I just had a random thought in my head and thought I'd just share it. That knight c3, rook e3, bishop f3, right? You could put the pieces in any font. Like you could interchange them in any way and it would be an improvement. Because the bishop would be dark, that's always better. And the knight would be like slowly more towards the king side. So it just goes to show the culprit is the knight and the bishop in this scenario, which are just very badly placed.
And let's not forget, it's 23 minutes remaining for the world champion. By the way, Nihal plays one of the most logical moves, plays rook a d8, the only piece not in the game. Now d5 will be even more impactful when it does actually happen on the board. And what is white's move? I'm thinking rook e3, maybe Sahaj, the idea was to play b3. Now that my knight is defended, at least my pawn chain is a bit more connected now.
Just b3 feels wrong to me because your bishop on f3, which is already a pretty bad piece, it just becomes worse because we're putting another pawn there on the same color. And if you look at all, the entire pawn chain, h3, g2, e4, c2, the b3 and a4, it just looks like that bishop on f3 is just one of the pawns.
Yeah.
In this scenario.
It's like a tall pawn.
Yeah.
There, as we have discussed it before, and as we see yet again, Nihal Sarin gets up from the board and says, Gukesh, you take your time, no worries. And I, being the world bullet champion, I'm going to hit you back in time pressure.
And the crazy part is, Gukesh knows Nihal is pushing now. Because Gukesh knows d5 was a simplification available. Nihal did not take it. So he is kind of pressing, using Gukesh's clock as the main source of, maybe potential blunders in the future. So 22 minutes now, Gukesh must be feeling the pressure. And Sahaj and Rakesh, we discussed, there is no additional time incoming after 40 moves. But even if there was, he still would have to play a minute a move. 18 moves in, only 22 minutes remaining, Rakesh.
That's a big problem for Gukesh. And also, maybe there's some pressure on the fact that, the world champion Gukesh is playing his first classical game as a world champion in India.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yes, you're right. That is so cool. And also, it happens to be his hometown as well. So
in Chennai, where else?
Just a cherry on top there. And by the way, he has gone for b3. If Adiban is still here, he would be very happy with this move. And we have, I think, h6. And I just peeked into the engine there. There is h6. Queen goes anywhere. Let's say, play anything you want. I'm going to play d5 as a pre-move. Even if you played queen g3, I would play d5. But my idea was, after pawn takes d5, I'm not going to capture this pawn. I'm going to play bishop f5.
Oh, wow.
That's at least what my thinking was. Because now that knight on c3 is a bit loose, the pawn on c2 is a bit loose, and you have 22 minutes on the clock.
That's a great point, actually. And Rakesh, look at this. If you're threatening takes and picks up the knight, you're threatening bishop c2, and somehow the queen is also a bit, I'm not so comfortable with the queen being on g3, has no, maybe this diagonal has some potential. And if you take on c6, for example, suddenly rook takes, pawn takes, and the c3 knight hangs, maybe there is still some chances, with this advanced pawn c takes b7 and the game goes on. But this is becoming much more complicated, basically. That is the gist of it, that there could be a result happening, which we thought was almost impossible.
True, very true. And the problem is the complications are happening when Gukesh is under 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
the bigger
yes.
question, Sahaj.
Yeah, for sure. I think you don't want to have multiple options to analyze with each, move, because you just don't have enough time. And your opponent is Nihal. I mean, who's known for, who's a current world bullet champion. So that's one guy you should not have time pressure against. But yeah, considering this whole h6, d5 and sacrificing the pawn and playing bishop f5, I feel this looks like it's going Nihal's way for now.
And yesterday when we met Nihal, we asked him, you had this 15-0 streak against Aliza Firuzja. Are you hoping to remind him of that? He said, hopefully. And that does tell you his confidence in playing very quickly, in any format of chess, and he will definitely push here. Imagine having almost 3x the time that the world champion has. So this game is exciting. We'll rush back to it very soon. But one update in the Notherberg game is, look at this. After this, look at this. Look at this position, right? Queen c2 is where we left it before the break. Now rook c8, very logical. I want to play c5 and basically attack your queen. Now comes rook a d1, pawn to f5. And now the queen has to move again. And after bishop e4, it will have to move again, Sahaj.
But where is it moving?
That's a good question.
But because queen a2, I have b3 and queen. I mean, if you're suggesting queen a1, I mean, no ways. Because we're talking about knights and bishops swapping, it feels like the queen and the rook have swapped here in this sense. And if you go queen c1, then knight b3 is just queen trapped, no? Or maybe you have queen c4, but surely that queen is getting trapped. Actually, can we have that on the board?
Yeah.
Queen c1,
Yeah.
knight b3,
Yeah.
queen c4. Okay, the bar is kind of going down there. I see it. Bishop d5, I guess.
Queen d3.
Not queen a6. Yeah, no chance. Because I feel like that looks too risky.
I want to stay home. Yes.
Work from home.
Okay, I mean, even if it's not getting trapped, it's too uncomfortable, yeah?
For sure. This is
And
very, very
going back, Rakesh, I mean, even right now, bishop e4, you're supposed to play queen a2. And after b3, you're supposed to put the queen on a1. And the queen legit has no squares. After c5 at some point, you will take. So you can't go here. I mean, I've never seen such a miserable queen on the chessboard.
Never. It's looking like one of those freestyle positions where the queen started out on a1, but it's a big statement by Hans Niemann. If he's putting Abdu under so much pressure in round one.
Wow.
Yeah, and it looks like it's the, like the person who's playing with the black pieces is definitely having a good day. I see 3 positions where white is just really, really worse. And the last one is Arjun, who's still relatively equal, but he is ahead on the clock. So fine there. But Notherberg in deep trouble. And also, yes, he's down on the clock as well.
Yeah.
So chat, if you're joining, do like the streams and do let us know your predictions for round 1. So clearly Hans Niemann seems to be in the driver's seat. You mentioned Arjun Sahaj. Let's have a look what happened. Because after, we saw c6 and you're thinking about this d5 move, but Andreikin does not go for it. He instead plays this move, knight to b8. Very interesting, but also kind of moving backwards. What do you think about this move?
I see that the engine says it's a mistake, and I think it's not just because it's going backwards. It's also saying that I will never play d5, because now if you play d5, this bishop takes c5.
Yeah.
So that entire plan, maybe he wants to put the knight on a6, clamp down the queen side, maybe then go for d5 ideas. But now this gives Arjun a free hand. Yeah, he can just play like a random king h2, something that doesn't really change the position much, but slightly improves it. Moves like that can really, maybe rook e3 also is kind of interesting here. Now that I think about it, knight d2, rook f3 could be a plan in the future.
Oh, I love that.
I don't know. Like I feel Arjun has a really good hand, especially considering last move of Andreikin. Rakesh, what do you think about knight b8?
100%. When I was analyzing my losses against my coach, a move like knight b8 was, followed by my coach's comment that it's the first step in the wrong direction. And then, you think you lost by a blunder, but the seeds of defeat were sown by this backward retreating move of the knight.
Yeah, so this is going to be exciting because especially Andreikin also, like Gukesh, under time pressure.
Yeah.
So this game could sharpen up very soon. Jumping to the game of Pranesh versus Firuzja, which has seen a lot of simplifications. By the way, we have a comment by somebody in the comment section of a social media who says, I already think, this is the message to Firuza, by the way. I already think you're the best player in the world right now, even ahead of Magnus. And he's asking Firuza the question, do you see yourself that way? Do you think Firuza sees himself as one of the, like, maybe the best player in the world right now?
As long as Magnus plays chess, I think probably not. But I think he definitely considers himself as one of the most talented players ever to exist in the game of chess, and which is, of course, true as well.
What do you think, Rakesh, man?
Yeah, I agree with Saj, but also maybe he thinks he's the best in faster formats, not in classical, or maybe in online.
No, but last year in the CCT events, Magnus did have that demolishing performance against Firuza in the final. So yeah, it's
Chess Championship as
exactly.
well. So you're right.
Slippery slope.
True, but I think that he has the maximum chance. But also coming back, you can chat. You can send us letters for your favorite player on the Quantbox Chennai GM Instagram page. So we are looking forward to your thoughts and letters to the players. But coming back to the positions, let's see how we reach there. So Queen C3.
And look at this, after Rook C1, 93, a brilliancy on the board by Alireza
Is it the
Firouzja.
first of the tournament?
Yeah, the first of the Chennai Grandmasters 2026. Now Rook takes, Knight takes D5, Rook C6, and we have an imbalance on the board. If you count carefully, Black has 2 rooks, White has only 1, and then you have a Knight for a Knight, Bishop for a Bishop, but then you have an extra Bishop and a few pawns. So a very interesting imbalance. Not sure who's better here. Sahaj, what's your take on this current imbalance in the position?
I think it's about the activity of White's pieces, which Bishop on F1, Rook on H1 really are quite they're still home essentially. If we could just have 2 extra moves, like put the Bishop somewhere, maybe to H3, and maybe I can castle as well, or maybe play King D2 or King E2. Since it's an endgame, the King itself becomes a piece, and the Rook can somehow join in on the play. I'm choosing White. But I think that's a dream scenario, of course, for Pranesh, because in between that, Firuza is going to pose a lot of problems. Like, firstly, there is Knight B4, which I'm not. Of course, I'm attacking the Rook on C6, but I have a hidden agenda here, which is Knight C2 check and Knight D4. And if you give me that Knight on D4, even if your pieces are developed, I'm choosing Black here. What do you think about that?
Yeah, because there's no dark squared bishop to kick the knight away or even challenge it. So I think that's a big question mark for Pranesh, and he has to solve this. Alireza and he goes for your idea.
Wow. Firuza looking very good, I think, so far. And now Rook B6, I think, or Rook C7 could be 2 possible moves in the position. Both of them seem similar, but I feel Rook C7 is less ideal because it allows Bishop D8 and Bishop A5. And now I didn't calculate this, but it just feels wrong. Like, intuitively, it feels wrong to allow so many tempos back to back, to your opponent. So I feel Rook B6 could be a better try. And let's not forget, Sahil bhai, there's D5 as well in this position.
There's so many squares. We mentioned the D4 square. The Knight on D5 could have also hopped into E3. I feel like Black's minor pieces are telling a tale here. That, if you're not developed, but the material is just a number on a screen, Rakesh. And now, after Rook B6, the best move in the position, there's D5, there's Knight C2, check and Knight D4. Black has choices on how to put pressure here.
I think that's a great buffet of options there for Alireza, as we have here at the hotel. But I think overall it feels another game heading towards a Black win here in round 1 of the Chennai GM. And I feel Pranesh in some trouble. And mind you, Sahaj bhai and Tiku bhai, this might be, Pranesh's highest rated opponent ever in classical chess.
Wow.
So he won the challenges and he got the opportunity, but have you played somebody 2750?
Actually, I've only played one 2700 in my life. Wow. Like in a classical over the board game.
Yeah, classical.
And I've also played Srinath a bunch of times, although he was not 2700.
Even
you also played only one 2700.
Only one 2700. So
and
that's how rare it is.
And he's playing here. And what happened there? Which draw.
Is it Arjun?
Me too, actually.
Is it Arjun?
I think it was Gukesh, yeah?
Okay.
I see. Interesting.
So it's rare, yeah. And I think the fact that this could be the strongest player Pranesh has ever played means the kind of preparation he must have put here would have been insane. The players know who they are playing. Exactly. Even though the order might change, they exactly know the opponent, so they can prepare months in advance. And for a player like Pranesh, like the day he knew the players list, he would have started preparing because this is a golden opportunity, a life-changing opportunity for him.
100% Thailand. Let's not forget, Pranesh himself an opening expert because he was the second of Vaishali at the recently concluded candidates.
Yes.
So, he is an opening guy himself, but this is the middle game and a juicy one for Black. I am little worried if I would be on Team Pranesh here.
Wow. So this means, I think, a tough position here, Sahaj. I'm going to jump to the Gukesh game quickly for a second because after miles and miles of runway, h6, Queen g3, finally, we have the pawn hit the d5 square. So I'm going to ask you, Sahaj, does this mean good news for Gukesh and some simplification, or does this mean that Nihal has timed this really well with your bishop f5 idea potentially coming in, and then that 21 minutes will feel too short?
I feel if I saw this with the white pieces and if I face this d5 idea, it feels more scary because Black has d4. So you feel obliged to respond to it. You cannot ignore this attack anymore, this break anymore. And with just the thought of pawn takes d5 and bishop f5, and I will look at my clock and I will say, this does not look good for me. This feels like I am one minute away from making a huge mistake because, of course, time pressure, so many things hanging, c2 pawn, the c3 knight after rook takes c3, the pawn on d5, of course, hangs as well. The queen on g3 completely out of place. If it was on d2, everything is fine. So I think this is not good news for Gukesh, and I think Nihal, as you can see, Nihal is not even on the board, and Gukesh is now
again
at 20 minutes with no extra time. I was looking at the moves, but there's no extra time. So this is it. I feel this is not good news for the world champion.
And both players locked at that 2717 rating. One player might be gaining a lot of rating, but the other might slide even further down the ELO scale, Sahil.
Absolutely. And Gukesh, of course, has dropped a lot of rating points in the last year, and he would love to get back where he belongs. We've seen Arjun kind of gain those points back. Correct. He's around 2750. Prag as well, around 2750 now. But Gukesh at 2717, I don't know when he was last at that rating, maybe a couple of years back or so. So he would love to win this game. But right now, as you correctly mentioned, Sahaj, it does feel like the complications are in Nihal's favor. He can simplify if he wants, he can complicate if he wants, and he decides the contours of the position for the next few moves. And Gukesh's clock drops below the 20-minute mark. This is serious now.
That is
serious
tough.
Indeed.
Tough. By the way, question for you guys, and question for the chat, and question for the people in the audience as well. Amongst the 8 players who are here, which player has gone the furthest in a World Cup? Now, take your moment to think about it. Which player, because we know one player has gone to the quarterfinals in the last one. One player did. But which player do you think, if you want to take a guess, you can take a guess.
I think it should be Andrekin. Semi-finals in the 2013 World Cup. Candyman.
So you are very, very close, but he was a finalist actually.
Oh wow!
He was a finalist and he lost to, yes, exactly. So he's one of the World Cup finalists actually. Back in the day, and
this 2013 Candyman.
Yes,
that's the one. Stat guy, showing.
Stat guy.
The more we look at stats, right, I feel like it's not going to be easy for Arjun today. I think Enrique is going to make it definitely tough. And let's jump to that game actually and have a look. If we have any few updates, knight b8. Now bishop takes. Finally, the tension is resolved. Takes back with the queen, and Arjun instantly breaks in the center before this knight can come into the game. And now knight to a6, putting pressure on this pawn somewhat. And this is the current position, rook to e3 by Arjun Erigasi. And I think the problem Gukesh has, I think the same problem Andrekin is also facing because he's 23 minutes ahead. So if I have to choose a player, I'm already preferring Arjun.
But Andrekin is known for his fast play in general. Arjun is also a very dangerous player in that sense when his opponent has, less time on the clock. And position-wise, we know that Andrekin, in this sense, knight b8, knight a6 was not the most, let's say, accurate approach. and maybe he wants to put his knight on c7 and stop the idea of b5. But that's more of a defensive approach. Whereas if he had gone for d5, he could be taking control himself. So this gives Arjun some leeway to stretch the game, play on the time, and just taking his time before he makes the breakthrough, whether it's b5, whether it's something else in the position. But yeah, looks quite good for Arjun so far.
Wow. And I want to highlight the clock times for all the players, because I think maybe it's not as common in the professional ecosystem to not have those extra minutes after the 40th move. And I like this format actually a lot, because we don't see any relaxation for the players. Once you are in time pressure, you are in time pressure. And look at the clock times. So Norderbeck versus Hans, both the players have 32 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
Arjun versus Andrekin, Arjun 46 and Andrekin 22. Then Pranesh 37, Fuser 37, and Gukesh 17, and Nihal Sareen 51. So already we have like at least more than half the field who has 30 minutes or less remaining. So we might have a situation, Rakesh and Sahaj, where we feel like all the 4 games are going on, and within 10 minutes, all 4 are over. Done.
Pretty much. And even it's tough for the players. They are so much used to getting these extra 30 minutes after move 40. Also, you can get up, you can take a break, but nothing is going to happen here.
Yeah.
And that's going to increase the chances of decisive results overall, I think, Sahaj.
100%. But still there is a 30-second cushion, which is much better than, what we were seeing in the previous months, because, those can be a bit more dangerous. But 30-second cushion, players are used to it because they're more used to the classical, time format. But still blunders are possible, mistakes are possible, and very, very likely in some situations for sure. So gonna be an exciting next 2 hours, I would say, chess-wise.
Talking about cushions, I hope the white queen has one at home, because after queen to b1, bishop e4 was played by Hans Niemann attacking the queen. And if you go queen a1 here, then knight b3 comes in, queen into bishop d5, and this is a discover attack waiting to happen. So that's why queen a2 first. And again, how many times has the queen moved? And at the very least, Rakesh, I have a repetition if I want to take it, right? And I could go for more, like bishop d5. If you play queen a1, then knight b3 comes with the tempo again. So queen b1. Do you think Hans even considers a draw here, or do you think he's going to go all guns blazing?
No way. I think it's rare you get such a pleasant position against a top player like Norderbeck, and he's the top seed here as well. So I don't think Hans is looking for any easy ways out. He knows he's better. There's absolutely no chance of him, losing this game. So why not go for the kill?
Absolutely. And I think in the last move, when Hans played bishop e4, he spent 25 minutes. And I think in those 25 minutes, besides the moves, he was also considering whether he should take the draw or not. So even if that thought happened in his head, he's already resolved it. Like, he doesn't want to do it, I believe, because he hasn't played bishop d5 instantly. Maybe he goes something else, like a normal looking move, queen e7, or something that doesn't really change much and throws the ball back. What do you play now? Because you cannot take the pawn. I'm sure you cannot take the pawn on a6, because there's bishop f3, some queen h4 looks extremely risky.
Oh, look at the bar.
Look at the bar. The bar was like, okay, I've heard enough. Yeah, I'm going home as well. So clearly, I think White's options are limited. And if we can have the cameras for both the players, by the way, 30 minutes. I think the time is not the big problem for Norderbeck here. And if Hans were to win, Rakesh, this could be a huge win. Like, he would be, for sure, at least a tied leader at the Chennai Grandmasters round 1. And he can really go on a streak here.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting 8-player tournament. It's 7 rounds. So if you get a good start, you're almost, halfway there because it's just 7 games. So if you start off badly, in case of Norderbeck, if he loses, there's very little chance of making a comeback.
100%. And I think just based on that, what you just explained, I think Nihal maybe is in the best position because he has a good position with the black pieces. I think you could make an argument for, the previous, game as well. In Hans's case, by the way, he has gone bishop d5. Hans has just gone bishop d5.
Let's go back quickly.
Does he want a draw?
Oh, look at this.
Wait, I would be shocked actually if he goes for a draw. There is no way.
So once we've had this position, and now if he plays bishop e4, he's going to have the same position twice. So question to you guys, even if he, let's say, doesn't want to draw, does he repeat once? Or does he directly go for the killer move?
I think he goes for it because he did improve the position of his bishop. It was on b7 first, and now it's on d5. It's more centralized, controlling more squares. some knight b3, and I don't even know what white will play here. Because rook cannot move on d1, rook on f1 cannot move, knight on f3 cannot move. I mean, I don't really know what's a move here for white.
And
Like, after knight b3, isn't white kind of paralyzed?
this is
Like, rook c1 is not there.
I have to agree. And
We also said bishop a6 not working.
yeah, and you can never move this knight. Yeah, look at these. These bishops are ready, by the way, Rakesh, to attack on the king side. You might think the problem is on the queen side, actually. But one mistake, and suddenly the king side also collapses, and the center is also in black's control. He's playing on all parts of the board.
I agreed. And White's position is not worse. It's plain annoying.
Yeah.
Like it's frustrating to
Look at Nothe,
control everything. Yeah,
he
look
is
at-
annoyed.
Absolutely. Like that is where the word came from. And, he does not want to start off with the loss. He is the top seed of the event. And yesterday, when we asked him to introduce himself on the media day, he knew his exact rating, Sahaj, and his world rank.
Yeah.
So that's how important these players are paying attention to each and every game, because rating affects that.
And I think every chess player knows their rating.
Yeah.
Every chess player knows their ranking. In that sense, I think we also had a similar discussion
Yeah.
with you and I. I mean, I knew your rating, in this sense.
True.
So I feel serious chess players, of course, they pay a lot of attention to this stuff because it matters. I think
Maybe sometimes the exact number is not clear. Like mine was like 2200 or something. Side like
2186. Yeah.
As we see, Nordenberg takes a quick break. Hans, now, no way he repeats the position.
Okay, does he repeat once? Yes or no?
Yes.
No.
No.
I think he plays knight b3.
Show that you are the
immediately.
boss.
Even I think it's I feel like he'll repeat once is my take. Let's see if it's true
Because
or
white
not.
can play bishop d3 also, Like, why does white have to repeat?
Ah, that's true.
Also, these mind games are I think not a good idea against Nordenberg.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, Nothe, we talked a lot with him about the Olympiad as well. It's going to be a very, very strong team from Uzbekistan. I think Madaminov won Uz chess, right? So
Yep.
they are in great shape. Nothe would love to continue his form. Sahaj, I mean, they're going to be a tough team to deal with for every other team, I think.
Considering that, the reserve player just won who's chess, yes, for sure. That's a very, very difficult team. But, let's see what will happen there. By the way, let's take a look at Pranesh versus Firuza. We haven't looked at that game in quite some time. And he has played, I think, d5. So rook b6 happened, d5. And now he plays knight to d6, blocking the view of the bishop on e7, attacking the knight on b4 and the bishop on f5 as well. Now I see the bar is slightly favoring black here.
But this move I like, right? Because I think you're kind of forced to give the bishop. At least the bishop pair is gone now. I've exchanged a few pieces. That means, okay, any danger to my white king is now kind of evaporating. Even though black is better, practically maybe a nice move by Pranesh here.
I like it. You're in some pressure. Take the bishop off, and those two rooks, if they unite, then they're going to be deadly.
I feel that there are multiple options here. This bishop takes d6, of course, but I was thinking like if I just put the bishop back to e6, for example, and you take on b4, I take on d6, and in this scenario, I exchange my knight for your knight, right? These are thoughts that I think that Firuza will be thinking about. So that's option number 2, like exchanging the knight for the knight. And then there is another option here, I believe, which is knight c2 check and just putting the bishop on g6 or maybe playing knight d4. I'm not really sure which one. There's h5. Never mind. H5 is there.
But yeah, I agree with you. I think if I could save the bishop pair, I would maybe be more tempted to do so. Maybe although the d4 square, the knight potentially getting here is also very tempting. So Firuza has 2 good choices. He has enough time on the clock. So he is going to be the one to push in this entire endgame for the next 10 moves or so. And if white can play the next 5 to 10 moves correctly, he equalizes. Otherwise, black takes over.
Absolutely. Next 5 moves are crucial. And speaking of the Olympiad, can we have Gukesh versus Nihal? Because 2 potential teammates clashing here in round 1.
By the way, look at Nihal. I've seen him in this pose for the first time today. So it feels like your idea, Sahaj, Bishop F5 is the number one thought in his mind right now. If he wanted to capture back, that would not force him to sit in that posture.
We can't really see his eyes, but I can just picture. I can just picture it in my head that he's exactly looking at that F5 square. Because that's the move. Otherwise, he would have taken on D5. Taking knight D5, bishop D5 is all the same. It simplifies the position. But Nihal has sensed that he can potentially play for a win here with the black pieces. He also sees Gukesh's time, which is, by the way, on 17 minutes. Bishop F5 is a very, very clever decision here. After Bishop F5, if I played Rook E1, now I'm just asking, is Queen takes C3 is not possible, right?
Wow.
Just wondering.
Oh, wow.
It's not possible. Okay.
Maybe it's not as
A
strong.
bit too much.
It's a bit too much, yeah. I was just wondering if something like this is possible. So if Rook E1 works, then maybe this is the move that saves Gukesh. Now pawn takes D5 or bishop takes C2. Which one?
That's the question. Which one do
I
I
like
take?
pawn takes D5 because D4 is a threat. And if you move your knight I chop off the C2 pawn as well.
But there could be Queen E5. Because if you play D4, Queen... no, Queen takes F6. I was thinking Knight D5 maybe, yeah? No, not Knight D5. What am I missing? Something is here, not Knight D5.
Oh, Rook D5.
Yes.
Oh,
Rook
nice,
is hanging.
nice.
No, my plan was to go Queen F6 check and then play Knight D5, but still Rook D5 is there.
Yes.
So maybe something else. There must be something that saves the position here. Queen F4 perhaps is possible.
Actually, Knight E4 apparently. Just
Using that pin.
Right. Bishop E4 and Rook E4. Exactly.
Yeah. And you kind of hold on and Rook F4 is next.
Wait, Rook E8? I'm sorry, but Rook E8?
Rook D4. Wow.
Oh.
A Queen C3, another pin. Okay, I mean, this is very tricky.
Okay, let's keep in mind
No
Gukesh
way.
has 17 minutes on the clock.
No way.
I think this is not what Gukesh is looking for. He's looking for a simple solution. Question for both the commentators and the chat as well. If, Nihal were to offer Gukesh a draw, does he take it? Yes or no? Right now, in this moment.
I think Gukesh takes it.
I think with both hands. Oh, he's just played Bishop F5. By the way,
Wow, let's go.
that's not someone who's about to offer a draw.
No
Wow.
chance. I think we are going to see a decisive result in this one.
And we saw this move, right? D takes C6 is actually possible. Rook takes C3, takes the rook, takes the knight, takes the pawn. And now I want to get your thoughts. What do you think of this endgame, which the Indian calmly says is equal, brother? No thoughts about this, completely equal. I mean, there's a defended pawn on B7. Black has an extra piece. What do you make of this?
Even Queen takes C3 is a check. I'm sorry, but in what world is this equal?
I mean, good luck
There is
doing
no
this.
way. I am even with I know Gukesh has 17 minutes on the clock, but if I had 1 hour on the clock, I would still evaluate this as lost for me. As white here. There is no way you can evaluate this as equal.
Wow, what a tricky position. And Queen takes E3 absolutely comes with check, and apparently white is better now. Good luck explaining
What?
that. White is,
No
you can
way.
even take on C2 and still it is better for white. So, okay, going back to the live position. So, clearly, this is complicated, Rakesh. That's the point. And again, it comes down to the clock. If Gukesh had 35 minutes here, we would be looking at other games, assuming this is a draw. But 16 minutes and anything is possible.
Yeah, and Nihal also coming fresh off the Bullet Chess Championship win. Gukesh also had a decent event at GCT Croatia. So I mean, both players should be fairly confident, but depends how you start this first round at Chennai Grandmasters 2026.
Absolutely. Momentum is everything in such a scenario, because you don't have enough. I mean, if you had 14 rounds, 15 rounds, you could say, okay, I can catch up, like in the candidates, for example, like Anish did, for example. Anish finished second, even though he lost, I believe, the first round to Prague. He had the time to gain his momentum back, but in this sense, every game just matters so much more. And I'm just looking at the move D takes C6, and everything that we discussed there. I don't see it happening. I think something like Rook E1 is way more logical and way more in line with Gukesh's approach. Play simple, play fast, try to keep more time on the clock, and don't be playing under seconds. Not against Nihal.
And we discussed this, I think, at the start of the stream. We talked to Nihal about this. One opponent he's excited to play.
Yep.
And he mentioned Gukesh's name because he's not played a classical game versus him since 2022. So, huge game here. Whosoever wins gets psychological edge for the remaining games as well.
Absolutely, and a very, very crucial game. And coming back to the clock situation, it's 14
Wow.
and a half versus 41 minutes. And mind you, Nihal was the one who arrived 5 minutes late to this game. I mean,
Actually,
how do
Now
you
we
explain?
know that what he was doing. Yeah, he was probably just going through the E4 D6 stuff.
And
Whatever he was.
kudos to his second as well on coming up with this idea.
I would love to have a word with the second, because I feel like there is some really, really fresh ideas waiting for Nihal. I think
Yeah.
each game we're going to see some exciting chess from him.
by the way, many players have seconds here. I don't think Gukesh has any second at the
Nope.
hotel.
Or
right?
so we think.
we think.
Or so we think.
We don't
We're
have
not
confirmed
sure.
information, but it seems like he's not traveling with his seconds. So very interesting. Maybe remotely, he's getting some help.
Yeah, for sure, remotely for sure. But speaking of a second, there is no second player on screen. And if somebody, or maybe a producer or somebody in chat can help us, how many minutes was Nihal actually sitting at the board? Because he's always been away.
I mean, let's just look at his clock, right? He has 41 minutes on the clock, and I think that's the only time he spent thinking, and then he's just walking around, yeah, basically.
He has the highest time among all the players in the tournament right now. So that
And he
tells you
arrived
story.
late.
Arrived late, and if you count, as you mentioned, he's not even been sitting at the table, right? So it's amazing. He's showing confidence.
Yes.
And we also saw he had a bit of a cold yesterday, Rakesh.
Correct.
Even in that situation, he's playing so well. So imagine like if he recovers from the cold.
Exactly. And, we were talking to Nihal yesterday. So, Sahil, if you can just go half a move back. So, the bishop was looking on this diagonal, but suddenly it changes his diagonal and changes its angle, which Nihal was telling us he's looking very much into these angles because he has become a rated player in pickleball.
Yes. He actually won like a state tournament or something at pickleball. So he's getting into other sports. He's like, okay, chess I've conquered now. Now it's about pickleball suddenly.
Wow, I did not know this. So if there is like some chess pickleball championship or something, I mean, Nihal is basically the
He's like
ultimate player there, yeah?
He's like the state champion in team pickleball. That's what he mentioned to us, right? Something like that. So he's very strong, and he was sharing insights. The first time I thought I'd learn a sport from Nihal, I thought it would be chess. But apparently it's pickleball.
And we did ask him, what's his pickleball rating in terms of chess ratings? He said it's somewhere around 2000. So he's
yeah.
pretty good
Very, very
at
good.
pickleball.
And he didn't reveal all the details. He was like, hey, I'm a beginner. So what's your rating? Around 2000.
So wait, he thinks 2000 is a beginner.
No, he clarified later that, okay, maybe, he did not want to reveal all his secrets, let's say. But yeah, he's pretty strong there, and he even invited us to play. So maybe some other point. But right
for
now,
sure.
he's playing some great chess though, Sahaj.
I would love to see just how much of a noob I am at pickleball, as long as, along with chess as well. So it's going to be fun. Let's see.
Yeah, maybe we can check that later today between, Sahaj Grover and Nihal Sarin. Also have one thing in common, and that is, they both are former world under 10 champions. And speaking of 10, Gukesh will have just 10 minutes on the clock, Sahil.
Wow. Okay, I'm holding my head in my face now. In my hands. I'm really shocked by the clock management here, Rakesh. Because look at Gukesh, his posture up straight. He's thinking about the position. He's not able to convince himself about one particular decision, right? Because maybe he thinks, okay, DC6 is the particular move which is interesting. But he's thinking, wait, that's a lot of complication. I have to play chess. I don't get any additional time even after 40 moves.
Yeah.
Do I want to enter this? Now he has to kind of contradict his own mind. He has to find a safer choice, which might not exist actually here, Sahaj.
100%. And also, if we look at where Gukesh is looking, I don't think he's even looking on the opponent's side of the board. I think it's mostly towards his own side, which means he's considering moves like rook e1, like defensive moves, maybe rook e8, and then somehow you defend the knight somehow. I'm not really sure how that is possible, but something along those lines. I feel rook e1 is just an automatic move, and to be honest, I think this is a decision he should make a little bit faster, because if you're thinking play dc6, if you're not thinking play rook e1, and in this position you should not be thinking because you have 10 minutes on the clock.
And look at this variation, Rakesh, because a similar variation, right? Instead of black taking on e3, white takes first, the same piece sack. Now queen c2, you're supposed to find rook to f1 now. And black chops off this as well. And this is equal. So maybe, Sahaj, can you explain us why this is equal?
What?
I mean, that's why we have you here, Sahaj.
What? Why? Because I can play knight e4.
Exactly.
I can play knight e4. Wait.
And now white is close to being better after queen c7. Okay, this is an insane
Okay,
position.
this is not human.
Yeah.
Knight g5, I think. I'm still. I mean, I'm. This is. I'm so confident that I'm even willing to fight the engine on it.
Look at the bar.
Oh, wait. Is there some hidden tactic that I'm not seeing, or
Wow.
okay,
maybe
like rook
is this-
f8 even? Why is this better for you?
And now queen e4. Okay, we are going too deep into this,
Yeah,
I think.
yeah.
Because Gukesh is
Unlikely, very
9 minutes right now. And that does mean if he had more time, Rakesh, he could have calculated these complications and could have winning chances also in this variation. But he has no time, and that automatically, forces him to find a simple variation which will give Nihal slightest at least.
Correct. And we just reload and come to the live position here
Yeah.
for the chat. So Bishop f5 played, and we were discussing a few lines, and a couple of minutes have passed, and suddenly he's under 9 minutes now. Things are getting serious here.
8 minutes. I mean, each time we're going to announce the minute because I think it is important that we mention something like this because in just about 8 minutes, he's going to have to play on seconds. And that is one thing you should not be doing against the world bullet champion.
Wow.
Yeah.
So rook e1 again, I think try to make concessions here, try to make compromises. Even if it's a worse position, keep more time on the clock because it will avoid mistakes in the future of the game. That's why rook e1 without thinking. I mean, I think probably he spent enough time on this position as it is, unless he is looking at dc6, cb7 and trying to calculate, which 8 minutes is not enough for that.
I think he's about to play, Rakesh. It feels like his hand moved a bit. He's about to play his move. It's a crucial move of the game. He looks at the camera, looks at the board, is convincing himself, okay, this is enough. This is enough calculation. The game doesn't play it just yet.
The hesitation, when you're not in form, you double try and he plays rook to e1.
Okay, the safe choice indeed, Sahaj. I did not want to calculate all those variations.
But if you think about this scenario, like he had 18 minutes before he played rook e1. He spent 10 and a half minutes on this move. And some could say that this was maybe the first instinct for most players because you are connecting on an open file, you are protecting everything. And such a move, I think, should be played much faster in this scenario. Maybe he was considering pawn takes c6 and ultimately decided against it. Very, very difficult decision for the world champion.
Yeah, I think he might have felt there are some chances, but we couldn't understand with the help of the engine, Rakesh. So, of course, for Gukesh with, 18 minutes was tough. But I agree with Sahaj. I think he could have played the simpler choice quickly. Rook e1 was the first move that comes to mind. And now Nihal, to his credit, can just quickly play rook e3 or cd5 and play quickly and put the pressure back on Gukesh. And it's pretty clear that Nihal has decided that he has a chance. Gukesh had 40 or 30 minutes and Nihal avoided the drawing move d5.
Yeah.
And now he has even more incentive to keep complicating the game as much as possible. Prediction for the result, Rakesh and Sahaj. I'm sorry, I have to do this. Prediction for the result in this game.
I'm going to go for a black win in this one.
Sahaj.
I'm taking a Nihal win as well.
Wow. So right now it seems like
Who's the
Nihal's...
vessel? Are you the vessel?
Chat, let us know. What do you think?
What are your thoughts?
I think I'm going to assume a draw right now. I still have...
You still think a draw? Wow.
Yeah, I think a draw because maybe Gukesh avoided the complicated line, so there's still hope. But I do agree it could be a Nihal win from here with the black pieces in round 1 of Chennai Grandmasters.
Yeah, and if you're just Nihal Sarin, chop off the rook
As he does.
and chop off the pawn and get up from the chair. Put the ball in Gukesh's court like he does in pickleball.
And there it is, chop off the pawn. And now it's just about Nihal getting up from the board. And if that is done, Rakesh bhai OP.
And in how many seconds does he get up? 3,
And
2, 1, let's go!
Nice.
And he walked off confident with his hands in his pockets. By the way, there's a big threat incoming. That is this pawn to d4, forking 2 pieces. So now, Sahaj, I think queen e5 was the move we were discussing, right? Trying to pin the knight. And if d4, there is some knight e4 plan.
Yeah.
Is there any other move that comes to mind here?
Well, after queen e5, I think the first instinct is to attack that queen with rook e8. But there is a very nice tactic there. Queen takes f6 check.
Wow.
And then knight takes
Beautiful.
d5 check. And then you take the queen on b4.
Wow, that's a brilliant tactic. So we can't play rook e8.
So that rook is basically stuck, defending that pawn on d5 so that you cannot play queen f6. So I think that makes d4 an only move. By the way, played by Gukesh. That was a quick decision.
Let's go. Come on.
Maybe this is what he was calculating all along. But after d4, I think a bunch of only moves coming up for the world champion.
Yeah, and pawn to d4, it will get messy. And we know that if things get messy, there is a chance to win at the very end, like we saw yesterday.
Oof. 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 Oof.
Last.
No words.
Anything can happen in the last 10 minutes of the match is something we have learned, I think, very recently, and we will learn more and more as the days come on. And meanwhile, look at Nihal, sitting calmly. I think, as you mentioned, d4 seems to be the only move. But do you think these simplifications, let's say knight e4, bishop e4, rook e4, maybe make the task simpler for Gukesh with the exchanges?
It's very complex, I think. It's very difficult to say because, let's say if I play a move like, I think you're threatening rook f4, maybe?
Yes.
I'm also thinking of rook d5. Like, why is rook d5 not working? Because I'm just kicking your queen away, right?
Queen
Like,
e7.
looking at moves, imagine if the queen on b4 was defended, like knight takes e4 was a move. Like, I'm just saying that such moves, there are only moves for the world champion in multiple scenarios. So right now, it's not an easy decision. But if I also play a random move, let's say a5 or g5, actually no, g5 is better because that doesn't allow rook f4.
Yes.
And now again, I throw the ball to you. Your bishop is bad on f3. All the pawns are fixed on the light squares. My pawn on d4 is isolated, but it also is a strength, for me because I can play d3 at any point. And again, with 7 minutes on the clock, I think this is far from over.
Yeah, that makes sense. And Rakesh, maybe queen e7 is the last try, right? Trying to exchange queens, remove any danger to the king. And maybe then if the rook gets the 7th rank, combined with the bishop versus knight combination, maybe there's enough for Gukesh to hold, but still tricky though.
Yeah, extremely tricky. And I feel Gukesh is we will try to simplify or exchange a couple of pieces, which makes his job easier with 7 to 8 minutes left on the clock.
But even if Gukesh draws this is not the dream start to a tournament, his first classical event since becoming the world champion in his hometown. So he would have loved to put a lot of pressure, which was missing. Yeah. So now he wants a clean draw, say. Like now, I think if he can convert this into a draw very comfortably, maybe he can still be satisfied.
Look, I think regardless of the result, Gukesh is not going to be happy because even if he wins this game, he will not be happy because he got into a messy...
Maybe he'll be happy.
No, I think he'll
take it.
He'll take it, but he won't be happy because I think you still got into a worse position with white pieces. And at that level, that's usually not a good sign. That means that there is a hole in the opening or something that your opponent was able to exploit that he shouldn't be able to. So it's not like Nihal outplayed Gukesh. It was from the opening, it felt like Nihal had the control. So I don't think Gukesh will be happy with that, regardless of the result.
Yeah, true. And Gukesh is second, also a very strong Indian grandmaster. Pentala Harikrishna had famously once said, draw with white is not a bad result, but playing for the draw is a bad result. And that's what Gukesh might have to do today.
He says that draw is not a bad result with white pieces, and then he sacrifices his queen on his move 6 in the World Cup. Those two
and wins.
Those two things are different.
Sorry, go ahead.
Continue, please.
So I'm just saying, none of the 4 games have been completed. We're still in round 1. So I want to also get your predictions for the overall tournament winner.
Oh, wow. That's a good question. I think I'm still I think one game that's going to give us a clear answer to some sort of, final standings is the Noderbeg game. We one brief look there because we left it here, right? After bishop d5, rook a8 was played to defend this pawn. Knight, all the pieces. We're 2 steps away. Some queen a1. We're very close to like a freestyle position now. Queen d7, and now finally bishop to f3. Wanna get your thoughts on this first? Hands also has 18 minutes now, Sahaj.
Well, I'm just thinking similar scenario there. Yeah, I think Northern trying to put pressure on the clock as we predicted earlier. But I'm thinking bishop takes f3 is of course the most logical move here because you're taking the bishop, you're taking the pawn. Okay, I have an extra pawn. I know I'm better. Okay, but I'm also thinking about something else here. I think if we could isolate White's position piece by piece. The queen is bad, the rook is bad, the knight is bad, the bishop on d2 is bad, rook on f1 is bad, king is okay, let's say unsafe but also passive. That leaves out the bishop. So what if I don't trade this, but I sack it with my worst piece with bishop b3? So
Wow.
just take on it.
Love that.
I will capture back with my rook simply. I have no other plan besides the fact that all of your pieces are just bad. I have no other claim here.
And if I take on 8,
Rook 8. I don't.
Rook 8, that is very impressive. So you take out the star, the showstopper in the white army, Rakesh, and then even with the exchange sacrifice, black is dominating. I can put the bishop back on d5 and look at the bishops, man. What a position.
Beautiful. And it's like white is so constrained of space and black is just happy to play chess. There's no attack, there's no immediate material that black is going to capture. And I think Hans will be extremely happy with how things are going.
Guys,
so far.
this happened. This actually happened on the board. What? He did play bishops. Well, he played bishop c4, not bishop b3, but the same idea.
Yeah.
If he doesn't take on f1, that is. Does
He's
he
taken on 8. He's taken on 8, by the way.
Just take rook 8, right?
Okay, that's transmission error. He played rook 8 now. Wow. Okay, question now, Sahaj. After knight f3, are we taking the rook or are we saying my bishop is stronger than your rook, breaking the laws of physics, and I will simply pick up the a4 pawn, I won't take your rook?
I mean, even if you don't offer me the pawn, I still don't take the rook. I think I will just play normally. Bishop d5 is very good, rook f8 is very good. But I think in terms of activity, that bishop is way more important for black than that rook is for white. So just based on that, I think he should not take, and he doesn't. Yeah, he goes rook 8.
Wow.
And speaking of crazy positions, can we have a quick look at the Gukesh game again?
Oh wow, we have simplifications.
Yeah.
And
D4 was played.
And also, by the way, we had the first brilliancy of Chennai from the world champion. Let's go.
The second one, I think. We had one more, right? Brilliancy.
Yeah,
The world champion, yes.
First
The
from
world
the world
champion,
champion, yeah.
Yes, queen b6 now played, defending the knight. And now you take on f6. Okay, that was not the best decision, actually. And now black's king moves towards the center, rook e2. And the bar is suggesting a slight advantage for black, but maybe holdable, Sahaj, for Gukesh.
I am not sure. Not with 5 minutes on the clock now, because black has a good bishop, white has a bad bishop. That pawn on c2 is a huge problem. And I mean, we have seen mistakes like that in the end game, in time pressure from all players. I like the example that I can think of the top of my head was actually a game of Norderbeck and Prague, which was a 4 versus 3 rook pawn endgame. And Norderbeck ended up winning that, which is known to be like a drawish, like a theoretically drawn position, and still Norderbeck won that. So I think when you deal with time pressure, I think it's very theory is different and practice is different here. So I think Nihal has very good chances so far.
Yeah, and time is definitely on his side as well. Gukesh, 9 minutes. Maybe it's a bit easier now on the clock, Rakesh, with less pieces. But this d3 plan is always in the air. Maybe this is hanging. Maybe first he can play, for example, pawn to b6. Make this bishop completely useless. And my next move is basically d3. And my rook comes in.
No, I'll play rook c8.
Rook c8 you want to play, yeah?
Rook c8 is even stronger, I think. Rook d2, king e5. I'll keep that pawn, I think, forever.
So what should white play? Because I have one move, right? I have one move before you play rook c8. So what's my saving grace here?
I think Gukesh is just going to answer that question because he just played b6 on the board. And I believe the move you're looking for is rook d2 and bishop d1. But I saw that idea, but I just really don't want to play it because bishop on d1 looks horrible.
You know what? There's a bad piece for white on the board. Let's exchange it off. Bishop g4.
There is bishop g4 as well.
Let's just remove it. Finally, he has a... By the way, let's count the number of squares he's covered. c4, d3, e2 thrice, f1, f3, and now finally g4. So it's move like square by square, Rakesh.
Yeah, and if you just go to the live position, if we play the move rook to d2, king e5, you see the bar rising and bishop g4 played the best move. And I think after this, Gukesh just might have enough to hold the game.
You think so?
Yeah.
I still think there is a big... No. There's d3, cd3, rook d3, I think.
Yeah,
Oh, wait, you have bishop f5. Then king f5, rook e7 you will
you
have.
can't take it because rook is hanging, so you have to first take
No,
this.
I mean takes and bishop f5, I think. Then I have to capture with the pawn, which I don't like. So what I'll do is, instead of d3, I'll play bishop g4 first. Pawn takes g4. Now my king remains on f6 and the e7 square is covered by my king. So now I'll play d3. C takes d3.
Rook d2,
No, then dc2, no?
I take.
And then rook d3.
Rook d3, maybe just rook c7.
And then a5 of check. Never mind. So
All
this
rook
is
endgames
the
are drawn, I
saving
think.
Yeah.
grace.
That's the principle
No,
always.
I
yeah.
doubt this. I really. Okay, actually, d3. 1 second, Sahil bhai. D3, rook d2,
Huh?
king e5.
Oh, wow. Wow, that's a nice move. I love that move actually, because if you take, yeah, that's lost. Yeah. You're a pawn up in a pawn in game, but you are lost because your king is not active.
And if cd3 is still king d4, I mean, maybe it's draw on paper, but in practice with 9 minutes on the clock, it's hard.
No, this I love actually. Great suggestion. I think this will give black genuine chances by the bishop g4 on the board. And of course, he can take on g4 as you mentioned. He can also play d3 directly. So Nihal still thinking about his options. Maybe a critical moment in the game though. What does he do now?
I think, but Gukesh has just weathered the storm. He's still like the job isn't done, but I think he'll be extremely happy how the game has progressed in the last 5 moves or so. And in fact, coming back to the question, he is my pre-tournament favorite to win the whole thing.
You know,
Oh,
Rakesh
wow.
bhai, you and I had a conversation this morning as
Yeah.
soon as I arrived back from the airport, and I chose Gukesh as well in this sense. But looks like the first round is going to be a tough fight for a draw. But hopefully, it happens. Hopefully, he can hold on. But it looks very, very tough in practice for me.
By the way,
Because I have seen people. Sorry to cut you off, but I've seen people use 4 versus 3 so many times, and
Yeah.
it looks like it's headed towards that direction.
By the way, D3 has been played directly by Nihal Sarin. So, maybe it's the perfect time to take a second very short break. Before we go, I want to get a roundup of all the games. First of all, it is Gukesh against Nihal. Nihal maybe slightly better. Your predictions, Sahaj and Rakesh, for the game.
Nihal better, but Gukesh holds, so draw.
I still think Nihal has good chances, so I'm gonna say black wins is a possibility. Look, maybe I'm wrong, but
Got it.
yeah.
Okay.
And I think I will also stick to a draw for this one. Maybe Gukesh holds. Now Pranesh versus Firuza. Predictions.
Ooh. I feel black wins in this one.
Oh, wow.
I think draw. Yeah.
I think I'll also go with the draw for this
That
one.
rook h1 a1 I think should save the day, more or less.
Yeah,
So I would say a draw.
Ooh.
And finally, I think Arjun, maybe we have some transmission error. I don't know if it's fixed because right now it feels like white is clearly better. Yeah. Look at those pawns, Rakesh.
I mean, if that is the live position as it looks like on the board, I think Arjun's taking this
I
one.
feel like this is the one game we'll all agree on.
yeah. Easy
Yeah,
choice
It's an
here.
easy one. I feel
Yeah.
White has very good position. Also, he has like about half an hour more than his opponent as well on the clock, which I think this is a easy call.
So good chances for Arjun here. And finally here, I think we will also agree, by the way. Knight f3 takes the pawn. E4 play, trying to break in the center when all the pieces for black are on the queen side. But bishop f1 takes the rook. And now only move for Hans is queen to b5. That gives him a huge advantage. So what are your predictions for this one, Rakesh and Sahaj?
I think Hans takes this.
I think Northern can hold this because Northern
Interesting.
he's got his counterplay. Northern likes counterplay, and when he becomes active, he's a very dangerous player. So I think he's got his counterplay, so he can put up a fight here. What about you?
I would say I'm with you, Sahaj, because of the clock actually. Because Hans doesn't have enough time. I think maybe this is enough for Northern to equalize, and he will find ways to at least put up the maximum resistance. So this is time for a very, very short second break of the day. After this, we're going to have the final moments of all the games here. Let's see who takes the lead at Chennai Grandmasters 2026 on day 1. See you on the other side. Welcome back to the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters 2026. This was, well, the final break of day one, Sahaj. Welcome back. And I think we are reaching the final moves of all the games, all the players. Majority of them have around 10 minutes or so on average. So feels like we might, start getting results finally.
Absolutely. And looks like a lot has happened in this break. First of all, we have a rook pawn ending in the Gukesh versus Nihal, board. And then I would really want to quickly jump to the game of Arjun versus Andrekin, because Andrekin has a Herculean task here, because that rook on a6 is basically trapped.
Wow.
But you have some way of finding a perpetual in this position, which apparently is bishop f4 check, g3, and then you play queen c2 or something, and somehow you're saving this position.
Okay, we have to go back and check, Sahaj. Like, how did this happen? Because I think this is where we left it, right? Like, Arjun was dominating the game, rook c8, rook c1, takes, bishop g5, a great find actually. And now queen c7 was the mistake. Apparently just getting out of this spin with either queen e1 or attacking the queen, rook f3, like not so obvious moves, right? Now, you've played queen c1, I want to go queen c7. And apparently after bishop takes d2, queen takes b7, feels like you'll get the rook, but check, king h2, and there is a forcing sequence that is maybe giving a perpetual or something that is giving, Andrekin an instant draw.
But how is it a forced sequence? Because if I played g3, you played queen
c2 now.
Now queen takes a6, no? Because you don't have queen f1 check. So I take the rook, you take the pawn, I play king h1.
Check.
I mean, I'm assuming queen check again, king g2. You cannot take my pawn on g3. Yeah, king f1 or f3, I don't know.
And now
but it's not a forced sequence, right? I mean,
Yeah.
like there's no maybe there is a perpetual now, maybe king f2, I don't know. Oh, but this queen c5 check, I have to be careful also.
Queen d4 check as well is apparently a draw. But it's tough, man. Andrekin has 3 minutes, right? To figure this out. And g3 on the board. Queen c2 only move for Andrekin. Now Arjun Erikaisi could just win the game outright.
Wait, also it's important that it's queen c2 and not queen b2, because if queen b2, there's queen c8 check, I believe, and queen f5 check.
Oh, yeah. Even king g2 is winning now, Sahaj.
That's even, and the rook on a3 is just hanging, yeah, just in the air.
Both the rooks. So rooks are not that important, clearly, yeah.
Crazy. And if you played queen c2 and then I played king g2, what happens?
I'm guessing there's some queen e4 check.
Which is a forcing move again?
Yeah, and if you play f3, then you can see how black can actually start winning the game. So
never push the golden pawn.
Agreed, and it's very tricky now. Crucial moment, 2.5 minutes for Dmitry Andrekin. He's played queen c2. What a brilliant find in time pressure now. And Arjun maybe underestimated this move, Sahaj.
100%. And I think he's known for, Andrekin in general is known for being a very, very fast player. And generally it's advised to not get in time pressure against someone like Andrekin. So he's showing up. I think this is his natural style. I think he will find these moves, but I think the position is so complicated that even after you take the rook, there is no clear perpetual. There is no clear sequence of moves which are, leading into a draw. At least that's what I see. You could potentially put the king in some scenario where it could save itself. So let's see what Arjun goes for. He does have 24 minutes on the clock, whereas Andrekin only has 3.
I think basically Andrekin needs to, mark those corresponding squares. If the king is here, I give this check. If the king is on f2, I give this check. And he has to calculate this in advance for the next 10 moves or so. If he can do so, he does have equality. But it's not a simple 3-move repetition here. It's complex. Arjun has multiple choices. And right now, what does Arjun do? He can pick up the rook. And then this deadly check comes in. So tough choice for Arjun. But he has time on the clock. And trust me, look at Andrekin locked in. He's using every second from Arjun's clock that he can.
Absolutely. That queen f2 check is the plan. And you're right, memory markers, like you have to remind yourself king g2, queen e4, because you won't have time to think about these things. You have to make these moves almost instinctively, which is not always an easy task. By the way, speaking of time pressure, the world champion has 1 minute on the clock.
Wow.
It's a rook pawn ending. It's still savable. But I think we were discussing this during our break, how difficult this position is to save, because after rook b2, there's a bunch of, only moves incoming for the world champion. Let's say if king e5, you have to play g3. After king d4, you have to play king g2. It's like the moves are not simple and they're a bit passive.
In fact, rook b2 itself was an only move. So Gukesh found one, but what you mentioned, we discussed in the break, king e5 now, and suddenly you have to find g3. to prevent king f4. And after g3, king to d4, and suddenly rook c2 only moves. So Sahaj, it does feel like, Gukesh has tough choices to make with 1 minute on the clock, and Nihal Sareen, who looks very relaxed, to be honest, has good chances to beat the world champion here.
100%. And also, now Nihal has this, because he's flexible in the sense he has multiple plans possible. So, for example, he can go king e5, king d4, king c3, if you can have that. Like, that's one. You can also go via the c5 route, like king e5, d5, c5, b4. You can also hit g5 and hit the g4 pawn. And now Gukesh has to calculate all of that in a minute at the same time while predicting what his opponent is going to do. So maybe the smarter approach is to not play the best move, but the one that looks the most unlikely, because that's what's going to create a mistake from Gukesh.
Agreed. So Nihal, making that important choice right now. He had that extra time on the clock. He's using it well. Gukesh also, just like Andrekin, locked in right now. So 2 games, very complicated. Just jump to the other 2 games as well very quickly. Pranesh, by the way, is worse now. Doing something to break. Something crazy happened. Knight b2, f4 he played. And look at this knight c4 check. King d3 was the only move, Sahaj. He plays king c2 and now e4. Look at these deadly pawns. Wow. I mean, they look like they have no opponents here. And this feels like Firouzja's name written all over it.
Absolutely. You have rook b3, I believe, which is one of those moves. But I see knight b5 and I'm seeing the rook on c7 hanging. And I'm also seeing knight d4 check. And then I think that maybe this is not a good move, but I see it's a good move. So what am I missing? Is it king d1 or king d2 or something?
Apparently king d2 is the move, but okay, I mean, it's not easy. It's not easy. And I think these pawns are permanently there for now. Not easy to attack either. There's also a pass pawn here. The only advantage white has is the king stuck on the back rank, and he can only use it if the second rook also joins the party. Imagine a rook here or somewhere here, Sahaj. Suddenly I have a lot of checks, a lot of threats, but right now it feels like black is controlling the position time-wise. Firouzja has enough time on the clock. So right now, good chances for black to win this.
100%. I think very good chances, but I think Pranesh has to play only moves. So objectively, he has chances to save it. I think it's not lost yet. If he makes all the best moves, he can still save the position, but that's another thing. I think they're both going to be in time pressure, and Firouzja is, well, he's Firouzja. He's known as some speed demon or something like this. So I think Firouzja definitely would have the upper hand in a scenario like this. But then again, Pranesh is also known as a human calculator. So you never know.
Yeah, I think time scrambles is not something Firouzja is scared of. So this is going to be interesting. Look at him right now, not even looking at the board. He's relaxed. He's in his comfort zone. And finally completing a roundup with the 4th game, that is Nodebek versus Hans. We've had some changes. This is where we left it actually, where after queen b5, which Hans found, it was the only move. We've had around 10 moves since then. And guess what? Nodebek Abdusattarov is striking back. That slight inaccuracy there. Suddenly knight comes to c4, which cannot be removed. Bishop f8 takes on f5. Queen f5, and after the queen trade, rook a1 only move he again finds. And Sahaj, some counterplay. We've seen, the position be repeated once. It feels like maybe, the chances for a draw have increased.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what Nodebek is, I think, known best for, because he whether he gets a worse position or not, he just defends extremely well, keeps, more time on the clock, and waits for the right moment to pounce it, essentially. You could say rook e4, rook d4 in some way is also good for black, because if you continue this game, the a5 pawn falls. Let's say the c7 pawn, or even if you provoke c5, I don't think it is black who's playing for a win here anymore, even though you're a pawn up. You see, he's going for the draw now.
Actually, 2 pawns up right now.
Wow, they're just repeating.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense, I think, in this position. And it all comes down to that one mistake that he made on move 28, many moves back. I think it was where he took the bishop on d2. He shouldn't have done that. He could have gone for something else, in this position. And one mistake, and Nodebek just never gave him another chance after that.
That's the crazy defense we talked about, right? Nodebek and all those big guys will give you the maximum resistance possible. They don't make your task easy. Even if you're completely winning, they will keep coming up with defensive resources. And right now, Hans, 9 minutes on the clock. It feels like we might see a draw instantly. So this is the first time, check. And second time now, rook e4 might happen. Final take. Does he repeat, yes or no?
Whether he takes it or not, I'm not so sure, but I think he should. Because if you don't take the draw now, I think you are going to be thinking about this draw for the rest of the game. And once a5 falls, white's knight on c4 is beautiful. Black's bishop on f8 is bad. So even though you are a pawn up, white will have the initiative, white will have the momentum, white has technically 4 minutes more on the clock. I think it's a tough call, but I think he should take the draw.
Yeah, let's assume c5, yeah? Alternative just to defend that pawn.
Yeah.
You take on a5 now. Now, as you mentioned, you can never really push these pawns, right? So this extra pawn is completely useless. The bishop is now really bad looking at his own pawns. And white can move the rook in, start pushing these pawns, king. And if anybody could potentially even play for advantage, it might just be white actually who decides the, contours of the game. So right now, rook h4 played. Hans Niemann plays on, Sej.
Wow, he plays on indeed. But is it really playing on? Because after h3, maybe he could go rook e4 check again. But
Maybe.
I'm not so sure if that's a good idea. But I think only time will tell.
By the way, I think we have completed our, kind of recap of all the 4 games. We have to jump to the Firouzja game where there's been a mistake. After knight to d6, rook c3 was played, allowing the pawn to move forward. Rook c5 and now d3 check. And for the first time at the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters on day one side has a completely winning position. Sej, d3, e3 incoming. What can white do here? Feels like this is close to gone.
Yeah, because if you play king c3, which is the most logical, knight b5 check is just GG.
Yeah.
Game over. King d2, then there is rook b2 check, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Like king c3, rook c2, I mean anything, that those pawns are just way too far advanced. That leaves out king c1.
King c1, maybe e3 then, yeah?
Then e3 as well. And wait, rook e5 check, king d8 is there. So because the rook on c7 is hanging. Wow, this is...
King f... yeah, I need to pick up the pawn then. You're right. Wow, the best move is rook e3 actually, giving up the rook for a pawn. So that tells you how tough this is. In fact, this might be the first game to end, Sej. Right now, all the other 3 games will be slightly better for one side. But here, Firouzja is about to win his first game with the black pieces. Any chances of a comeback or a mistake from Firouzja here, Sej?
I highly doubt that. In such a position and with such little time, I think Firouzja is the one guy who doesn't make mistakes here. And also it's about momentum. You've got your one pawn on the 6th rank. It's connected. You're only giving checks you're putting some kind of a threat, which is relatively easier to do than creating plans of your own. So I think maybe he missed something. Maybe Pranesh overlooked d4. Maybe he didn't see how strong this interm of d4, d3 is. But something was missed for sure. And now I think it's a bit too late for Pranesh to hold back.
And I love how Firouzja's intuition takes over. For the past few moves, he's taken 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute and a few seconds. And he just kind of is steamrolling these pawns now. And of course, these are not just pawns. These are 2 potential queens. For example, if you play king to d1 or king to c1, e3, and suddenly how are you really stopping these pawns? It's almost impossible. Next up, maybe e2 or d2. And the king is all alone. And rook b1 mate also. Mating idea also on the card. So I feel like this could be over in the next 5 moves. Crucial moment in this game, Sahaj.
And speaking of things that are over, I feel like Arjun's game also about to end in a draw because Andreikin has found that repetition. King f1, queen d1 check is there. King f2, queen d4 check is there for some reason, not queen d2 because I think the queen will intersect with d2. So queen d1 check now.
Queen d1.
King f2. And now it's important to give queen d4 check, not queen d2 because otherwise the queen on a6 is going to come to the rescue.
Yeah.
So queen d4, when you play king e2, then I play queen d2.
Yeah. Oh,
because then there is no intersection.
We talked about this anymore, Sahaj, I mean, multiple games coming to an end very, very quickly. Back-to-back games. And I think we can see Andreikin realize this is a draw. By the way, a great find by Andreikin. You have to kind of admire that Arjun missed this, He missed something in this variation. And Andreikin saw all of it, figured out it's a draw. And he has 2 minutes, did it all in time pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Experience is paying off. In a situation like this, I think this is now a dead draw. No more ways for Arjun to continue the game. It was, I think, a very, very good defense from Andreikin as well. We have to give it to him.
One question. Is there a way for Arjun to go wrong? Not really, right? I don't see a way. Or is there one?
Well, if there is a way to go wrong, that would involve you capturing the rook on a3 because without it, you cannot really do anything. I will take your pawn on bishop on f4 and I still have 2 pawns on the 5th and the 6th rank. So I think the best you can achieve is a perpetual,
Yeah.
even in that scenario.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, the bishop is attacked, right? So not much room for Endrakin or Arjun here. And now queen d4 check as we predicted now. Let's see where the king goes. So the first result of the Chennai Grandmasters coming in very, very soon. It might be Arjun versus Endrakin because I think Pranesh's game still might last a few more moves. Wow.
Yeah, I think this is just a repetition. They are going to, I think, take a draw very, very soon. Looks like, by the way, Hans has gone back to playing rook e4 check. So he's also repeating and now discussing. And look at this Northerbek looking up and trying to, see, are we going to continue this? And Hans,
Bro, you want to draw?
half kind of sure that whether he should take the draw or not. Because he probably, at this level, because you worked so much with strong players with engines that that the position is gonna that the engine or someone stronger is gonna say that this is better for black. That it is better for black, but somehow you also think that the white knight on c4, the light squares and the black, the bad bishop on f8 as well, it could also very easily turn around. So it's a very tough call, I think, for Hans. But I think if you see the time, you should take the draw. But if you play rook d4 check now, I think even Northerbek can say no with king c2, even though he is technically 2 points down right now.
Agreed. And also, I think, the tide has shifted, right? Momentum has shifted. You were like almost plus 1.5. You're much, much better now. Now, even if I'm better, it's like a minute advantage. The momentum has shifted. And in this case, you keep pondering over your mistakes. Yeah, you get a bit emotional. By the way, look at that. He plays bishop to c5. So no draw just yet. He's saying, okay, you can take a5, but I will take f2. So he's still offering that trade of pawns.
But how is that better? Because you're just removing f pawns from the position, right? So takes on f2, takes on f5. Your bishop is under attack. It's still difficult for... I mean, I understand that because Hans has a bishop, Northerbek has a knight. By removing the f pawns...
But the result, sorry to cut you off, we have a result. It is Arjun versus Endrakin. It has ended in a draw. So after that repetition, we can see the players analyze the game, but it was a very, very quick repetition at the end. But a huge find in time pressure by Endrakin. That is the first result of the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters.
I think well done to Arjun and well done to Endrakin for that defense. I think one mistake only from Arjun and it went from +1 to like just a draw and then he just never gave him a chance after that. So well done to both players. I think a good result overall. Was expecting a result here, overall, but I think after that defense, it makes sense.
Yeah.
So
I think the draw really undersells how exciting the game was actually. So we had some crazy ideas and a great find by Endrakin. So that's the first result. Now jumping quickly to the game of Gukesh for a second. By the way, look at this. After rook b2, rook d1 check was played by Nihal. King goes to h2, rook d4, attacking the pawn. And now rook to c2, a very nice find actually. Not even trying to defend the g4 pawn edge.
Well, if I take rook takes g4, you have rook c7. And if I push the a pawn, then there is rook c6 check.
Yeah.
That is his plan, yeah. That's some quick calculation from the world champion. But you can technically take on g4, play rook b4 and take on b3. But that way, I think it's just, one step closer to a draw. Very few people can claim that's a, even a playable position. And from the body language, looks like Nihal might have missed that move.
Yeah, and this is the magic of top level chess. We thought we might have 3 results. The first game has ended in a draw. Northerbek hands is also simplified. Gukesh's game likely a draw as well. So the only result might be coming in the Pranesh versus Firuzja game, where, by the way, King d2 was played and now Firuzja has an only move, but the most obvious one in the position, rook to b2 check, and he could be the sole leader of Chennai Grandmasters after round 1, Sahaj.
Wow, just round 1 itself with the black pieces. So, and also it looks like a very natural looking move, rook b2, putting the rook on the 7th rank. And if you play king c3, then rook c2 check, yeah? That's simple enough.
Yeah. Even, in fact, rook a2 is also very strong. Just kind of supporting the d2 pawn there.
So that's a move I would not think about. I think that's because there is no check.
Yeah.
As such, I think this feels simpler to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, rook b2 is very natural though, regardless.
Yeah, I think I don't see any other option, right? Because I think you can't push the pawns. Pushing these pawns makes no sense. King is perfectly placed. So rook b2 check. Checks captures threats, right? The simple logic. And now if you play king e3, Saj, then Maybe check and then
Rook
D2, yeah?
and this D2 and just queen.
Yeah, that's just over. Yeah.
I mean, if that knight on D6 did not exist, you could give checks on C8. You could give, you could try to repeat. And this is why knights are the best defenders. They are literally the best defenders. And by the way, if we could very quickly, I know we are jumping quite a lot, but if we could just have a quick look at the game of Nodirbek, like how likely is it that now it is Nodirbek who's thinking of playing for a win here?
Oh, wow.
Because I feel we are not very far off from that situation. Because I think now the reality is kicking in for Hans that maybe, okay, I should have taken the draw. And also he has half the time in comparison to his opponent who has more active pieces. And it's an endgame.
First question. If I rook b5, what's your move as black?
Bishop e7, I'm guessing.
Bishop e7 and rook b7?
I mean, you're winning the pawn, I think. But that's the least of your problems. Your problem is if I don't take the pawn, if I play on to win, like king e3, g4, if I just start doing that, the knight is a very tricky piece, especially when you have less time on the clock.
Oh, wow. So, and 6 minutes for Hans, by the way. Nodirbek has double the time and he looks a lot. Look at he's halfway over the board, right now. He's feeling very confident. This is the best position he's had all game. And he started off in a very weird fashion, right? Those weird moves. The queen was stuck on a1 and a2 for half the game. But suddenly his position has improved. And look at Hans now wondering, where did I go wrong? What was that moment, Sahaj, where things went downhill for him?
It's a very, very good question. But I think there was just one move. It all came down to that one move, I feel. I think it came on move 28, if I'm not mistaken. Somewhere around that.
Yeah, knight takes d2.
Knight takes d2 it was. Where, I mean, look, when you play with an advantage, you are taught in that you should go for more imbalances. So from Hans's perspective, he was going for bishop versus knight, right? Because he was creating another imbalance in the position. But this is an exception, and that's the tragedy of chess, I guess, that even if you know the principles and even if you follow them, sometimes there are exceptions and you have to be careful of that.
And now rook b5 on the cards for Nodirbek.
That is if he wants to play for a draw. So if he plays king e3, if he plays like, I don't know, a random looking move, I think Nodirbek could play for a win here as well.
Wow.
And after rook b5 also,
he played rook b5
by the way, if let's say black doesn't defend b4, do I have to take on b4?
So let's say I'm not defending the pawn. So then what's my alternative move here?
Because threat is better than execution. So I just want to give you the threat of taking on b4. And I think that's enough. Like I'll play king e3 next. I'll kick your rook away. I'll play king e4. I'll play g4. And slowly I'll keep making progress. And I think the fact that I haven't taken on b4 would work against me, would work for me because now my b3 pawn is defended as well. I really think Nodirbek has good chances in this position.
Oh, wow. So that's a huge, bold prediction, Sash. Do you think Nodirbek could even win this?
I think if anyone can win this, it is Nodirbek. This is why I think he should have taken the draw, a few minutes back. It was, I think, it's also easy to say this when you're not sitting at the board because then you can think objectively. But I think when you're at the board, you're thinking sometimes emotionally and sometimes, depending on the tournament situation, of course. So
I think I can understand that, relate to that, because Hans Niemann controlling the game, he had that brilliant exchange sacrifice, right? I mean, he had momentum on his side, he had everything on his side, and suddenly he's the one who's stuck defending these pawns. The bishop is passive, white's pieces are untouchable, basically. The pawn on b3 well defended, the g2 pawn well defended. Rook is much more active for white, has more targets. So it's a defensive position. Let's see how he handles this. Meanwhile, jump into the Pranesh game versus Firuzja, because rook b2 check was played, the best and the only move, king c3, and now rook f2. And inaccuracy, I mean, that looks very logical though, right? I mean, I'm threatening to basically chop off all these three pawns and simultaneously also push my, protected pass pawn. What's wrong with this move?
There is nothing, absolutely nothing is wrong with this move. I think it's completely fine to play this, but also not just rook f4, there's also knight b5 check.
Oh, wow.
Which is just like a cherry on top here.
Yeah, there are
so
too many
Pranesh
cherries.
has to move the king, maybe king b3, which is impossible to play, I think.
Too many cherries here, Sahaj. I feel like all is working out perfectly for black. I might even first play d2, play e3, and then pick up all these pawns. And I feel like this is just white is a sitting duck here. No targets whatsoever.
Absolutely. And that knight on d6 single-handedly is guarding two rooks a king and a bunch of pawns, just one knight. This is what we call domination, basically, from one piece alone. Knight b5 check is there. You are stopping rook c8 check. It's also defending the f7 pawn when you play king d8. So many things just one knight is doing.
So would you say he's the Messi of the black position, Sahaj?
Well, he is giving so many assists, so has to be, yeah.
By the way, rook f2 on the board. So we're still waiting for white's move. We have one. King to b3, best move found. And now, I mean, taking on f4 is very tempting because you can chop all these off. But d2 also is a bit more forcing, I think. You know, you're one square away from queening. Can't hurt to push a past pawn. Firuza thinking. He does have less time though, Sahaj. I don't know if it's possible to blunder this, but if it was, then the time situation might complement that.
Well, it's possible to blunder anything, I think. Anything is possible to blunder. But I think there is d2, king c2 is, and then e3, yeah?
Yeah. And e3, and now the idea is rook f1 and also rook
But
f4.
if I play rook e5 check, then king d8 is so annoying. He plays
Yeah.
d2, wow.
Wow,
And
on
look
the
at that. Pranesh just shook his head. I think he missed something.
Oh, did he miss like king d8 in that variation?
Oh, no. He would have looked at king d8 in a previous variation where rook e5 check was possible, but he definitely missed something. Could be possible what you're saying.
Very
But
interesting.
now it's winning again for black.
Wow.
I think it's -2 again. So it's completely winning now for black once again. So, wow. Firuza looks like he can take this one. By the way, it looks like Gukesh has completely equalized matters against Nihal. So that's good news for the world champion. That rook on b2 was a defensive piece. Now on c3 is a much more active piece. This is an easy draw. Much easier than it was, a couple of moves back. So Gukesh putting up a wonderful defense there in time pressure. That's a nice thing. And then we have Norderbek versus Hans. Yeah, that's the only game remaining where we are still not sure what's going to happen.
And for the first time in a million years, I think in this game, at least the bar is right in the middle. So the engine also caught up with our prediction, Sahaj. And now, I mean, every black piece, look at the bishop. I mean, it's looking at 2 pawns. Like it has no active target at all. All the pawns are on light squares. I've put them in a place where you can never attack them. I'm attacking your pawn constantly. I have, other ideas as well. And if I accidentally pick up one of your pawns, then I'm 100% better. So it's a tough situation to be in, as hands.
I think what you mentioned is completely right. It's very difficult to play for a win from
Oh,
Hans's
wait,
side.
what?
Oh,
I think one of the players might have offered a draw. It seems like, because I did see draw crop up there.
yes, I think you're right. Maybe. Oh, wait, that was a repetition, no? King e2, bishop h4, rook b5, bishop e7. No, it wasn't a repetition.
No, so I think Hans maybe has offered a draw after his last move, and maybe we'll see Norderbek accept that offer. I think that's a fair offer because objectively game is still equal, and any way to...
But I'm not sure why Norderbek accepted this, because he could play king e3, no? King e3, king e4.
That's a good question. Let's say...
Only white can play. Maybe I'm grossly underestimating black's chances here. It's possible. Oh, look, there is it.
Wow.
There it is, yeah? They just offered a draw and Norderbek just accepted.
Yeah, maybe
That's
I think
it.
he understands he was so much worse. Yeah, draw is a great result here. Maybe if this was the position he landed into directly, he might have pushed a bit more, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. And look at that. In chess, draw is the only result where you will see both of the players smiling after the game. So I think both of them are kind of happy, relieved in some sense.
So 4 games, 2 are over. First draw between Arjun and Andrekin. Second between Norderbek and Hans. Hans, of course, will be a bit disappointed, but he played some marvelous chess today. Now jumping to the game of Gukesh against Nihal very quickly. By the way, f3 was played. The only move to defend the g4 pawn. Plays h5. And the double pawn has vanished as well, Sahaj. Now it's literally dead even. No, nothing to separate between the two players. And I think they can basically just shake hands at any point here as well.
I'm a bit surprised that they haven't yet, because
Yeah.
I think this is such a drawish position, and I feel Nihal is also very the body language says he's okay with a draw as well. Maybe no one has offered a draw yet. Nihal does have a slightly better rook, let's say on b4.
Yes.
But is that anything?
And I think the reason why you say Sahaj is that because this rook attacks the opponent pawn and also defends his own pawn. So that's the
Right.
difference. White's rook only defends the pawn. But because rooks have this drawish tendency, I think Nihal knows. I think that, this is a dead draw. And
Just to mention this point, if you could just put the rook on b2, in some way, you have to actually put it. If the rook was on b2, black had b5 and a4.
yeah,
That's why defending from the side is way more important than
Yeah.
defending from the back here.
Yeah.
And this is what Gukesh corrected. Because initially the rook was on b2.
Yep. So chat, Do like the stream. I think half the games are over. The third one coming to a close soon. Meanwhile, one update. Let's quickly check the Pranesh versus Firouzja game. By the way, D2 was played. Pranesh is still thinking. So only one result, Sahaj, in round 1 of Chennai Grandmasters. And
No, 2 results, yeah. No, there's Noderbek and then there is Arjun, and then now, of course, Pranesh is still playing, and then Gukesh versus Nihal is, I think, going to be a draw. I think it's just a matter of who is going to ask for the draw for first.
it's a psychological thing, right? You don't want to be the one to, ask somebody for a draw.
I mean, maybe Nihal doesn't want to because he has a better position, and Gukesh doesn't want to, well, also because he thinks there is no risk for him anymore.
Yeah.
And if there is no risk, then I think it's fair.
Yeah, I think they can repeat.
Look,
now.
I mean, with their moves, they are saying let's take a draw.
Yeah. I think now you might see something like Rook C3, King F5, Rook D3, King G5, and they might just shake hands. So let's stick to this game because this could end in the next couple of minutes.
F takes G5 taken.
Yeah. Gukesh, of course, will not be fully satisfied though, because I think with the white pieces, he would have expected, putting more pressure on his opponent.
Exactly. I feel regardless of the result, he will still go back and say, okay, like this should not have happened, because with the white pieces, you should not be in a worse position after move 15. That's ideally speaking, of course.
Yeah.
But it happens. In fact, this exact same thing happened to me last year, like against an international master from India in a closed event. In the same opening with white pieces, same thing happened as well.
And I think round 2 is going to be very, very exciting tomorrow. And we don't have a single rest day set. So it means, the players will get tired at some point. The blunders will increase with the time control as well. By the King H3 played, maybe Rook H4, King G3, and Rook B4 will be the repetition, or even just Rook G4 check. Sahaj.
Yeah, Rook H4, Rook B4 feels the safest to me, and I think we can safely call that a draw. Only a matter of.
So I have a question.
By the way, we have to switch to Pranesh versus Firouzja, because Sahil, I don't think you're going to believe what's about to come.
Okay.
Black's going to play King D8. Let's jump to the final position.
Yeah.
King D8.
Played.
Rook E7.
Oh wow.
Rook F1.
Yeah.
Rook check. Rook CD7 check only move, by the way.
King C8.
And now Rook takes D6.
Rook C1 check.
King B2.
Queens.
Takes. And okay, Rook.
Wow.
Are we losing this? Or do we have some chance? Is white losing this?
I think yes. Like Rook D4 looks very tempting actually. And once the Rook is passive, then I bring the King.
But what a crazy line. You have 2 pawns on the 7th rank and 2 rooks on the 7th rank as well. By the way, Rook E7 is played in this game.
Yeah, it's on the board. So let's see how Firouzja handles this. He has to be on guard now because Rook D7 check. Finally, that knight on D6 might be forced to move. So he's thinking and plays Rook F1 on the board.
Wow, beautiful. So again, that knight is saving everything in this position. If you give a check on D7 with the E-Rook, King goes to E8 and F8, and you cannot play Rook F7 check anymore. But of course, Pranesh, the human calculator, is not going to make this mistake. He's going to take on D6. I think we're going to see a Rook pawn ending in time pressure, but I think Firouzja will convert this.
And look at how these guys know what's coming. Yeah, they've seen this way far. 10 moves back, they've seen this entire variation. No mistakes. The best moves, move after move, check. Has to go, and finally black wins. And see how important this is. Sahaj, if the white king was on F3, this or G3, this would be potentially a draw coming in. But the placement of the king is just too bad for white.
No, even with the king on F3 and G3, still has 4 versus 3. I mean, difficult, but it's possible to save for sure. But with the current position and Rook D4 incoming, I think you are, that's just game over.
We have a question in the chat. What happens if one of the players refuses to move? Then they lose by time. So that's the beauty of chess. We have a clock, adjacent to the board, and they have fixed amount of time. That is 90 minutes. And if you just sit and don't play, then you lose by time. And you might have extra 9 queens on the board, but you'll still end up losing.
Yep, for sure. But for Pranesh, I think this is, for him, it's an easier call. Either you put the king on B2 or B3. Now, where you do it, maybe if you put it on B3, but it's Rook C4 is not really my threat, it's Rook D4. So after King B3, I'll promote, takes Rook E3 and Rook D4. And I don't think Pranesh will resign there. I think Pranesh will still play on because there's still, I think, some fight left. Plays King B3 on the board. And by the way, jumping quickly to Gukesh versus Nihal, look at that, yeah? He played rook e4 first, and then he went rook b4. And now he's going to do the same thing again. So basically, it's a draw, but no one is offering the draw.
I mean, both the players
That's
know,
very, that's hilarious to me.
Okay, so guess how many minutes more? It's 6:57 p.m. local time. When do you think this game ends?
I mean, they literally have no time. Neither of them. One is playing on minutes, seconds, and the other one has 4 minutes on the clock. So I think 5 minutes max.
5 minutes, yeah. So 7:02. I agree.
I don't know.
I agree with you.
Okay, there should have been a draw for I think 10 moves ago, but I think I'm not really sure why. I mean, they look so serious and so much focus in this position when they're just going to play something like Rook D3. Yeah,
And I have a
that's it.
question.
Just a waiting move.
How much rating difference do you need between two players for one to win this? So let's say Black is a player rated 2700 or 2750. What should be White's rating where Black genuinely gets a chance to win this endgame?
Look, everything is balanced here. If you find one correct move, I think even a beginner can save this.
So what's the rating?
I think 2000 should be able to save this.
I think even lower, no? Maybe
Yeah,
like
it's
15,
lower.
1600 maybe you should be able to hold this. Good chances.
From
maybe.
India, yes.
True.
So
So
now we have Rook H4 check. I think another incoming draw. But yeah, I think we can move on from this game. The other one I think is a bit more exciting.
we have exchanges, by the way. He did make a new queen. White took, black took. And now, of course, the e3 pawn has to be taken quickly. Because if you take on f7, then e2, and I'm queening, and the game is over. So you have to pick up that pawn for sure. And he has taken it, I think. I do see the rook on e3. So this is the current position. Now Black has multiple choices. Rook d4 looks very tempting to kind of attack all these 3 pawns. King d7 also looks like a nice move to prevent rook e7 from white.
I like King D7 actually. That feels very logical. But it also gives room for Pranesh to play King C4. Has he played King C4 or was that you?
No,
That was you.
that's me, I think. So
It's still
right,
Pranesh's turn. Yeah?
Yeah.
3 minutes each. 4 versus 3 rook pawn ending. In the past, even when it was a dead draw, we have seen players lose this. It's a tough endgame, I think.
by the way, look at this. I'm just jumping to the Gukesh game for a second. Now, not rook h4, but rook g4 instead. And Gukesh plays rook d. So Nihal, I think, is the one who's changing his move. Gukesh is repeating, yeah? Rook e3, rook d3.
Yeah. Maybe he's hoping to play rook b4 and his opponent goes rook f3. I don't know.
Oh, okay, let's check it out.
Rook
So
f3,
here-
there is g4, yeah.
Oh, you want this? Oh, that's clever.
No, of course. But this is just a dead draw. It's just a matter of who's going to offer the draw first. But
Okay.
yeah,
I think this should be drawing the next
there is a draw. Look,
minute.
he just looked at him. I think he just offered a draw.
Yeah.
He takes
Yeah,
a draw. There it
it
is.
is. So a draw. Look at Nihal. He banged his hand on his head. Yeah, he's like disappointed with the result. Maybe, of course, he had some chances, but at the end, Gukesh did defend near perfectly in time pressure. Maybe the opening is something he's not so happy about, Sahaj.
I think the opening and I think the beginning of the middle game phase, the transition did not go Gukesh's way. It felt like Nihal was just cruising through. He was always comfortable. He was never in a situation where he had to think about saving the game. Whereas Gukesh had to think about that multiple times, that too with the white pieces. So I don't think the world champion is going to be happy with the with this game, regardless of the result. But still, it's nice to have a draw instead of a loss with the white pieces in the first round at home turf.
Yep. You have something on your scorecard now. So 3 games over, all 3 draws, and now the final game of day 1. That's between Pranesh and Firuzja. Rook d4 on the board. The best move, attacking those pawns instantly, not allowing white to defend with king c4 or rook e4. And now I think Firuzja is on the cusp of a victory at round 1 of the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters. And what's the best defense here, Sahaj?
I think rook f3 probably is the only defense to save the pawn on f4, but it's a passive defense and you always try to avoid moves like that. For a second it looked like he was checking out other games, but there are no other games besides this one. So I think maybe Ali Reza is quite confident in converting this endgame. Ali should be. I think just a5 is simple enough because if you play king c3, just rook can sit on b4 and that's
I was thinking like rook e4, If king d3, now rook b4.
But if I play rook b4, you like it's the same thing because you are. I'm just throwing the ball to you. What do you play? You cannot move the rook. You cannot move the king, and that's it.
And the only asset white had was the king stuck on the back rank. Right now, the black king is free, and once it comes to e6, I think this is going to be game over, and you can't even play the king here because you just trade rooks. And
he goes rook e8 check. He's going for the active defense. Makes a lot of sense, but at the cost of sacrificing his pawn on f4. Yes. And now play anything, but just don't play c7 or b7, because that allows rook e7 check. So that's a good move by Firouzja.
Okay, so now I think rook f8, king e7, so that doesn't work. Rook g8 is what I'm guessing he's going to play.
Yeah, and now just g6. No, wait, rook g7, rook f4, rook h7, king e6 is there.
Okay, let's see how this turns out.
No, rook g7, just king e6 straight or just rook f4 straight. Both of them are working. Is that rook on h7... Like,
yes.
Can we trap it?
Could happen. Could happen on a good day. The rook gets trapped.
We can trap that, I think.
Yeah. But basically, black wants to keep two of the pawns, keep them connected, and then he can start pushing the a pawn. And then, of course, white has too much to do. Yeah, use of the a pawn. And Pranesh, unfortunately, I think his pieces are going to be overloaded very, very soon. So
yeah, that king on, you were right. You're completely right to point out the fact that king on b3 is the problem in this position. Had it been on g3 or something, then he has a much better chance to save this endgame for sure.
Yeah, the king is a slow piece. Yeah, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4 moves at least. So Firouzja will not give that time to Pranesh. And I think now what do you do as white? I mean, if you can't attack this one, I will play king e7. So rook h8 seems to be the only try. And now rook f4, let's say, rook h7 and king e6. And yeah, I think I'm going to take this one next. Looks
you
tough.
Have to play g5, I guess. That's the only move. But then I'll just push a5 or something.
Yeah.
That king is stuck defending the a pawn, rook is stuck defending the pawn, and that's
G7.
it.
Okay, rook g7 played.
Rook f4, nice move.
7 takes the pawn.
Maybe g5 could have been a nice try as well if you want to provoke black to play rook h4, but I think there's not enough venom.
Yep. And this rook is so well placed. Yeah, first of all, attacks both the white pawns, defends this weakness, is perfectly set up for this pawn to come to a4, right? This pawn doesn't need any defense now. Just a5, a4, and this pawn is permanently defended because white can never really capture this, right? If you take this, I will exchange rooks and win the king pawn endgames. This is a simple win for Firouzja.
Yeah, connected pawns and nothing. There is no... The only saving idea that you could have in this position if you have h5. Because you are exchanging another set of pawns, but I don't think it can work because I can take and play just king f5 and the pawn on g5 will just fall.
Yeah.
Because again, your king on b3 is severely misplaced. Had it been on g3, you could save that pawn. This is why.
Yep.
Now a5, yep, he's going for the a pawn. a5 incoming. Let's have it on the board. I think it's very, very simple.
Yep.
Or he makes waiting moves. If he does make waiting moves, the king... It should not go to f5, but it should play king e5, king e4, f3, like a little tour before we, wrap up here.
This is the perfect piece, man. It couldn't find a better square in a million years. Perfectly placed.
No, I think that knight on d6 that Firouzja had earlier, that was I think the best piece, the most active piece I've seen, I think, so far in this entire day.
That's the same knight that had that world tour in the opening of the game. So it's really, been the showstopper of day one. Here, I think.
And the very reason why he won the game, yeah?
Yeah.
Actually, you're right. That knight came from b8 and, we should do a diagram of that knight, of how much it went through because it literally went everywhere in the world.
It came here.
Yeah.
So the b8 to c6.
Yes.
c6 to, I think, e7.
Yes.
e7 to g6.
Yes.
g6
f8.
to f8.
Then d7.
f8 to d7.
Then b6.
b6.
Then c4.
Wow.
Then e3. No, keep going.
Wow.
e3, d5.
Wow.
b4.
Wow.
And then d3, b2. Then c4 again, then d6, and that's where it stayed.
Wow.
So those are all the squares, just one piece covered in the entire game. That's crazy.
Wow, insane chess. I think that tells you how good Firouzja's understanding of piece play is. To move that piece so many times and still end up with the winning position is just incredible skill. By the way, a5 and Pranesh coming to terms with the reality here that there is simply no defense. Black can simply push the pawn to a4 where it's well defended. then the king comes up slowly but surely to g3, and then at some point you can pick up both these pawns. Maybe you lose f7, but you'll win both these.
100%. Yeah, this is just over. So you just have to wait around, maybe play king a3 or something along those lines. You know already h5 is lost. I mean, you know the position is lost, but you're still hoping for that one trick, that one way that you can continue or maybe find some idea in the position that could save the game. But yeah, it's not happening. Looks sad. Also, white, losing with white in the first round hurts, I feel. That's another, because it breaks your momentum. But for Firouzja, he will become a sole leader on the after the first round itself. And who does he have tomorrow?
That's an interesting question. So, what are the pairings for tomorrow will be something we'll let you know soon. Because I think Firouzja's game will be very crucial. He'll likely have the white pieces tomorrow. And if he can get that win in, as we discussed, only 7 rounds at the Quantbox Chennai Grandmaster. So a start is even more crucial. We saw what Sildarov did with the start at the candidates, and there were 13 rounds there. But here there's just 7 rounds, half of that.
Yeah, absolutely. The only win of the entire day. Pranesh taking his final moments before I think he decides on maybe that last plan, that last trick he has.
Yeah, I think he's trying to understand what's the best plan for me to reach an endgame where maybe black has 2 extra pawns, but I have some drawing chances. The king stops this pawn. Maybe there is a way to stop the G pawn. There are some configurations, right, where the A and H pawns sometimes end up in a draw. But
A and H pawns is a draw, yes,
Yeah.
but your pawn is not getting to the H file. Like you
Yeah.
cannot have A and H. I mean, you can have A and G maybe. That
Yeah.
in some cases is a draw, provided that your king is next to it's on the G file, not on the A file. The rook pawn should not be defended by the king. That's what the theory suggests. So, and this is the problem. We keep coming back to the same point that the king on G3 is much better than the king on A3.
yeah, because I think this is a good principle to remember. I think in any rook pawn endgame, the king should do the defensive task and the rook should do the active task. And here, I think defending these pawns for the rook is just such of a low task. I think if the king was here, there is no trouble for these pawns. The rook comes behind the passed pawn at some point via this path, and then you have great chances of holding this. And even if the king runs here, you can potentially play h5, bring the king to g7, and you will have your own counterplay and good chances to hold. But right now, Firouzja about to win. And of course, Saj, we also have the WSTC after this. So it's like a packed day today, and we'll have Divya battling it out against Bimbisara. What a match that's going to be.
That's going to be crazy, by the way. And we have interviews of Nihal and Gukesh
Wow.
as well ready. So
While we wait for this endgame to finish, maybe this is the perfect moment to play those interviews. Let's see what these guys have to say after that crazy game.
Indian Grandmaster Nihal Sareen here. You drew the world champion, but maybe you feel you missed a chance?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it was a very interesting game. I think the opening was quick, like quite an unbalanced opening, but the game was a fairly solid line. And yeah, for sure in the end game there are some apparently objectively it was never winning or so, but instead of rook d1, rook d4, I completely missed rook c2 here. So instead of that, if I played king e5, well, I was just checking now. King e5, I thought f3. Because king d4, now rook c2, rook b3, rook c7, it's some very weird counterplay. But apparently after f3, king d5 is very strong, and rook c2, now king d6, it's like so.
Wow.
But okay, it's still not. Apparently king e5, g3 is only
Yeah,
for
only
some-
move.
But okay, I don't think that would have been played. Probably he would have gone f3 as well, I guess. But in general, okay, some mischances in the endgame maybe, but nothing too major it seems. Should have tried better, for sure.
And what was the decision behind going for the Perts?
Nothing, just wanted to try to play some interesting fighting chess and yeah, just trying to experiment.
Yeah. And lastly, Nihal, you arrived a few minutes late, but you had Gukesh under severe time pressure. Tell us about that.
I mean, okay, like had some good preparation, and Gukesh was surely not expecting this line.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay, that's just preparation. But then also he was spending time a bit too much. I felt he was being a bit too slow. But he defended extremely well, like he always does.
All right. We wish you the best for the next rounds. Grandmaster Nihal Sareen drew the world champion Gukesh in round 1. Rolling. Welcome, world champion Gukesh here after a tough draw. Happy with that you held it in the end?
Yeah, I think from the opening I didn't really get much. He surprised me with the modern and yeah, I mean I at some point I kind of started panicking after he got d5 and then I just completely missed the bishop g4 d3. After that it was pretty tricky, but yeah, I think his rook d1 plan was not really accurate. So yeah.
You're getting extremely low on the clock, and he had like half an hour. So you invested a lot of time in that d into c6 option versus rook b1. So that was a critical moment.
Yeah, I was thinking several options. Yeah, it doesn't really explain such a long thing, but yeah, okay, at least I managed to hold it. Yeah.
Tough to play this format with no 30 minutes after 40th move.
I mean, I've played it before. Obviously, the usual time control is that we get additional time after move 40, but yeah, it's pretty interesting, this format.
Lastly, Goki, first game as the world champion in your city. How did it feel?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I mean, not a great game, but playing in Chennai is very nice.
All right, thank you so much, and back to you guys in the studio.
And we are back. So Nihal and Gukesh sparing some time for an interview. Really appreciate that from the players. And not much has changed though, Sahaj. In the endgame, I think we had some dancing around. So basically the rook came to f3 and then again went back to f4. So Firuzja just gaining some time on the clock. And now finally showing us the winning plan. King to e5. Don't go via this path because then the f7 pawn falls. Just come around the rook.
But then a4 falls.
Oh, that's also a good point actually. Wait, king e4, king f4. Maybe that's still winning?
But why should we give up the pawn for like king d5 is a perfect zugzwang in the position? Because either you have to move the king or you have to move the rook, right? I think he just played king d5 or he's still thinking?
No, he's thinking. King d5, nice moves.
20 seconds he has though. 20 seconds only.
Because if king goes back, then I can play king e4 and there's no pawn hanging. And if the rook moves, then I can slowly bring the king here. So very interesting. Let's see what happens. He plays king to d6 though. Interesting move.
Yeah, I did not consider king d6. King d5 made a lot of sense. Is there a reason? Maybe he didn't like king d5 because after h5, gh5, rook h5, there is g6 with a check. Maybe that's what he didn't like.
Okay, so some tricky business still in the game. So we still need to see the winning plan from Firuzja. And imagine if he had those extra 30 minutes coming in around this point. I mean, this would be a clean victory.
Just resign here then.
Exactly. So Pranesh kind of, benefiting from this format. But does he have some tricks here is the question. Or is it just about time before Firuzja finds the winning king d6? What do you do as white here, Sahaj?
I think there is not much to do in this position because I think firstly that king on a3 is tied down. The rook on h7 is also tied down. And if you push h5, then I think just king e6 can also work. Gh5 can also work. There are so many, I think, ideas here for black which are working. And honestly, a bit sad, I think, that there is no trick, that last moment, like that last minute trick that, that you can employ. I think it's a very easy game for Firuzja. And looks like it's going to be over. Wait, has he just played king d5?
Not yet. I see the king on d6.
And 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think from Pranesh's perspective, he has to dig deep and find a trap somewhere, right? Some way Firuzja can go wrong potentially. There might be something hidden because both players have no time on the clock. I mean, you've seen weird stuff happen, Sahaj, when they have limited time. And by the rook f3 played by Firuzja very, very quickly. So again, okay, we have to be careful because we've seen this once. Look at this. This was the position, right? Now rook f3 was played.
No, but he wants to play a3, I think.
Yeah, but he should play a3 because we've already seen this position. The king is on d6 though. That's
also, he never got rook f3, I think.
No, he had to get the king was on e5 though. That's the difference, I think.
Okay, okay, got it. But then white had played king a3, right? So here I think it would be much nicer for him to play just a3 at the right moment. And and I think it's just over, essentially. If h5 is not a draw, then I think this is just over.
Agreed. Because how long can you keep the rook here, right? I mean, there's a limit. You will need it at some point. That can just play king c5, king b4, check, and just win the game. So you need to bring the rook into the game at some point.
And if you play h5, then I think we are we might see a Lucina.
Oh,
It is possible, actually.
maybe I think Pradesh resigns before that,
Of
but
course,
would
I
love
think he will
to
resign
see it in action. Yeah, building a bridge. I think we can all learn from that. Okay, finish up. Both have 55 seconds now, Sahaj.
Wow, less than a minute. Tough situation. Maybe King A2 is my prediction here. Just to not touch anything, not to play H5, and because once you commit, once you simplify, you cannot go back. Yeah, exactly. He plays King A2.
And also, your opponent is kind of not shown you the winning plan, right? So let him decipher it with less time on the clock. Let's not simplify change the structure in any way, which could make Firuza's task easier. What does Firuza do now? 48 seconds on the clock. He's completely winning.
Wow. And now just A3, yeah? Wait, should I play A3? Because I feel like I'm also giving you a chance here. Because your king can hit on A3, and if I kept the pawn on A4, then my rook is also a bit more free. So I can focus on my king instead.
So there are certain tricks here, but I think I'm going to...
He is going for the A pawn. He's going for the A pawn. Hesitation. He does not play it.
A3 is not the best move, but it's still winning here. King E5 was the best choice, but he pushes the pawn. So, of course, this also has the benefit of resetting any 3-move repetition or 50-move counters. When you push the pawn, it starts from 0 again. So,
absolutely. So, A3, very, very nice move. And now, if you do the same thing again, you play King B1, then Rook F2, A2, and suddenly you're out of moves.
Yeah. And the white rook doesn't really want to move.
He plays King A1. Wow. And by the way, just look at the placement of that king. Notice how it's not at the center of the board.
Yeah.
This is how we know that, okay, Pranesh is kind of giving up on the position.
Also, he's really feeling the time pressure now, I think, because I think he had more time earlier. Firouzja has been playing in pressure for a while now. But for Pranesh, the position is bad. Time pressure not really making him, comfortable at all. And now Rook F2, the king is stuck on the back rank edge. What do you see as the winning plan now for Black? The simplest winning plan?
Oh, I think there's many. One is to bring the king to B3. One is to bring the king, to H4 and G5, and one is to just have Lucina, which if Pranesh plays H5. So there's like many ways that White can play for a win.
The only thing is, if you want to attack this pawn now, you have to take a much longer path, though.
But for that, I think White also has to make moves, right? Because if I play A2, the king is basically stuck, and the rook has to go to H8 to defend the H4 pawn, and then I can.
Question.
I know. I was thinking.
Would you play A2?
No, I would not play it. It looks too risky, I think. I will just keep the pawn on A3.
Because, like anybody watching, once you play A2, the white king is stalemated. So, and the G5 pawn cannot move. So, if I just remove these two pawns, it's stalemate. So, some potential there.
Yep, for sure.
Wow.
He plays H5, by the way. Finally, on the board. I think he's offering the trade of pawns, and now the next move is very critical for Firouzja. He has to play, I think, King E6 or maybe Rook F5 also is simple enough, no?
Just don't play Rook H2, I think.
Yeah.
Because
yes.
I was thinking, let's pin the pawn, but then you take on G6 and the Rook is defended, and it's...
He goes GH5, that's simple, I think. That's also very simple. Rook H5 taken, and now I think you just have to focus on the G5 pawn somehow. So Rook F5 looks interesting, or Rook G2 looks interesting.
Rook G2 he plays, yes, on the board. And now I think, of course, if Rook H7, I can defend with the king. And now the A3 pawn doesn't even matter, right? What matters is the G5 pawn. Once I win this, I think your king is far away and I will get the Lucina position anyways, very likely.
Yep, absolutely.
Wow. So feels like the game is about to reach a conclusion in the next 5 minutes, because we've seen a trade of pawns, the position has simplified, and Firouzja's task just became easier, especially when Pranesh has no time on the clock, 23 seconds and ticking.
Yep, I think a resignation is incoming very, very soon. King B1, you can play. Actually, there's another plan I see now. Oh, he plays Rook H7 in a hurry. And now King E6 just to defend the pawn.
Yeah.
It's very, very important you save that pawn on F7, by the way. Because if Black just has the pawn on A3, it would be a theoretical draw.
Yeah, this would be a huge mistake, I think. An easy draw there for White. So going back.
King E7, very good. I think also the plan can be to go King F8, King G7, and King G6.
Yes.
So you can... We were trying to maneuver from the other side before, but now I think King F8, King G7 is also possible since Pranesh has played H5, and he goes Rook H5 back. Can we go king f8 now? I think that's simple enough.
Yep. King f8, king g7, king g6, and that's a win, I think. For
And also notice he has not played a2. Very
Very smart.
important that he hasn't played a2 because that could be a stalemate.
That would be I would love to show this actually, I think, when we reach that position, because let's say king f8.
I mean, I think you can play a2 even now. I think it should be.
So let's say king b1.
Still should be a draw, I think.
a2. And now I'm thinking if there is a trap.
No, g6 maybe.
G6, yeah?
G6, king g6 is a blunder because rook h6 check.
Wow, and you just kind of chase the king. Okay, take
Yeah.
me, and just so much fun. But
I
okay,
mean, you can take on f7 as well. That would be simple enough, but this also works. But of course, this is why he has not pushed the pawn to a2.
king f8 played
And
by
rook
the way.
h3 now played. And I think we are... Wait, he's trying to apply the frontal attack, if I'm not mistaken. Because if you lose the pawn on g5, you can still give checks from f1. But his king is really badly positioned. It's completely on the wrong corner of the board. Even rook g5 should be winning here.
Yeah, rook g5 should be a simple win. I think a2 also he might consider, but he might just pick up. If I was black, I would just pick up the pawn stage at this point, because I know the king is so far cut off. I have no issues converting this.
This is the last moment where you have to be very, very precise.
Rook b5, yeah?
Rook b5 is just killing the game instantly because that king is way too far off. This won't even be Lucina. I mean, this won't even be Lucina in that sense. It's too far cut off.
Yep. And Firuzja had this motion of his hand. Yeah, okay. I mean, this is a simple conversion. He's playing around with his pen there, but he knows it's simple. I think he would do this in bullet chess, forget classical. And he takes the pawn. The most practical decision. And we're going to have the leader of the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters in front of us very, very soon, Sahaj. So one win and one leader at the end.
And yeah, we were expecting 3 sort of results, but 2 of them kind of fought back, and it was very hard fought draw. But unfortunately for Pranesh, I think Firuzja did not make many mistakes in this game at all. So tough game. And now rook b5, the final move to cut off the king.
Yep.
And I think Pranesh can resign there.
Yeah, I think he can resign without worry. I don't think Firuzja is going to blunder that one. Rook b5, the idea is basically cut off the white king as far as possible. If the king was on f2, for example, this could have huge chances for a draw. But with the king far, far away, rook b5, there it is on the board. And we might just see resignation from Pranesh because he understands how tough this endgame is and how easy it is for black to push that pawn all the way.
That king on a1 is literally the worst place that it could be.
Literally the worst, actually.
Yeah. Just f5, f4, and we just resign now.
Maybe there's one worse square. That's rook king h8.
Okay, that's
Rook
just a
h5
checkmate in 1, yeah.
There's one worse square. But
Actually, if you have king on h8 and you play rook a8 check, I think maybe you still can save that.
Yeah.
But
True.
king on a1, I think, is the worst. Maybe a8 is also really bad in this scenario, but basically the a file. The further you are from the pawn, the worse the scenario is.
Wow.
35 seconds.
As we see, will Pranesh resign? Will he play on with some last trick? 27 seconds for him. Wow. 4 games, 4 exciting games for today, I think.
Yeah. And ultimately, one game that ended up, I think, okay, well, it's not over yet, but looks like it's about to be. He plays rook a6. I think he's making room for the king to go to a4.
Yeah.
Now, I think black can just push the pawn f5 or just activate the king via king g7. Both of them should be winning in this position.
Yeah, just don't lose the pawn. That's the only thing. For example, f5, king a2, f4.
Oh, actually, you can play... Wait a second. You can play king g7 and then you can play f6, king g6, f5. King
Exactly.
G7. That way, I mean, you don't even need the rook.
Yeah, the king will basically support the little pawn, in his queening journey, bit by bit. Simplest way to convert, no checks possible, very safe and sound.
We didn't see Lucina, but we are seeing some kind of a bridge in the position.
True.
I think if he plays king g7.
Wow, an exciting day overall, Sahaj, I think. And there it is, king g7. Very smart move by Firuzja.
King a2 played, activating the king, but there is no activity because no matter what you do, that rook is not going to leave the b file.
Yeah.
Black is going to play f6, I think. And look at that. The golden pawn was touched on move 70. That you see, it keeps happening.
Yeah. And also, whenever the king comes to a4, the rook can simply come back to b1, and you
he
will
goes
never
f5.
ever leave the f file. f5 also works, I think. Very simple move.
And king a3, I guess. f4. Because rook f5 is there. That's even simpler. f4 and rook f5. Wow. I completely missed that.
Very smart, actually. So the game about to end. Sahaj, I mean, I don't know. Which game was your favorite for today? I think among the 4 games.
I think Nihal versus Gukesh was quite entertaining, especially from the first move itself. And I think this game, based that knight's journey, you could write, a story about it of all the places that it went to. So this game also, I think, was quite entertaining to watch. I think the game of Northern was also quite interesting. They're all, I think, quite fighting, refreshing chess overall. What was your favorite?
I would maybe say the Nodebek Hands game, but in general, all the 4 games had so much, masala, so much spice for us to enjoy, and there was no dull draws. Even the Gukesh Nihal game, right, which felt like might end quickly, turned out to be like a long battle between the 2 players, and we saw that funny reaction from Nihal at the end. So I would say a great, exciting, sharp day 1 here at the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters, and day 2 is only going to get spicier.
Absolutely. He goes rook f5, rook's behind passed pawns, and now I think white will play king b3. So there is some. Oh, did he go rook e5?
No, rook f5. I think
he went rook e5. No, because I think he saw king b3, f3.
No, I see the rook on f5. I think.
You saw the rook on f5.
Yeah, rook is f5. Now f3 and the king is just too slow. If the king was on f2 here, it's a dead draw.
Yeah, of course. So
unfortunately,
king b3, f3 played already. I think he has calculated all of this. Rook a1 only move to save the pawn. So the king is doing his job, but it's a little bit too late.
Yeah. Yeah, f2, rook f1, and the black king will be just in time, actually.
Yeah, just by 1 move.
That's the confidence, you see that Firouzja and other top chess players have. They can calculate precisely till the very move, I think, till the very end. And now rook f1, of course, you have to stop the queening. Played.
And now king g6. Basically, when white's king reaches e2, black's king would have reached g3 to defend the pawn, and that is just GG.
Yep. Wow. So Firouzja will be in lead. And I think last time we had Vincent Keimer, who won the Chennai Grand Masters. And before that, I think it was Gukesh. Oh, it was Arvind actually who won. And before that, it was Gukesh. So
yeah.
A lot of top players kind of creating history. Let's see who will be this time. Other king c3 on the board.
And now king g5, king g4. So e2 and g3 are the 2 squares.
Yep. Pranay still trying. Goes to d3. King moves forward, g4. Very simple.
Indeed. King g4 now. King e2 and king g3, and that's where you resign. Well, I mean, you could have resigned earlier, but I think he's trying for that last trick, but it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. Very important that the pawn controls the g1 square, so there's no check at the end. And I think Pranesh can basically resign. You can see he's about to resign, actually, from his expressions. Last thought, last calculation. He plays king e2, but king g3 should be resigns because now black can just give a check. He's defended the pawn with the king, and now next move is going to be a check. The white king will have to move away, and then king g2 just picks up the rook for the pawn. Rook a1 played, last try.
King g2, and now, I mean, that's just a free rook.
Yeah, check. No, not check. I think
maybe he was hoping for rook e5 check. There it is.
There it is. The final result of day 1 here at the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters, and Alieza Firouzja takes the win there against Pranesh, and that's it. That's day 1, and we have a leader, a sole leader at the event, and that is the French number 1, Firouzja.
Wow. And I mean, very, very impressed with how he carried the game. I think from move 1, I think he was putting the pressure, and especially that knight's journey. Like you highlighted how that knight went from b8, settled on d6, but the entire journey was, I think, very, very nice. And it just felt like Pranesh did not have many chances to equalize in the end game. Now with Nihal, with other games, in the end, at least there was some room for them to make a comeback. But Pranesh, I think Firouzja's technique was just flawless.
But yeah, I think Pranesh being the lowest seed of the event, this must be a learning experience. Let's see how he, tackles this loss in the coming rounds. There's a lot to learn. You can see them analyzed, by the way. Don't miss a single moment to get some extra information from one of the best in the world. And Saj, that was day one. There are the results we can see on our screens. So 3 draws. You expected more, but at the end, an important win for Grandmaster Alireza Firouzja.
Yep, Nordirbeck Hans, I think draw was the biggest surprise for me. Arjun and Andrei, so I think Andrei had a spectacular defense towards the end, but Arvind, of course, Arjun, I think had a good game overall. Gukesh versus, I think Nihal was a big surprise for me overall, but yeah, a draw is always good there.
And of course, the standings, I think if we had the standings, you'd see Firouzja right on top after round 1. So that's going to be exciting. Let's see if he can continue the run of those wins in round 2 tomorrow as well. No rest days here at the Chennai Grandmasters, and Pranesh, of course, getting as much of a learning experience as possible. He's playing one of the greats of chess in the world.
One of the most talented players we can say of all time, as said by Magnus himself. So that was a great performance, and I think that's it.
I think we might have an interview with Alireza Firouzja. So if we can have that, would love to play it quickly and hear his thoughts. But if not, I think maybe Firouzja's left. Yeah, so maybe we can
Firouzja left in this sense. So I think that's a wrap from us for day one. I think what an exciting day it was. We expected more results, but 3 draws and 1 win for Alireza Firouzja. A sad day for Pranesh, hoping he can make a comeback tomorrow. But there is day 2. There is, still some more rounds, I think, for Pranesh. So plenty of room to make a comeback. And Sahil, anything to add?
I think exciting chess. It was really exciting chess. We enjoyed it all, and the players gave us a show. And it's only going to get more exciting with second round coming in every single day. We'll get closer to a winner here at the Chennai Grandmasters. We see those 8 players tomorrow, same time. This tournament has changed careers. This really turned Gukesh into a world champion. God came to the top of the world, improved Arvind's career as well. So whosoever wins this, I don't know, Lady Luck, enters his life very, very soon. So see you tomorrow for day 2. Thank you for joining, everyone. We'll see you. Take care and bye-bye.